Good morning, Shady House.
Hi, everybody. Oh, whoop. Now we're live. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Congrats to Ramsey. Ramsey's got the belt. Congratulations. Becky hasn't won one in a while.
Ramsey's a winner.
What? Open
What?
Twitch?
Open Twitch already.
I don't know what that means.
It's open.
What up, Warren?
I can see the Twitch boxes checked. Oh, let's see.
What's up, TJ? Oh, we're talking a lot about this today, bro. Thanks, man. Oh, there he is. When I went to bed last night, remember last Friday I thought it was Thursday?
Yep.
I had the opposite problem last night.
Oh,
I was like, damn, it's already going to be Wednesday tomorrow. I was like, nope, never mind.
Ooh, Tyler Boyd gets 1 year up to $4.5 million with the Titans. That's an interesting fit. Kyle, I've still not come
here we
to.
go.
Oh.
Oh, good morning and a happy not Wednesday. It's most definitely Tuesday. Right here.
Tuesday.
Tickets are just $15. That's James. I'm Kyle. Talking a ton of NBA today. We're going to talk a little baseball and then we punted it. Punted it straight out of the rundown this morning.
We did.
We started talking about something else and we're like, hey, we should take this there. We're going to talk about this instead now. So shout out to the A's and Giants who both lost yesterday. Tough scene.
Yeah.
Tough scene. The Minnesota Timberwolves did not lose yesterday. And I think I have decided, after much thought and consideration, because everybody has their favorite player in the league, right? Yeah, but that's different from your favorite player on your favorite team.
Okay.
Like if you're a Kings fan, your favorite player in the league is probably like Domas or De'Aaron. Maybe it's Keegan.
I think there are a lot of kids who love Keegan because of the Keegan Murray chant.
That's a great point. So, yeah, but that's your favorite. That's your favorite player on the team. But then there's like when you're watching League Pass, or you're watching a national TV game, or you're watching the playoffs. There's another player on a different team that you're like, God, love that guy.
Yeah, I want that guy on my team.
Anthony Edwards is officially that. Like it's been trending that direction for a long time. But I'm just there now. I will follow Anthony Edwards to the end of the earth. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I would die for Anthony Edwards. I just don't know.
You give up a kidney for Anthony Edwards.
If he needed one, I'd be like, yeah, I got you, bro. I'm in that. I'm all in on this guy. And whether that's face of the league or you want it, the next Michael Jordan stuff needs to relax. Like, let's calm down on that. But I just don't know when you talk about young players in the NBA right now, and we always talk about by association, we talk about kind of the old guard phasing out, the Kevin Durant and the LeBron James and Steph Curry and Kawhi Leonard. Like all these guys are in their mid to late 30s now. And so now there's this new age of young star coming up through the league. And I just don't know, with all due respect to Victor Wembanyama, who was the unanimous rookie of the year, with Chet Holmgren, who got 98 of the 99 second place votes, which is insane. I don't know that there's a young player I'd rather build around right now than Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, I think he's probably 1A, and then 1B is Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with somebody who takes Wemby.
Yeah. I mean, because you can see where Wemby can be the centerpiece of everything.
Yes.
But a centerpiece of everything doesn't mean that he's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Anthony Edwards is proving right now he's a winner.
Yeah.
I am a winner.
He sure is.
I'm a winner.
Yeah. He's also the face of the league.
It feels like he's
like Scotty Barnes.
There's a oh boy, is he
Scotty Barnes?
There's just something about the way he plays basketball. And I rock with Wemby too. Like I said, don't get it twisted. This is not like, oh, I don't like. I think Victor Wembanyama is going to win titles in his career.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I'm not anti Wembanyama here, and I love the fact that he's like, why are people celebrating this? We are losing. I don't care. I am here to win basketball games. It's like, dang, I love that guy. But Ant just plays with a level of joy that. That's where the Michael Jordan comparison falls apart to me. Anthony Edwards smiles all the time. I never once saw Michael Jordan smile on a basketball court.
Unless he was smiling because he just absolutely ripped your soul out.
Right, exactly.
And stomped on it like 3 times. Which
Ant does, but I think with a healthy respect for his opponent, with the idea that like this is a show and I'm performing for the crowd. I love everything about everything Anthony Edwards is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about a kid he's 22 years old. And you just see that there's still an unlimited ceiling.
Yeah.
And I don't know where he goes, because his game is, like there are other players that are similar in style, but not in force.
Yeah.
And that's where I think he's taking it. Like, again, Donovan Mitchell has a lot of the same game. He's not as big, but a lot of the same game. It's just that he doesn't always play with the force that Edwards does. And all of a sudden we're seeing a kid who, I mean, how many times have we seen him like hit his shoulder on the backboard?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like trying to block a shot. And it's just, it's absolutely crazy. It's his athleticism, but also his balance and his strength. Yeah, he's going to be an absolute gem to watch for the next decade. He's going to be like one of the faces of the league without any question.
And the fact that he's 22, and again, this is all not, I'm typically a numbers driven person when it comes to sports. I want to be able to look at something tangible and say, this backs up my opinion.
Yep.
But there's intangible things that come with this, like, hey, this is because it's illogical. Like, this is my favorite guy. This is the guy I would choose to hypothetically build a team around. The fact that in this spot, this 22-year-old kid is looking at Karl Anthony Towns, who's made all-star teams in the NBA and has been around, who's looking at Rudy Gobert, who is he a Hall of Famer?
Gobert?
Yeah.
I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he's going to be a Hall of Famer because of the Defensive Player of the Year. And if they win a title, he'll be Ben Wallace.
Sure. So so Rudy Gobert is defensive wizard, been around, been through it, been doing it.
Yeah.
Jaden McDaniels, also young, but got paid. He's a guy. Mike Conley's there, veteran. He's been around. And Anthony Edwards looked all of them in the face and was like, I got this.
Yeah.
We're going to go toe-to-toe with the Suns and beat the heck out of them. And then we're going to go into Denver, and we're going to go toe-to-toe with the defending champs, and we're going to beat the heck out of them. There's just a mindset there that I think is kind of rare.
You know what? I think this is, how I would kind of put it out there. His mindset is so focused on winning that he has been able to take 2 guys that were never known as winners, and Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, and make them into winners.
It's a great point.
I mean, that's like watching Towns go like, whoa, Towns is feeding off of Anthony Edwards. He is. You can watch. All of a sudden, he's playing with a force and a physicality that he just never played with before.
It's why you and I both had. I've liked the Timberwolves, but I put them as a team that they can definitely beat the Suns in the first round. But, after that, it's like, man, how much do you trust Rudy Gobert? How much do you trust Karl Anthony Towns?
You don't trust him at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
That was the miscalculation for me. I had no doubts about, now did I think that Ant would play at this level through 6 playoff games? No, I don't think anyone did. He's been ridiculous. But I thought he could go out and be the guy for them. But it's like, man, you got to go into Denver, and it's going to be him against everybody because Cat isn't going to show up. And they're not going to get anything from Rudy Gobert offensively. They never really do. You can't trust Jaden McDaniels. Like, what is it's? I thought this would be the end of the line for them. And then you see the way Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert played in that first series. You see how they played the first 2 games here. And like you said, I hadn't even thought about that angle of it. But man, that is a direct response to what Anthony Edwards is doing from out front. And man, It is very, very impressive.
Yes.
The Nuggets are melting down in the way I thought the Timberwolves would. Like that's what I expected. The technicals and the throwing stuff on the court and all that. Like that seems like the kind of thing that you would expect from the team that did not just make a title run and did not make several deep playoff runs before that.
Yeah, they just look like a team that's never dealt with adversity. They look like the bubble dude, the guy who walks around and who's just so good looking, has no idea that there aren't good looking people like him.
Right. He doesn't know how the real world works because he's always gotten special treatment.
Exactly. So I don't know. Like they are not dealing with adversity well at all. And then I don't want to hear people making excuses. Well, Jamal Murray just doesn't look like he's healthy. And it's like,
because he's getting put in a straitjacket.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't look like he's healthy because they're not letting him go anywhere on the court.
Yeah.
He's so frustrated. He literally threw stuff on the court. He might get suspended for game 3.
I would be kind of surprised if he didn't.
I would be too.
He just threw something onto the court during the game.
I think there were multiple things that he threw on the court, but not all of it flew all the way out. Like there were towels as well. Just lost his mind.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And that's where somebody in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, somebody in the chatty house was like, series is far from over.
Yeah.
The Nuggets got to figure it out quick. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would call the series pretty close to over. If the Timberwolves get the next one,
oh no, it's over.
It's done. Like it's done.
Yeah.
And this Nuggets machine, this thing that you and I kept talking about, like, man, this Nuggets team looks super dominant. Just look at the way, man, they fall behind 20 to the Lakers, and it's just this machine just plodding forward, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, the Timberwolves have answers. And I think the Nuggets' frustration is built from and is born out of looking around and going, oh, we don't have the horses for this.
Or
if it's not,
wait a sec, we're not way better than you guys?
Right.
That's it's like they're surprised.
You're just not folding when we go on a 9-0 run?
Yeah.
That's where, and okay, old reliable of the Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic pick and roll. Not working. And then, okay, the Jokic, he rolls downhill and he throws that lob to Aaron Gordon. That's not working. Okay, well, Aaron Gordon will throw him on their best perimeter player and we'll just gum up their offense. Nope. Anthony Edwards too fast for him. He's too big for Jamal Murray. So what? All these answers that they always have for all these different teams don't work.
Yeah.
And Michael Malone is a fantastic coach. And so if you told me that the Nuggets figured this out in some way, hey, and they took one in Minnesota, they won their game at home, they won the next one in Minnesota and forced a game 7, I'm not doubting that at all. I would not be shocked. But at the same time, through 2 games, I don't know what that adjustment is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either what it is. And I will tell you what it can't be is Aaron Gordon pulling up and shooting mid-range jump shots and taking people off the dribble. Like everything that was happening in that game looked like it was so forced and so uncharacteristic and so regression to who you are as a bad player.
Man.
Typically that team rises to the occasion. They just systematically destroy you. All of a sudden it's like, oh no, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, you got to pull them aside. Like, what are you doing? Why are you pulling up for mid-range jump shots off the dribble? Like, what is happening? That's not who we allow you to be as a player on this team. And all of a sudden you're trying something new today?
They're grasping at straws.
Oh yeah.
There's just nothing as great as Nikola Jokic is. There's just he doesn't have the answer right now. I don't know if he's out of gas. I don't know if he's still calculating how to figure out how to beat this Nuggets, this Timberwolves defense. But when I saw that Rudy Gobert was out last night for the birth of his son, congratulations to Rudy Gobert and his family. But when I saw he was out last night, I'm like, man, the Nuggets are winning this game by 20.
Yeah.
They're just that Gobert force in the middle is not going to be there. And Jokic is going to pick them apart. And then they got blown out.
They played him off the court, which is something that has never happened.
Ever. They scored 80 points.
Yeah.
In an NBA playoff game.
We always talk about Gobert getting played off the court. Jokic got played off the court last night. They just went to Nas-Reed. Like, you can't hang with Nas-Reed. He's too fast for you.
Yep.
And then Karl Anthony Towns just running through people. Like, what in the world?
It is the Karl Anthony Towns transformation.
Yeah, it's wild.
Insanity.
Yeah.
And if this is where, if you had told me before the playoffs, hey, you're going to get this version of the Timberwolves. You're going to get Rudy Gobert playing like a monster. You're going to get Karl Anthony Towns playing like the player that everybody's wanted Karl Anthony Towns to be for the last 7 years. Like, oh, okay, now that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are. The Nuggets are against the ropes, down 0-2 in their series, heading to Minnesota. There was another playoff game last night, though, between the Knicks and Pacers. We will dive into some of that. And James had a fascinating point about the way games are being officiated right now and how that could change the way the Kings may go about their offseason. We will dive into all of that as well. Coming up on The Insiders, we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're with you on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Mm. These headlines, man. These headlines.
What happened?
Oh, just what's going on outside of sports.
Oh, well, somebody asked, Steven asked if the Suns are better than we thought. And maybe no, I'm not ready to go that far.
No. Well, I mean, like, look, the Suns are a good team. They just are not good enough to make it to the second round.
Yeah, I think they're kind of maxed out, and maybe they get the right matchup next year and they make the playoffs, and maybe they get the right matchup and they win a series. But I just don't. It's not with a team like the Suns. It's not about like, oh, just make the playoffs. It's like win a title. Oh yeah, and they are so far from it.
Yeah. Sorry, my throat's all gummed up today.
Okay, man. What up, Dr. David? Finally start the show now. Jeez. Oh, we're talking about it, Wheezy.
Wheezy.
One minute. What up, Johnny? Ramsey, I can't tell you how frustrated I get every time I get an email from the A's. I need to unsubscribe, but also like the disdain fuels me. So, like, hey, are you a Jedi or a Sith? Fuck out of my face.
I started watching Ahsoka last night. Ahsoka? Yeah. Yesterday.
I have not watched it, but I love her character very much.
It's so far it's good. I think I'm 3 episodes in, maybe 4.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking NBA playoffs, I want to remind everybody tonight, right here on ESPN 1320, we will have Dallas at OKC, game 1 of that series. Out at, what is it, Chesapeake Arena?
Chesapeake
Bank Arena?
something.
Out in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Dallas at OKC. 6 o'clock coverage begins right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I've been talking a lot about the NBA playoffs today. We'll sprinkle in some Kings offseason stuff in here as well. But man, before Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves started taking over the world last night. The Knicks and Pacers had a battle at Madison Square Garden. And if you had told me that the final score of that game was going to be, what was it, 121-117?
Yeah.
121-117. If you had been like, hey, this is going to be the final score of this game, I'd been like, wow, the Pacers pulled one out. I would not have thought, because I went into last night and you saw it a little bit. I thought Indiana's biggest advantage in this series would be, hey, their defense doesn't need to be that great, because the Knicks just offensively, outside of Jalen Brunson, don't have a ton of like shot creators, reliable options. And then it turns out that they did. Josh Hart was awesome last night. Dante DiVincenzo was awesome last night. Really, really fun game. And I hope that that's how that entire series goes.
Yeah. So, Kyle, I know a lot of times we say, it reminds me of like a heavyweight fight, right? That did not remind me of a heavyweight fight. It reminded me of like a middleweight fight.
Little bantamweight action.
That it's just like guys wailing on each other, but it was so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Like the big shots, the creation, the like guys going at each other, like, and I thought it would actually, like, watching the pace of it, that it would have been more like 140 to 138 or something.
Sure,
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that the Knicks, like, they talked about it like during timeouts and stuff, when they do those weird interviews during timeouts. I'm not sure.
When did player interviews?
It just like
start?
I can't understand who thought that up and who said yes.
Weird thing.
It's the weirdest thing. It's like when that time that they mic'd up Mark Canna in center field, and then he literally, oh shoot, they just hit a ball at me, I gotta go.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is happening? And then you make
Yeah.
some mistake, and you're like, oh, look at that, it was a bad idea. But they kept talking about, yeah, we want to play fast. Like, you literally got it in a track meet with track stars, and somehow you figured out how to win. But I don't think that the idea in this series should be to play the Pacers style and see if you can beat them at their style, because they are one breakout game by Tyrese Halliburton away from beating you by 40, if that's what you're going to do.
Sure.
I mean,
Sure.
that's that type of pace. That's crazy.
I think the Knicks weren't ready for it last night. I don't think the Knicks went in going, hey, we're going to play their style of basketball. I don't think that's necessarily what they did. I just don't think that they had a good defensive game plan to slow down Indiana. And it just forced the Knicks to get out and run. Because Indiana had a couple of really bad turnovers that got the Knicks out on the run. But man, when you're working to get a shot and you finally get one to go, and then the other team is taking the ball out of the basket and they're getting a shot off in like 6 seconds, I'm imagining it's really tough to be like, okay, hey, now let's grit. Now we're going to grind it out. Oh, there they go. Okay, hang on. We're going to try it. I don't think they had a great game plan to slow down the Pacers getting out and running.
I don't know that there is a great game plan to slow the Pacers when they are rolling, but that's why you never let them get off the ground.
Yeah.
Like, you slow the game down from the start. You punch them in the face. You go to Jalen Brunson again and again and again, and you methodically beat them early. And then that whole fun style becomes a bunch of bad 3-point shots that don't work, and you beat them by 20.
I will say that's one of the things I did like about that game last night. Do you know how many combined 3-pointers were shot?
No.
49.
Oh.
49 combined threes.
I think the Kings shot more than 49 in one game this season.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
At least one.
I think they shot over 50. Yeah. Like 53.
Yeah, so it wasn't like one of those 121-117 games where it's just guys just play. Those guys getting in the paint. Jalen Brunson, I need to issue an apology. I'm sorry. No, he is. No, he is. Jalen Brunson is that dude. And it's not been in question that he can put the ball in the basket. I had questions about how far a team could go with him as their best player. And it's clearly as far as they can win a title. Like, I'm putting based on what we've seen from the Timberwolves in this playoffs, and what we saw from OKC in round 1, and what we saw from the Knicks in the first round, I'm not taking anything off the table anymore. And Jalen Brunson, 4 consecutive 40-point games in the playoffs.
Wild.
Averaging 36.6 points per game in the playoffs. When you talk about scoring options, pure scoring options, There's not a 1B on the Knicks.
No.
There is not a high. Josh Hart, excellent player. Dante DiVincenzo, with what he's done with his 3-point shot over the offseason, had shot a career high from 3 this year. What he's done beyond the arc, phenomenal, and a great ancillary piece. But they don't have like a Jalen Brown to Jalen Brunson's Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
All right.
That makes sense.
Does it? Okay.
They do. He's just injured.
Julius Randle.
And Julius Randle.
Yeah.
Like
sure.
they have him, but he's not there. And so for them to be able to mask it, I don't understand how you're not just walling Brunson off and taking the ball out of his hands.
You can't.
Yeah, but he's not Zion. So you got to figure it out. You got to send 2 guys at him and get the ball out of his hands. I also, have you seen what they keep switching on to Halliburton just to abuse Halliburton? And then
we'll talk about Halliburton here in a second.
So I saw what they did. One point is they tried to do a switch and then Halliburton dropped way back off and moved back to DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo tried to set the screen. It's like, no, I'm okay.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh no. I mean, they are hunting Halliburton in this on the defensive end, and it's brutal to watch, and he has no answer for it at all. Yeah. And it's tough. It's tough.
Let's put a pin in the Tyrese Halliburton thing very, very briefly. Every single time Jalen Brunson dribbles into traffic in the paint, I go, okay, this is the time he's going to take a bad shot or turn it over. Nope. Pivot, create a little space, shoulder, fade away, bucket. Every time. He's ridiculous. And I apologize for saying he can't be a 1A on a title team. He very, very clearly can. Tyrese Halliburton right now cannot.
No.
And it's not just that he scored, 6 points? 6 points, dished out 8 assists, had 4 steals, 3 turnovers. He's a -12. This is an all-NBA player. Presumed all-NBA player. I'm assuming he's going to be 3rd team.
Yeah, he might bump De'Aaron Fox off the all-NBA list.
Right. Tyrese Halliburton, in these playoffs, in game 1 of the second round, took 6 shots. He didn't score 6 because, man, he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. He's just absent. TJ McConnell was a way bigger factor last night as an offensive threat, as a scoring threat, than Tyrese Halliburton. TJ McConnell took 16 shots in 22 minutes. Tyrese Halliburton, 6 in 36.
Yeah, there was even the point where he started just giving the ball to Nembhard.
Go ahead. We're good. There was a off-air warning on our TV, which is always terrifying, but it was not for our station, so we're good.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Anyways.
Well, at least it's not us. Yeah, I mean, he was like acquiescing to Nembhard. And you're like, hey, look, man, that's not who this team is. If this team is going to win, it's got to be you. Like the only way they were able to keep up was to get in a track meet, is to get out in transition. And we're just watching like every single one of their bigs going and dunking in transition. And that's where, Halliburton is usually really good, but he's also incredible in the half court at breaking somebody down and throwing the lob to somebody or finding the open guy. It just wasn't there. And part of it is because he's not a scoring threat. Like, all right.
And that is where you need to be.
Yeah.
If he's going to be their best guy at some point, if you're going to be one of a team's 1A, 1B type of guys, you have to put the ball in the basket in crunch time. We say it all the time. Like, if that's what you have to be a threat to go to the hoop or to shoot a 3 or whatever it is he wants to do, you have to be a threat to do that. And last night he wasn't. And it makes me reconsider what I think about Tyrese Halliburton as a player. Not that I think he's bad. He's obviously a good player. But if that's what he's going to be come playoff time, if that's what he's going to be when it's tied late in the fourth quarter of a playoff game and you're on the road and your response on offense is, okay, I'm going to dribble around, I'm going to kick it over to the wing, and then I'm going to stand here at the top of the key and I'm going to distribute. Oh, I got inside the paint. Oh, hang on. Let me kick it outside to Andrew Nembhard or Aaron Nesmith and let them cook. Like, no, that's your job, dog.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Where's his mid-range? Where's his 3-level game? Because we've seen it. We know how good he is.
Yes.
And to watch him kind of like fade in this moment and to be such a defensive liability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty startling.
He was actively bad last night. And still, the Pacers had the Knicks very, very in a very, very tight game late in the fourth quarter of that one. Part of the reason the game went the way it did was because of the officiating.
Mm-hmm.
We will talk about some of those officiating mistakes and how the way the NBA is officiating the league right now, or officiating games right now, could change the way the Kings build their team this offseason. We'll talk about that coming up on ESPN 1320.
Everything good?
What? Yeah.
All right. What's going on, Chatty House? Hey, thanks, Jim. If you guys haven't read, I did write a deep dive into the CBA and how everything impacts the Kings. So you guys want to go to thekingsbeat.com. You can read that. It's long, but it kind of gives like the ways in which the Kings can improve this season, this summer. Hi, Spencer. Yeah. Soren, we're going to get into this in just a sec. Thanks, David. I also like, I think Halliburton might be, hello, Jason. Halliburton might be one of those players that with the intensity cranking up is struggling to deal with that more than other players. And I say that because, he's slight of frame. He's not a dude who's built. And I didn't know that like we were going to get to this point where the NBA just decided that it's like no holds barred like WWE. But a guy like Halliburton might be one of the players that are impacted by this more than anyone else.
Oh.
What did he average in the first round?
Who?
Halliburton. I got it. Tyrese Halliburton.
14-6 for the playoffs.
Oof.
Shooting 30.5% from three. 13 field goal attempts a game, down from 15.2. He's taking more threes on lower percentage.
Why are we taking so long?
The boss man.
Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Want to remind everybody to download and subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. What's that, you ask? That's this show in podcast form. They wouldn't let us be the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. So instead, we're the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. You can get that on the free Odyssey app or your favorite podcast app. Wherever you get your podcasts, search the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. Subscribe today. You don't need to listen to it, but subscribing would be great.
Yeah.
Now,
Give us a rating and review.
Only if you like it, though.
I think
If you
we're
don't like it, then
5
kick
stars, but it's only like 5 reviews.
It's
I looked
like
at it the other
me,
day.
my mom, my dad, hopefully you, and somebody in the chat house. No, we're talking about the NBA playoffs. We'll talk a little bit about the Kings as well coming up, but we're talking about the Knicks and Pacers game. Jalen Brunson, incredible. Tyrese Halliburton, actively bad. Can we, real quick, Josh Hart and Dante DiVincenzo were great last night. That 3 DiVincenzo I hit, I think, to tie the game on the break, where he's above the left wing and he did like a hard step in and then decided to step back and take a 3 to tie that game late. Remarkable. Dante DiVincenzo's growth as a player has been super fun to watch. Josh Hart is maybe the most fun non-superstar to watch in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
He's all over the place.
Talk about a superstar in your role.
Yes.
Like, absolutely stunning what he's able to do.
Yes. Austin Rivers always says on his podcast, learn your role, change your life. Josh Hart did it.
Yeah.
With all due respect, and I mean this to Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart and Dante, can we stop with the Villanova thing? We understand they all went to Villanova together.
Yeah.
We get it. Okay, yeah, they won a title. Yes. I'm with, yeah, I got it. Incredible. Shout out to Jay Wright. Great job, everyone.
Yeah.
You did it. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Every time one of them does it, it's like, oh, the Villanova guy. Like, oh, right. God, it's not like they just came out.
Yeah. They are the 3 best friends that anyone could ever have.
And it's just, when that was the storyline early in the year, it's like, man, look at the Knicks and look at the 3 Villanova guys leading the way. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. What a fun thing. And just every time any of them does something, we have to rave about the fact they went to Villanova. All right, man. Got it. It's reaching the point of, you know, those storylines of like, hey, did you know Keegan Murray has a twin brother? Or did you know Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw were friends growing up? Did you know Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard? It's like those kind of stories that just come up again and again and again.
Yeah.
Just tired of it.
Okay.
We're going to keep hearing it because they're going to keep winning and playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to them. Shout out to Jay Wright. Well done building the Knicks. He's done it.
He did it. World's greatest cup of coffee.
Best cup of coffee. One of the storylines of that game last night was the officiating down the stretch.
I think it's the story of the playoffs, Kyle.
The entire playoffs.
I think it's a story of the last 30 games of the season. I think it's a story of the first, where we're at so far in the playoffs. Like, and we were going to talk about, we started talking about this before the show, and there was a moment where I was like, okay, I'm going to save this for the show because I think on occasion we come across something. I feel bad for the officials.
Why?
Because the league decided to change the way that games were going to be officiated in the second half of the season, right? And we watched the players struggle so hard to figure it out, right? And the problem is that it's not consistent from one night to the next because you have different officiating crews from one night to the next. So it's almost like, again, we talked about this when you're watching a baseball game and the high strike isn't a strike. And then all of a sudden in the fourth inning becomes a strike.
Yeah.
And everyone's looking around like, hey man, at least call it consistently,
yes,
right?
Right.
So, but the problem is that one official group isn't calling it the same way that the next official group is calling it. Well, it's because while the players are learning it, the refs are also trying to struggle to like redefine what is a foul and what isn't to them. And that's not easy. Like you're changing the rubric for them on the fly. And I know we keep talking about the players, but we also have to like give the officials some leeway that this is what they're being mandated to do. And it's not easy. It's not easy to change what you've always blown as a whistle. And then all of a sudden that's not a whistle. And is that a whistle or is that not? It is when Karl Anthony Towns absolutely runs over somebody, lowers his shoulder, trucks the guy, knocks him on his butt, and goes up and over and puts the ball in the basket. Is that an offensive foul? Is it not? It is an offensive foul. That was clear. And to watch even like Michael Malone lose his mind, right? He ran out on the court yelling F-bomb after F-bomb after F-bomb. Like, he lost his mind.
He was trying to get teed up.
He was trying to get ejected from the game.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even get a tech.
Crazy.
Nothing. And that to me was the official saying, look, man, I don't know either. I don't know either, because this is what I'm being told to do. And that in any other game is absolutely an offensive foul.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not now.
Mm-hmm.
And so how am I supposed to call it? And how am I supposed to regulate it on the fly? And who is their stars and who is your stars? And how am I supposed to call this? And like, we're watching, again, Jamal Murray not understand how to grasp the concept of being locked up where guys are grabbing and holding on to him and walling him off and like not giving him anything. And I think at the same time, we have to give everyone some leeway here. And that's what I thought the official did last night. I thought he took a step back and said, like, I probably blew that call. But you have to understand, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here either.
Yeah.
This is tough. This is crazy. And so I think it's just a weird point of emphasis. And to have it change in the middle of the season as someone who's covered the NBA forever, like right before the season starts, they have us all sit down with an NBA official. He's got a video. He puts it in the machine. We all watch a video, and typically it was like Willie Cauley-Stein doing something wrong.
Hilarious.
Like, and it's a league-wide video. It's not just. And so every single time we're watching the points of emphasis for this season, and then they would say, but look, this is an off-the-record conversation. We don't want you going out there and saying, what are the points of emphasis? And then, of course, you have some people who don't abide by that.
Right. They just immediately go, oh, carrying. That was a point of emphasis for the NBA this year.
Exactly. So there are all these nuances to it. But to change the point of emphasis during the All-Star break and to come out with some different look, I don't know. It's almost like if in the NFL, if all of a sudden, like, there was no pass interference anymore.
Yeah. Or to say, hey, lean defense on the pass interference stuff. You know, hold the flag, basically. Swallow the whistle. If you're not 100% sure, swallow the whistle.
Yeah.
And that's basically what the NBA did in the second half. But the problem I have is, I think you make a fine point there, where officiating NBA basketball at full speed, where you don't have the advantage of the upper view. You have to be like right there, and there's people moving in front of you, and you're trying to look over here and got to make a call, but something happened back over here that you didn't quite see. You just saw a body hit the floor. Like, I imagine if you and I and two listeners tried to go down and officiate an NBA game, we would have no shot. Just nothing.
Oh no, they'd want to kill us. Like 8 minutes in.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So that's, I understand that it's difficult. The problem I have is, and I also understand that the league wants you to swallow the whistle, but to what point? Because if you're just saying like, hey, it's a free for all, that gets dangerous.
Yeah, that's how fights happen.
Right, and then you have to start whistling like touch fouls and ticky tack stuff to try and gain control of the game, and everyone's going, we don't know what to do, we don't know how to play. So I say all that to say, the way the Knicks Pacers game ended, and the way how physical that game was, it was a lot of fun. Jalen Brunson went to the free throw line 14 times, but it never felt like there were any phantom calls in there, like he was getting hacked. There were definitely some fouls that were committed that didn't get called, which I prefer every time. I would way rather the game continue and a player run down the court with his palms in the air than whistling, stopping play, and defenders looking up at the screen to see that nothing happened. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is a marginal, at best, moving screen on Miles Turner in a huge possession late in that game because Dante DiVincenzo did a good acting job. If you're, and it's not like I said, ref was probably saw that out of the corner of his eye and went, oh, moving screen, it's going the other way. And I understand as an official, you have to theoretically call it the same for 48 minutes. But when you have been letting so many things go this entire game, and then to have this really intense moment, this really intense possession flip on a minor foul at best, you have let way worse go throughout the game. And now all of a sudden in this moment, it's whistle, we're going the other way. That's the frustrating thing. And I imagine Indiana sitting there going, man, we've been getting hacked all game. We've been hacking all game. There's been no calls. And now this is where you decide that you're going to impose yourself on this game. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. As a player, I'm sure I couldn't even imagine. But as a viewer, it's especially so.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then we had the other call that went the wrong way too, where the kick, which wasn't a kick at all. And then you can't review a kick.
Okay, so that's let me pause you. In real time, I thought that was a kickball. And I see 100% how the ref got that wrong. Because he sticks his foot out, but in like conjunction with his hand. It didn't actually hit his foot. I don't know why in that moment, and I say this for MLB and the NFL, you have people watching in Secaucus. You have people with contact to the arena watching the game on a massive screen and going, oh, they got it wrong. Why can't you just buzz down real quick and go, hey, hang on, possession the other way, not a kickball.
Yep.
The game doesn't even have to stop.
No, I totally agree with you. That should be like a 2-second call. Now, on occasion, though, you have to, it's like a Zapruder film. You got to sit there and like look at every angle and make sure. So it is longer, but you could just hold the action for a sec. And so we had that, like you and I were discussing this. We had that issue, right? The kickball that was called a kickball. And then we had the other play where they did review it, where Tyrese Halliburton knocks the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands and gets the steal, right? And then so they overturn the call, and then they say that it's Indiana ball because they had imminent possession, right? Except for on that play, Halliburton knocks it out of Jalen Brunson's hands, and I think it went to I can't remember which one of their.
I think it was Siakam.
No, I think it went to Neesmith. And Neesmith punts the ball. Like he did kick the ball.
Got it.
He did. Yeah. He kicked it right to Siakam. Like trying to stop a pass, he kicked the ball. And it's like, okay, but how do we call that's imminent possession when he does kick the ball?
Right.
And that would have been a violation. So you probably should have had a jump ball and said, okay, look, there's no imminent possession. We need to jump it up.
Yeah.
That probably is how you should have called it. But that's why it's so incredibly difficult. When do you stop the action? What is a continuation of the same play? How do you call it one way where it's like you see the steal was clean, but you also see that there was a kick? Like there are too many things to look at.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, just get the play right. Like if you're going to review it, just get it right.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Yes.
Don't give us some half-baked idea of what you think happened. Like just call it the way it should have been called.
Yeah, man. And when in doubt at the end of games, swallow the whistle.
Yeah.
That's what, like we go back to the women's national championship game, women's college basketball national championship game. And there was a possession late in that one where UConn got whistled for a moving screen. And it was a moving screen for sure. But again, marginal. Like, oh man, like that's tough at any moment, but especially this one. But I also understand as a ref, you're like, hey, that's a moving screen. Like, we're not going to give UConn an advantage in this spot just for the sake of, like, I get that. But also, there's no way an official saw that play by Miles Turner last night and went, oh, definite moving screen. I have to call this.
It's like the play where,
I don't know, man,
where Trey Lyles stepped in and took like an incredible charge. And then they made up a rule about his upper body was still contorting. Like, yeah, he's contorting because like a 250-pound man is running him over.
Right.
Yeah, I think it was Zion. It was like someone was huge and gonna run him over and did run him over. Like, yeah, he twisted his upper body just a little bit to take the contact and to make sure he fell correctly.
Yeah.
And you're gonna call that now? Feet established.
Hey, legal guarding position.
Legal guarding position. There is no upper body contorting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild stuff.
Doesn't make a ton of sense.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering now, and you brought this up in our rundown, I think it's a great point. So we saw the NBA because Adam Silver was clearly fed up with the offense or with the lack of defense. Or rather, I think Adam Silver was fed up with foul grifting. I think that was his kind of biggest issue.
We hope, because we hate foul grifting.
Yeah. Well, was that players weren't playing basketball. They were playing to go to the free throw line.
Yeah.
beyond the realm of, like I said yesterday, if you're Anthony Edwards and you're blowing past Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic can't do anything other than swipe at your arm as you go to the rim and you get hit and you miss your shot or whatever, fine. That is earning a foul. But if you're in the lane and you stick the ball out and start waving your arms around trying to get somebody to hit your arm, and then there's contact and you flail and throw the ball in the air, that's not basketball.
Yeah.
That's foul grifting. You're just trying to go to the free throw line.
Running to the rim and just the lightest touch, and you fall 15 feet into the crowd and throw the ball up in the air, Luka Doncic. Like, it's...
Not the name names, Luka.
It's like the worst. It's like they literally put a rule in place for Trae Young because he would stop short. He would just dribble, step in front of you and stop. And you'd run him over and be like, oh, foul.
That's a Steph move.
Well, it is, but it's also, it's made famous by Trae Young.
Yeah.
But it's one of those deals where you're like, okay, like, look, we got to stop these stupid things that we're calling fouls on.
Right.
Like, make these guys actually earn their trip to the line.
Right. And yeah, if a guy gets fouled, send him to the line.
Yeah.
It's the Joel Embiid guilty of it for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it's that Jalen Brunson even did it last night. He was down on the low block and he's doing his pivot moves. And at one point he does that. He brings the ball out, he straightens out his arms and puts his arms up toward the arm of the defender. Nothing there. And then he pivots back. It's like, man, what?
You know,
you can't reward that.
He's the one guy that I watched during the season. And, you know, again, he has like his hair. He likes to throw his head back. He's a head back guy. And I saw that against the Kings, he tried it like 3 times early in the game. It didn't work. He's like, all right, got to play ball then. And he changes who he is in the game and like, I'm going for it now.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he gets it. He's like, okay, I'll adapt. If you're not going to call that tonight, it's okay.
So my question is, or rather your question, and I will ask you your question, is let's assume the NBA goes, hey, you know what? We liked that second half. We liked those playoffs. We're just going to start officiating games this way. This is how it is moving forward. We're swallowing whistles. We're not awarding foul grifters or rewarding foul grifters, at least not every time. And we're going to change the way that basketball is fundamentally played. Does that alter for you the way the Kings should go about attacking their offseason?
Absolutely.
I could not agree more.
And look, I will be the first one to say, I've seen it in the chat. I love what I'm watching. I am down for this style of play. If this is where the NBA 100%. Is going, I'm in.
1000%.
I hate watching the foul grifting and just the trash.
It is so boring.
Like, this is totally fine with me if what we're going to see is this type of physicality. But if that's what we're going to see, then you better go find those guys right now. Like, Marcus Smart just became like the most valuable guy in the NBA. Like I keep bringing him up. Bobby Portis. Go get me Bobby Portis.
An enforcer, somebody who doesn't mind like standing up to it. Because number one, there are going to be fights because of this. Like, sure.
Because this is where like the testosterone and everything gets ramped up, where you're allowed to be physical. You're allowed to like do these crazy. Okay, if that's what we're allowed to do, game on, right? So I think that number one, you got to find like whoever it is. You got to make a list of 3 or 4 guys that aren't just long and athletic. They're long, athletic, and they can absolutely get physical.
The Athletic does its anonymous player poll every year.
Yeah.
Go find the players that the player poll says players would least like to fight.
Oh, yeah.
And
James Johnson.
Call around.
James Johnson, you available? Like,
just have him there.
We know you can still do a roundhouse kick and hit the rim.
You don't need to play a lot. Just hang out on the bench.
Yeah. That's where I'm kind of at. Like, you do need to figure it out. You need to find guys that have another level of physicality. And it's going to do away with soft players.
Totally. And I think you kind of see it a little bit with Evan Mobley in these playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
With the Cavs. Like, guy's really good player, but maybe not built for this.
Yeah.
And that's where I already thought, and we talked about this during the regular season a lot, I already thought the Kings needed more dogs. That's why I think Keon Ellis had such a major impact. Now, he's very, very good at basketball, but there was a mindset that just forced everybody around him to play at the level he was playing at defensively. That you weren't going to get. There were things you lost when Kevin Huerter went out, but then there were things you gained when Keon Ellis came in. That was one of the things they gained, for sure. And that's why even before the officiating stuff, it's like, man, they need more guys like this.
Yeah.
They need more players who are going to bring this level of intensity, who are going to bring this level of dog. So I was already on board. But now, if you know that the NBA sends out a memo that's like, hey, by the way, this is the league now. Buckle up. I'm 1,000%. I'm going, hey, maybe you shoot 31% from three, but people aren't going to mess with you. Or you're willing to go take a hard foul or give a hard foul.
Yeah.
That's where maybe you prefer to have a guy like that on your bench. Maybe all of a sudden Chris Duarte is super valuable.
No, he does know how to foul people. He does. I know that for a fact.
If he's going to get less whistles or fewer whistles, why not?
No, it's very true. I just don't know. Like, he's got to be able to fit into a system. But yeah, I'm certainly, like I told you early on, like the player that the Nuggets miss right now, you can see it is Bruce Brown.
Big time.
Go get Bruce Brown, because Bruce Brown is that guy.
Not only from a defense perspective, but from a shot creation perspective.
Yeah.
They have nothing on that end.
Well, that, and even like we talked about, like the Warriors are in cap hell, right? And one of the moves they're going to have to make, most likely, is they have an $8 million contract on Kevon Looney for next season, or $3 million buyout. Like, I think Looney has lost his fastball quite a bit. Like, I don't know that he's in, like, physically can maintain, but at the same time, that's who we're talking about. We're talking about a dude who does not mind going toe to toe and getting in somebody's face and pushing and pushing and pushing. And to me, that's like, okay, you're gonna buy him out. Yeah, I would take him.
15 minutes a night from Kevon Looney.
Yeah, give him your biannual exception of $4 million. Yeah, okay.
I would do that so quick.
Yeah.
He's only 28.
He's 28. Yeah, but he's also
just turned 28.
He's a Mike Brown guy.
Yes.
And so I think like he could have a revitalized career as your backup big and play 15 minutes a night behind Sabonis. And he's shown the ability to not only rebound, but also pass.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
These are things.
Just super high IQ player.
Yeah. So that's one of those moves where I could see the Kings like jumping in and being like, look, this is right for us.
If you want to see something shocking, go watch Kevon Looney college highlights. Dude used to be able to move, bro. Doing little crossovers, little baseline jumpers. It was nuts. And then he had his hip injuries, but no, Kevon Looney is the exact type of player where you're going, in an NBA where you need a big who can stand down there and kind of dole out some punishment and take some, I'd give Kevon Looney 15 minutes a night on any team.
Yeah. It's funny the way that players transfer from college to pro and how they are so much. So, Kevin Durant, I think I'm almost positive in his 1 year at Texas, led the NCAA in scoring and rebounding, right? He was one of the great rebounders.
That sounds right.
Right? You know who the player was before that led the NCAA in rebounding and scoring? And actually, I think he did it 2 years in a row.
Jason Kidd.
Kurt Thomas.
Oh.
You get to the pros and you're like, wait, he led the NCAA in scoring? Like, yeah.
This guy did?
Yeah, Kurt Thomas, like,
crazy.
That's what it was. It's just a different game. And when you get to the pros, so yeah, it doesn't surprise me that there are players out there that make a big difference, that look different on the pro court.
Kevin Durant, 25.8 points, 11.1 boards, shooting 47.3% from the field and 40.4% from three. This is one season in college.
Kurt Thomas, his final year in college,
please,
at Texas Christian.
Yeah.
28.9 points, 14.6 rebounds.
Ridiculous. That's insane. All right. We have to take a break. Second hour coming up. We'll continue to talk about team building. We'll continue talking about the NBA playoffs. All that coming up right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Clear.
Yeah, give me Kurt Thomas right now.
Fighting for my life against this migraine.
Oh, you got a migraine? Do you need something?
I'm trying to fight it off right now.
You need a couple of Tylenol?
I took some.
Okay.
Right before the show.
I've been struggling with like neck and shoulder, but it started giving me a headache bad last night, and I just could not shake it, and so I had to delve in. I don't take heavy stuff. Hi, Katrina Pedic. Santa Rosa. Oh,
Santa Rosa this weekend.
She's getting her hair did. Nice. Somebody asked her if phones are locked today. Big E.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. Phones are unlocked. Yeah, I'm going up to Cooperage Brewing this weekend on Saturday. My guy Tommy has a barbecue business, and he is partnering with Galvin's Eatery. It's a food truck.
Okay.
And they are making, I believe it's brisket tacos with brisket that he made.
Oh, I'm down for that.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, Kurt Thomas was a beast. Texas Christian, TCU, right?
Yep. Yeah. Home of LaDainian Tomlinson, Andy Dalton.
Oh, Red Rocket.
Jahan Dotson? Question mark?
Who's their
Penn State
crazy scorer? They had a crazy scorer.
Oh, in basketball?
Yeah. Oh man. Names that I
Jahan Dotson was Penn State. Who's the kid from on the Chargers that they just drafted. What's his name? Somebody help me. Johnston?
I'm clicking
Desmond Bain.
Players went to TCU. Oh yeah, Scotty Brooks. George McLeod, Kings scouting legend. Lee Nalen. Oh, that was a scorer right there. RJ Nemhard.
The great.
Reggie Smith. Kurt Thomas. Kenrich Williams. And then 3 WNBA players. Sandora Irvin, Anel Molly, and Adrian Ross. Are we back?
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. And when we hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and then we'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. Phone lines are open. 916-909-1320. That is 916-909-1320. That is the Farmer's Dog Talk line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. If you're unfamiliar with how we do calls on this show, we don't have a call screener. It's just me and James. So when you call, it'll either ring until I can pick it up, or I will pick it up and then you will be put on air. There won't be a screener. And if it just rings and rings and rings, hang in there. We'll do our best to get to you.
All right.
Hell yeah. Sammy Ball went to TCU. We got sidetracked by the chatty house in our break.
Okay.
And if you're unfamiliar, at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, we live stream the show there and we hang out through the breaks. There's no commercials. It's just us chit-chatting. And somewhere along I forget how we got to TCU. Oh, you were talking about
Kurt Thomas.
Kurt Thomas. That's right.
All right. Yeah.
And we just started
Wait,
looking
Sammy Baugh went to?
at Sammy Baugh, yeah, TCU,
Really?
according to
The great
according
Sammy
to
Baugh.
Football Reference.
Was he Redskins?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. For the 6th overall pick in the 1937 draft, Bob Lilly, great defensive lineman for the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
In 1961. Ross Blacklock, of course, defensive lineman, plays for the I think he's still with the Texans. Anyways, I'm done with that.
Okay.
Quincy Carter. No, never mind. Not Quincy Carter.
Okay.
Talking about NBA officiating, the NBA playoffs. I want to switch gears briefly because we're talking about the way the Kings may need to change their team building strategy this offseason if the NBA is going to have officials swallow the whistle they did in the second half of this year and as they have in the playoffs, like they do every year in the playoffs. Like everybody goes, playoff basketball is just different. And the difference is, yeah, they don't call as many fouls. But they just started that after the All-Star break this year because Adam Silver was fed up with how many points are being scored.
Mm-hmm.
So, or not how many points are being scored, but just the lack of defense. The ease of buckets, I think, was his larger problem. But I want to shift gears on the team building front a little bit because we've been talking a lot about how the Kings could benefit from the new CBA and the luxury tax rules that now basically penalize teams for being in the first apron or the second apron. There's these new, I'm trying to keep this concise without talking myself into circles. It's really, really tough to keep a very, very expensive team together, a la the Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Where you can't have a team owner who just goes, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to pay the luxury tax. I'm going to get as many good players as I can. I'm going to pay the luxury tax, and we're going to win a championship, and we're going to make it up on the back end with ticket revenue and all that. You can't do that anymore.
No.
And so it's going to change the way I think teams in general are put together. And I heard Logan Murdoch and Raja Bell and Howard Beck talking about this on their podcast, Real Ones.
Profanity-laced
podcast. NSFW podcast, for sure. They call it MF and Mondays, actually.
Yeah.
Just for NSFW pod, but very, very good. I enjoy those guys a lot. Shout out to Logan Murdoch, friend of the show. They mentioned how with the new CBA and the new rules, max contracts may be doled out a lot less often. And I think that's fascinating because I've always wondered when it comes to team building, I think that's a spot that teams get into a lot where I think in the NBA, in the NFL, less so in Major League Baseball because there's no salary cap per se, but you have a player that if you don't pay him at either the top of market or with a max contract, they're going to leave. And they are a very good player. But maybe you look at them and you go, hey, I don't know if this is a max guy. I don't know if this is a top of market guy. But if he walks, you have a tough time explaining that to a fan base. And maybe you have a tough time replacing that player. So you pay Dak Prescott at the time top of market money. You give a max contract to Zach LaVine. Or this offseason, the Clippers are probably going to give a max contract to Paul George. Because they want to keep these guys around. But at the same time, by doing that, they greatly diminish their chances of winning a title. And I'm so interested to see how this plays out over the next 5 or 6 years in the NBA. And if there are guys like a Zach LaVine, I'm picking that caliber of player. Very good player who's probably not a 1A on a title team.
Okay.
Where players look at a guy like Zach LaVine and go, yeah, hey, you're not getting a max here. We'll give you 30 a year, but you're not getting 50 or 60.
That's to me, Kyle, I don't know why it hasn't happened before.
I don't either.
Because we've been watching, like Tobias Harris be overpaid for the last 4 years.
Great one.
Like
yes.
I don't understand why that happened. And well, I guess you do because that's what they had to get to pay to get him.
You can't, right? You couldn't let him walk because you can't necessarily replace him. But now you're tying your own hands by paying him.
Yeah, and so I think that there should be a happy medium. Off air, I told you a story about a player who I had written about, who, I said, well, he's probably looking at max money, but if you wanted to take a little bit less money to help build the team, then you could understand that as well. And I got a phone call from his agent who was angry. And I'm like, oh, okay. Wow. That's what you're going to call me about. You wouldn't call me when I knew that you were signing an extension and you wouldn't confirm it, but you'll call me because you didn't like the way that I phrased something in a piece. Okay. But hey, that's fine. It's an ego thing with the players. They want to be called a max contract guy.
Yes. Yes.
And, I think maybe what we need to have is like a max bubble, right? So there's a max contract that's between $35 and $42 million for a player, and just say, oh, are you going to be a max guy? Yeah, I'm in the max. So then that way they don't, but the problem is that we don't do pocket watching on this show, but like all of their contracts are out there. You can see exactly what they make. And so players, they know what other guys make. They can look around the league and say, hey, I think I'm worth, player X money. It's like, okay. But I do think it's like fundamentally flawed. Like the Kings are going to have to re-up De'Aaron Fox at max money. And there's no way around it. He's going to be a max money player.
Yes.
And the fact that there's going to be a point where you have to pay him $70 or even $80 million in a season, that to me is bonkers. And I get it. Players deserve to make as much as
no doubt
they make.
Yes.
But at the same time, like, how do you build a team when you have 1, 2, 3 of these types of players? In order to win, you need 3 of those guys. Okay.
And
3 players.
And that's where, I wonder at some point with the aprons and stuff, if they do wind up altering the rules or the language a little bit where it doesn't count, or it counts X percentage if it's a player like you drafted and brought in and have developed, because like we talked about with Golden State, it's like, yeah, you drafted Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green. You shouldn't be punished for that down the road. But I do think the product of this is going to be max contracts are only given out to players like MVP caliber guys.
Yeah.
And like you said, teams go, yeah, hey, we're not giving you 80. We'll give you 45. We'll put you there. We'll make sure that you are well taken care of. But man, like, you're not at this level.
You bring up something that I think could be a nuance to the salary cap that needs to be examined. If I would say, if it's your own player and it's in the third contract, a player you drafted and you have developed, and it's in his third contract, I think the NBA should look at the salary different, like as far as for tax purposes. So I could see a way in which, like, to be fair to teams that have built their teams the right way, where you get to a certain point where, hey, if you're entering your third contract and you're paying a guy $60 million, he only counts towards the luxury tax for 20.
Right.
Now he's going to count against the salary cap,
right,
for all of it, but the luxury tax specifically, we're going to give you a break on that backside because you did the right thing, and we want our players to stay where they belong. We want our players to be, lineage players and all that stuff. But if you trade him, then his salary counts fully for anyone else who has him.
right.
Or if he goes and signs somewhere else, okay. But for salary cap, for luxury tax purposes, like, we should want teams like the Warriors to stay together.
Oklahoma City, let's use a current example.
Yes.
You look at Oklahoma City and you go, wow, in 5 years, 6 years, there's no way that team's together because of the constraints of Oklahoma City and their market and all that. Now, if they had a tax structure, a salary structure like you just laid out, then maybe it makes it easier for them.
Yeah.
So
no, I get it. And I mean, the Kings are going to be faced with the same thing. If they try to go out and get a big name player right now to add to this thing, and then they've got to pay Keegan Murray, and you're paying Fox and Keegan Murray and Sabonis and this other player X, and they're all making this gigantic. You're going to be way over the luxury tax.
Yeah.
And that's whether you sign Malik Monk or not, you're still going to hit it.
Yeah.
And so at some point, like if it's your players and if it's a third contract, that's where I would say, hey, like, look, third, fourth contract. If we want teams, we want players to stay where they're supposed to be, where they can finish their career in one spot. That's how you could fix it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm right there with you, man. So I'm fascinated to see how team building changes in the NBA over the next couple of years. All right, we've got good idea or bad idea coming up next. 3 headlines, 3 things going on in the sports world, and whether those things are good ideas or bad ideas. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's Sports. Clear.
What's going on, everybody?
What up, gang? I'm diving deep on obscure colleges. That have had players go to the NFL. Oh, Contra Costa Junior College. Hell yeah.
Wow.
Shout out to LC Joyner, 49ers legend. 21st round pick in 1956.
What college?
Contra Costa Junior College.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was thinking Ricky Menard was TCU, but he wasn't. He was Morehead State.
Oh.
Obscure colleges.
Morehead State was played for the Nuggets. Kenneth Faried. And Kenneth Faried was Morehead State. You gotta Google it.
Xavier Moon is from Morehead State.
Phil Simms a Morehead State guy?
Really?
Is that right?
Morehead State.
Fascinating.
Wow.
Do you know what college has the most players ever to go to the NFL?
College?
Yeah.
Football?
Yeah.
It's got to be Notre Dame.
It is Notre Dame.
Florida State has got to be up there.
Florida
Penn State has got to be up there.
Hang on. Florida State is 16. Penn State is 4.
Oh, Florida.
Florida is 12.
Okay. USC.
Number 2.
UCLA.
Number 10.
Okay. Probably keep this going. Tennessee.
Tennessee, number 9.
Okay.
You're missing a very, very obvious.
Georgia and Alabama.
Georgia and Alabama. Georgia's 11, Alabama's 8.
Missing a big one.
2 big ones, actually.
Oh, Ohio State.
Number 3.
The Ohio State. Nebraska.
Nebraska, 13.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, hang on. I've been lying to you. I'm on games played in the NFL, not number of players. Now I'm back on number of players.
Okay. I don't know. What's the big team I'm missing?
Miami.
Oh.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Caller, thanks for hanging out. We will get to you in a second. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What's funny?
I just found a player name that's just ridiculous. So
Oh, lay it on us.
no.
Pause.
Because it would be a pause name.
Right.
This is a guy who went to Morehead State.
Stop.
Dave Haverdick.
No chance.
Yes.
No chance.
Yes. A defensive tackle from 1970 for the Detroit Lions.
Incredible. All right. Before we get to, we got a caller here before we get to good idea or bad idea. Caller, you're on. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Man, it's your boy TC. Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
TC, what's up, bro? What do you got for us?
Hey, now let's check it out, Ham. Hey, Kyle. Hey, it's like this. If with the I'm gonna keep it simple. With the 13th pick, in my opinion, bro, if we're not swinging right for like BI, obviously Paul George is opting out, and I mean, in my opinion, I think that might be the move. I mean, if Monty go after Paul and go after BA, the big names. But if we stay pat at 13, bro, I'm ready to take the kid out of Tennessee, Dalton, the wing that can shoot lights out, and he's a dog on defense. We need wing help. I know everybody's like, nah, we're not win now. Well, bro, he's like 24. He's an older player. He can come in and win now. Plus, we need wing depth help. So that dude to help us out. Other than Kobe Jones and Slauson, bro, we really don't have no youth. That dude is fit in nice, bro, with what we have going on and add other pieces with that. I'm just saying if we stay pat at 13, I'm picking him, bro, in my opinion.
Perfect. Thanks, TC. Appreciate you. Yeah, Dalton Connect feels like a very Kingsy pick if they stay at number 13.
Yeah, if they stay at 13. I mean, he's 23 right now. He'll be 23 at the time of draft. 6'6", 213. He can shoot it 39.7% from three, 21.7 points per game. Decent rebounder. I don't know. Maybe. But
it's like, but what are you expecting from a rookie in year one who's not a top 5 pick?
Well, I think that Dalton Connect maybe can step on the court in year one and play 12 to 15 minutes.
Right, exactly.
Maybe.
Maybe. We talk about this all the time. There's 2 types of players that we're looking at for the Kings. Yeah, hey, this guy can help their bench depth.
Yep.
And hey, this guy is going to help them get to that next level.
Yeah, so that's the tough thing because I know who the Kings like to draft.
Mm-hmm.
They like to draft Dalton Connect. That's the type.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for mature players who can step in because it's a quality that I respect. They like to know what they know about a player. They don't like to like pontificate on who someone could become.
Mm-hmm.
And so like for me, would I draft Ron Holland, who's less than 19 years old on draft night, who averaged, a bunch of points for the G League Ignite, who's a small forward, power forward, but really raw and has all kinds of problems as far as like, he shoots 24% from three. But yeah, that's who I would take. I would take Ron Holland and see if I can develop into something great. But I also respect drafting a player and thinking he can be a rotational player.
Sure. And
whether you love Davion Mitchell or not, at the number 9 pick, they found a guy who's been in the rotation for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, with a team that's growing and has made the playoffs once and postseason once, he is a player so I get it.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll talk a ton about the draft coming up through this month and into June, of course. Plenty of Sacramento Kings draft talk right here on ESPN 1320. Let's get to good idea or bad idea, though. 3 headlines, 3 things going on in the world of sports, and we say whether it's a good idea or bad idea. We're going to start in Denver, where Jamal Murray started throwing things onto the court last night because his team was getting punched repeatedly in the mouth, and he was frustrated. Is this a good or bad idea on Jamal Murray's part, James?
I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah,
I've been in, there are 2 situations that I've been in the arena for. Number 1, I've talked about Austin Rivers throwing the seat cushion, almost killed me and Sam Amick with the seat cushion. We ducked. The guy behind us in the front row ducked, and it hit a lady right in the face.
Brutal.
Knocked her contacts lenses out. She was an attorney. Cornea, scratched her corneas. Yeah, It was not a good idea, right? The second was, I think it was Yusuf Nurkic chucked his mouthpiece into the stands, which became this really weird moment because somebody sees it, finds it, grabs it, holds it up in the air victorious. I found the mouthpiece.
I'm not touching it, dog.
I'm not touching it either. Yeah, no, that's his mouthpiece. So
that was in his mouth.
You don't throw things into the stands and you don't throw things onto the court because that could have ended very, very poorly. Someone could have stepped on it, slipped.
Yeah.
And then where are we at?
He didn't do it at a timeout.
No,
He
it was in
didn't-
the middle of the court. All of a sudden,
Wild stuff was good. Wild things were happening.
that was crazy.
Ridiculous, dude. Just, I would be shocked. I don't want to say shocked because he's a star and the Nuggets are going into a game 3 where they need him. I would be surprised, a little surprised, if he didn't get suspended.
$50,000 fine at a minimum, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was
They're
like
probably not going to suspend him though, but
unacceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they suspended Draymond Green in the middle of the playoff
Jamal
series.
Murray's a lot more important than
No.
Draymond Green. With all due respect. Number 2, Rudy Gobert missed game 2 last night for the birth of his first son. Good idea or bad idea?
Oh, it's a good idea.
It's a great idea. It's the best idea.
It is because that's like your basketball career lasts a certain amount of time. And,
Yes.
and your team picked you up.
Yes.
But also, that's a first-time event, and it's an amazing event, and you should be there for it.
It's the only job where people question if you should take the day off for this. There are people who are like, no, you got to play. That's insane.
You know.
Can you imagine your boss being like, no, hey, you can't be there for the birth of your child. You have a meeting. Like, no, John can pick it up for me. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, no, that's why you have Naz Reid. That's why you
Exactly.
have other good players.
Yep.
And so if Rudy Gobert has to be absent for some reason, particularly the birth of his child, he gets to go.
Yeah, and I think
Because it's life.
that the team did him a solid by winning game 1,
Yes.
and they took the pressure off because I could have seen him being like, okay, I probably need to go to the birth and then race to the arena.
Mhm.
But because they had already, the season had already started, the series had already started.
Sure had. Great point.
You had to get there. And I will also tell you, I'll remind you, May 8th, 2003, the birth of my first son,
Right.
which is we're 1 day away from my oldest turning 21.
21 years old.
You know what happened on that day? Chris Webber took a bad step against the Dallas Mavericks and blew out his knee in the playoffs while I was sitting in a hospital room holding my son. He blew out his knee, and the Kings dynasty attempted dynasty was basically over right then. The day my son was born, I was watching on a 13-inch television in the corner of a room
dude.
in a very uncomfortable chair.
Brutal.
Yeah.
So bad. Yeah. Shout out to Rudy Gobert. Very happy for the Gobert family. Number 3, Reggie Miller is on the call for Knicks Pacers at Madison Square Garden on Wednesday night. Reggie Miller, one of the all-time great villains in New York Knicks history, for his 6 points or 8 points in 13 seconds.
9 points.
9
points in 7 seconds. Is that what it is? There's a website named after this.
Anyways, he's already talking trash to Knicks fans. Like the boogeyman is coming. Good idea or bad idea by Reggie Miller?
I love this. 9 points, 8 seconds. That's what
9 and 8. That's it.
9 and 8.
It adds up to 17.
I'm here for it. I don't know. Like I love it.
This is it is all entertainment, right?
It is. I want him and Spike Lee yelling at each other.
1,000% mid-game.
Mid-game.
Just cut off Kevin Harlan and let Reggie Miller and Spike Lee talk trash. I'm in there.
I want Ben Stiller officiating it. and like,
Sure.
Let's go.
Sure. Chris Rock can be there too.
Yeah, he can be there.
I mean, I want Reggie Miller to lean into this. And I was a little bit concerned because it was Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy last night. And on the call for TNT. I'm like, are they really going to not let Reggie freaking Miller call Pacers Knicks? Like, what are they thinking? Well, he's on game 2. And I can't wait, dude. I hope he leans in as hard as humanly possible. I typically don't love when an announcer is a homer during a game, but if Reggie Miller wants to openly root for the Pacers, I'm in. I love this angle of this series where there's that historical matchup. It's like the 8th time they've met up in the playoffs. These two teams in the 6th, they did it 6 times just in the 90s. I mean, I love this. I love that they're putting Reggie Miller on the broadcast. I love that he's already chirping, and I hope fans chirp back. This is a great idea by Reggie Miller. Really, really great job of understanding the moment.
Yeah.
And understanding his place in this moment, because it's all anybody talked about last night. Reggie Miller's name came up 50 times last night.
That's right.
He's already involved. Now he gets to be there. I can't wait.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So excited.
8 points in 9 seconds.
8 in 9.
8 and 9.
8 in 9. I'll never forget it now. All right. More NBA playoff action tonight. The Cavs and Celtics, Mavs and OKC. They open their series. We will take a look at those series, especially knowing what we know now. With the Timberwolves being all over the Nuggets, does that mean we have to change the way we're viewing these other series? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320. Plus, D'Lo will be in here for the handoff. D'Lo of D'Lo and KC with D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. But more insiders first, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Yeah, there's it used to be a True Hoop blog, 8 points in 9 seconds. And now it's part of Fansided. I can't believe that guy's name.
Thanks, Taz.
I mean, seriously.
It's a little bit in there. You go. That's just ridiculous. Just totally outrageous. Oh, what up, bro? Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, I get you, TC. I just I need this team to concentrate on athletic dudes with like a wingspan to height ratio of like +8. Like a guy with a 6'7" guy with a 7'3" wingspan. Like that's what this team needs. Or 6'8". Yeah, I have a lot of tabs open. I also, for people who hate this, I have 70,966 unread emails.
Oh my God.
70,000.
Oh my God. All right. Here's what we're doing the rest of the show. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, put everything on hold. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs in a second. We'll have the handoff with Damian Barling coming up in about 15 minutes. And want to remind everybody that tonight, Dallas and Oklahoma City, we'll talk about that game here in a bit, but we're also going to be broadcasting that game right here on ESPN 1320. 6 o'clock coverage begins game 1 between the Mavericks and the Thunder. Okay, we'll talk about all that in a second. You said something during the break, and people who aren't in the chatty house and aren't watching on YouTube and Twitch, we will let you in on what James just said. James has a million tabs open, which is fine. A lot of people work like that, and I understand. I get it. I don't have any beef with people who work with a bunch of tabs open on their computer. Can you read the number of unread emails you have again, please?
I have 30 tabs open right now.
That's not that bad. That's not like that's a lot, but
oh, it's gone up. I have 70,967 unread emails. Multiple inboxes, multiple emails, like all tied up together. But yeah, that many. I have like an old email that
71,000 unread emails, bro.
Yeah, I'm 33 away from 71,000. Yeah.
What? Why? Delete them.
Well, yeah, but then that takes me time to go and delete them.
Yeah. What do you?
I don't read every single email that comes through.
Right. So just delete them.
Well, I understand that.
What
but
are you doing?
That takes me time to go and delete them and reset everything.
What are you doing on a weekend where you can't just sit there on your phone and just start
delete?
Just start select or in your computer, however you want to do it. If you have Gmail, you can just select all, and it'll be like select 71,000 conversations. Like, yup.
What if I delete something that's important? So then
that's why you select all, and then you scroll through and you unclick the important ones because there are going to be way fewer important ones than unimportant ones.
Well,
you could, we could sit down. I could have that done for you in half an hour, if that.
It's a lot, so people can see. I'm not lying.
Oh my God, it's gonna make me vomit. 71,000 unread emails.
71,000.
Unsubscribe
It happens.
to something.
I don't know what it is. But like it takes forever, and like I just don't. Every once in a while, like every 5 years, I'll go through and reset. I don't know what my largest total ever is, but that's a lot.
I'm stressing out right now because I have 25 unread emails
Total. 25
on 2 accounts.
Oh no.
I gotta. I'm probably gonna figure this out right now and start deleting emails as we speak. Anyways, I'm not gonna do all that.
71,000. Like, where do you even start, Kyle?
It stresses me out.
I'm not gonna delete them all.
Yeah. Yes. Select all and scroll through and uncheck the ones you don't need or the ones you do need. I'm going to. Dave Garcia in the chatty house said, careful around this psychopath. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Like if I was watching a Netflix true crime documentary and they were like, the guy who did it had more than 70,000 unread emails, I'd be like, tracks. Yeah. They should have known. Anyways.
Yeah. See, sort by sender. I've done that.
That's a great call.
Like you sort by sender and then you just start deleting en masse. Like I do that on occasion and it takes forever.
So wait, hang on. So are people, there are more, Katrina also in the chatty house apparently has more unread emails than you.
What? That's right.
People just live like this?
That's right.
What's wrong with you people?
I don't have any unread text messages. I look at all my text messages.
That's great. There are people who I've listened to on podcasts who talk about how they have like 500 unread texts.
Oh no.
Dog, that is nuts. And I understand if you're a famous person who, especially if you're in media and you're getting hit up for media all the time, I imagine a lot of those just, you're like, yeah. When you see some number that's not saved in your phone and it's like, hey, this is Kyle with ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. You're like, yeah, I'm not reading that.
I'm not reading that.
I get it. I get that. 71,000 unread emails. This is insane. Zabo said he's got 40,000. How do you I don't know how you exist. How do you not look at your phone and stress?
Well, I don't even care.
I just, dude, like I said, I've got this little 20. I have 28 notifications. I have a what do you call like a group of apps together in a group called productivity. So it's like my work related things. And when my phone is on its home screen, it just says 28 in the top right corner because I have 4 notifications from one app, 1 from another, and 23 from my email. Those are going to get cleared up before I go home today. Because it just,
see, to me, that's psychotic. That's neurotic.
Digits.
That's like
5 digits.
Facts.
Man.
Oh man, Dave Garcia, you have 275 unread texts? Oh wow.
I would like, you know what? No, I don't want to meddle because I'm just doing the normal thing.
No, I don't think it's normal.
I don't want to meddle for doing what people should be doing.
I don't think it's normal.
Jalen in the chatty house, 400 and counting on Outlook. Clear it out now.
It's a slippery slope, Jalen.
I was going to say.
You too could be at 71,000 very soon.
That makes sense, man.
I think it's funny. Like, as we've been here, like, I will start amassing more emails.
I know.
Just saying.
I don't want to see you get to 6 figures. Like, if you're going to commit to the bit, commit all the way.
Well, I mean, it probably won't take that long. I wonder what will happen. If it will just, like, the little red line will get wider.
Yeah, it probably.
I don't know if it can support
if it
that.
Just says 100K.
Yeah, because it's almost to the point where it's.
I wonder if it goes like
100K plus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out.
Hey, everybody start emailing James.
It's like your the odometer on your car. You broke 250, right?
I broke 260, bro.
260.
I'm cruising.
Oh yeah.
I've got some significant repairs needed.
Oh no.
So we'll see how much longer she lasts.
Got a little rattle in it.
Yeah, a little. No, not.
All right.
Not quite a rattle, but we're
amazing.
We're looking into it. We're looking into a different vehicle than what I currently have.
All right.
916-909-1320, 1320. That's the number that you can call to join the program. It's also the number of unread emails that James Ham has. NBA playoffs tonight. Cavs at Celtics. We don't have that game on ESPN 1320. We do have Dallas and OKC, but let's talk about Cavs Celtics for a second. Do you give the Cavs any chance in this series?
Yeah, I say Cavs in 5 because that's what this entire playoffs looks like. Like, we have no idea. Like,
We got nothing for you.
I would like to tell you that I know what's going to happen. I did not expect Denver to go down 2-2.
Yeah,
I didn't expect that at all.
sure.
And I didn't expect Indiana to hang with the Knicks like they did. And very well could have won that game if it wasn't for some, crazy calls down the stretch. So, like, look, I think we've got, like, a bunch of good teams left in the playoffs. And I kind of want to see how these games play out before I make any rash judgment. Because, like, the Celtics, how will they deal with adversity? Because we're watching how the Denver Nuggets deal with adversity, and they're folding up like a cheap tent. Like, it's just what is happening. Michael Malone losing his mind, Jamal Murray losing his mind,
Crazy.
Nikola Jokic disappearing.
Yeah.
Like, we're watching like a team completely implode. What will happen if for some reason the Cavs come out and Donovan Mitchell gets hot and goes for 50 and Jared Allen comes back and plays and they're just like unstoppable?
I don't think they'd be unstoppable, but this is my one hang up because I don't believe in the Cavs. I don't.
Okay.
But it mostly because of how we saw the Magic put them in a meat grinder for 7 games, particularly their offense. The Celtics are even more talented defensively than the Magic are. So that's going to be a problem for the Cavaliers, just finding buckets.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the Celtics are going to win the series probably in 5 games.
Oh, no, I think so too.
But on the other hand, everything you just said, the Celtics are not above a sleepwalk through game 1. Oh, down 0-1. Okay, respond in game 2. It's tied up at a game apiece. All right, we got a handle in the series. Okay, now let's go to Indiana. We'll take care of it. Oh, got popped in the mouth in game 3. Now it's 2-1. It just, or, hey, you won game 3. You're up 2-1. Okay, we're cruising now. Oh, popped in the mouth in game 4. Now we're tied up going back to Boston. Like, if I would bet on the Celtics in 5.
Yeah, I would too. I would
But
even.
if you
I would
came
even
from
bet
the
on
future,
them in 4.
But if you came from the future and went, yeah, this thing was tied up at 2 apiece going back to Boston, be like, sure.
Why
of
not?
Of course it was.
Why not?
Until the Celtics showed me something in that series against the Heat, where they won game 1. The Heat got hot in game 2 from 3, and they win that game. But then the Celtics came out and just really took care of business. Did not give the Heat any life in the final 3 games of those series. That was great. Showed me something. Shout out to the Celtics. Now you got to do it again. And I think if they come out, they're going to really set a tone. I think in the first half of this series, or the first half of tonight's game, if they go up 20 in the first half, I think it's a sign that they're going to sweep or win in 5. But if they're sitting there at the half down or up 4, then I'll have some concerns. They're just so substantially better than Cleveland. And I don't think Cleveland's that good. I don't think Cleveland probably should have gotten past Orlando.
Yeah.
Orlando just had never been there before.
Man, that's fair. That's fair. I would say too, like the Cavs, once you get past Donovan, like everybody else is just struggling to like elevate their game to a point where you just feel that confidence in them. But they do still have one of the better players in that series. My problem with them though is that the Celtics can throw Jrue Holiday at them. They can throw Jalen Brown,
Jason Tatum.
Yeah, they have a whole lot of different looks that they can. Derek White White can lock him.
Derek White's a tremendous defender.
Yeah, tremendous defender. And like their starting backcourt for the Cavs is basically their entire offense. And you have 2 of the best defenders, perimeter defending guards in the game.
And do you trust Darius Garland? I don't.
No, I don't. I don't.
I to put a team on his back and, oh, hey, Donovan Mitchell's getting locked up. Let me take this game. I just don't. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
So that's where, I mean, like we said, maybe the Celtics come out flat in a couple of these games and it's way more interesting than it needs to be. But I just think they're going to roll these dudes. I don't think it's going to be close at all.
That makes sense.
Mavs at Oklahoma City, or Mavs at Thunder tonight. 6:00 coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320.
Paycom Center. That's what their name is now.
The Paycom Center.
I think the Paycom Arena. Paycom.
What's the Chesapeake Arena then?
Well, it was.
Oh,
It's now
okay.
Paycom Center. It used to be the Chesapeake. It was way longer than that. It was ridiculous. It was like the what was it? Talking Stick, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever arena
In Arizona.
Yeah.
Also Gila River.
Now it just keeps changing. Yeah, like all of them keep changing. I don't like the Vivint home, whatever solar arena. They've narrowed it down. It's smaller now. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
The Mavericks are playing at the Thunder tonight. The Timberwolves series against the Nuggets.
Mhm.
Has that changed your mind at all? Because you were very wary about Oklahoma City going into this series against the Mavericks. Not that they couldn't win it, but you would lean Mavs because of playoff experience. Are you still leaning that way after seeing the way that the Timberwolves have gone in and played against Denver?
Maybe. I think it's a coin flip series. Like, I think, again, one of them is a number 1 versus a number 4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love the Mavs, but the Mavs have the superstars. And, in standard NBA, the superstars always get the calls.
Yeah.
And so I think it's going to be tough. But I like some of the defenders that they have to throw at, I'll scratch it. I like who they have to throw at Shea. At Luka,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think they have anyone that can defend Kyrie. And so that I think will be a problem. Like Josh Giddey cannot hang. I mean, we've seen what De'Aaron Fox does to that team.
Yeah.
And like Kyrie's going to dice them up. But I think Lou Dort is going to be a whole lot of fun. Jalen Williams against Luka. Like that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
Even Shea.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just dramatically overestimating Oklahoma City's first round series. I thought they were going to have a tougher time than they did against the Pelicans. But granted, that was a shorthanded Pelicans team that didn't have Zion. So I get all that, but I look at the Mavs and I look at Luka and Kyrie. Okay, that's great. But after that, I don't know. I'm stuck.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Because I loved the way Oklahoma City played in round 1. But Luka and Kyrie are 2 of the 3 best players in the series. All due respect to Chet Holmgren.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, Chet Holmgren, what he can do defensively in terms of altering shots at the rim, in terms of blocking shots, maybe that eliminates some of what Kyrie is doing when he gets in the lane, when he gets in the paint. Maybe it's eliminating some of those lobs that they get to Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively. Maybe Chet Holmgren can swing the series in that way, but at the same time, I always say at the end of the day in a series, a lot of it comes down to who has the best player on the court, and on a night in, night out basis, that might just be the Mavs.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that they're gonna have the best 2 players on the court on most games. I mean, I think Shea is like he's gonna do his thing, but that doesn't mean I don't always feel like the way that he scores and stuff is like the most detrimental to your opponent. Like when Luka starts hitting like fall away like 32 footers off
just
1 foot while somebody's fouling him.
Yeah.
Like those are devastating. When he when Kyrie when he starts getting hot where nothing touches the rim,
insane.
It is. It's like backbreaking. And I think when a player draws like 17 fouls, that's just not, you're like, okay, I guess we all get to take a breather here.
Yeah.
We're frustrated. We wish we didn't have all these fouls, but I'm not going to say he's like unstoppable. It's just, we got to figure out how to not foul. And if the game is called like it has been in the playoffs, then he's not going to foul grift his way to an extra 15 or 16 points.
Sure. It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up at noon. Are you a fan of how the postseason has been officiated in the NBA?
Is it that different than the way that the season was officiated
No.
since February. Like, so no.
I think it's great.
I wasn't a fan of the mid-season switch. Like, it's great if you're Adam Silver or whoever, and you want to, or it doesn't sound like it was Adam Silver. It sounded like it was either other owners or coaches or players, or maybe a collection. Maybe it was the media. Maybe it was Brian Windhurst. I don't know, but it was people complaining about the amount of points and things being too easy on the offense and too difficult for the defense. I think that's a tough thing to ask your entire league to adjust to in the middle of the season. Like, that's what, I'm sure you could, I bet there was an increase in technicals with people asking like, hey, what the hell that's a foul. Well, that was a foul in January. It's not a foul in February. Like, that's tough, but that's always been the line about the playoffs. And even De'Aaron was talking about that last year. He said they let you get away with more in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, all right, I don't have a problem with it. I had a problem with it in February. Is if you're be consistent with it throughout the playoffs, figure out what you're going to do in the offseason. But yeah, I don't really have a problem with it.
Yeah, I was telling Kyle
there are
earlier,
far bigger other officiating problems than ticky-tack fouls.
Yeah, I was telling Kyle earlier, I feel like even the officials are struggling with it. Like, because we watched what happened last night where, again, I think the way that the action was so fast in that game, Michael Malone lost his cool. He lost his cool about the play before when Karl Anthony Towns just absolutely ran over Jamal Murray. And like, it was a blatant offensive foul. No question. He lowered his shoulder. He ran over a smaller player and went in for a basket.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, okay. And then the way Michael Malone goes crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're watching it. It's like staring, like the camera's right over the shoulder while Michael Malone is dropping F-bomb after F-bomb. He didn't even get a tech.
And Mark Davis lied to us.
He came all the way out onto the court.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Mark Davis, the pool, and I'm so glad that you explained to us how the pool reporter thing works, because it's fascinating. And for those that don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, there's one reporter who's allowed to ask. He's a designated reporter, and the questions are prepared in advance for the official. It
triggers, and then I'm given a question from another reporter, and I'm allowed one follow-up, but it has to be within the scope of the same exact thing.
And I don't know who dictates this, if it's the official or whoever, but there was occasions, and I think last night was an occasion where they'll answer more than one follow-up. But last night, it was asked in that game, why didn't Michael Malone's trigger a technical foul? Why didn't that reaction trigger a technical foul? And I think it was Mark Davis. I think that's who it was. I could be wrong. He might not have been the chief official, but I feel like he was talking to Mark Davis. Michael Malone was talking to Mark Davis. And the official said, well, even though Coach Malone was really animated, he didn't say anything that would trigger a technical foul.
They had to
go. You can see on camera what he's saying.
They went to commercial because of it. He was saying it was F.
Reading that pool report was wild. Like, if that doesn't trigger a technical foul, what does? Like, he got in your face like he was ready to fight. Yeah, that was wild.
He didn't say anything that rose to the level of meet the Grams, so we just kind of let him roll.
Not. Yeah, I guess not.
So there was, I'm just going to tell you guys this outwardly, and then we can move forward. There was an extra break added to our show that I did not notice. So I'm currently building this. So we're going to have to get out a little bit early.
Why was that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I've got to find out after. I thought maybe it was my mistake.
Bonus break.
But I did not, I didn't do anything wrong. So
you know what we need? More commercials. That's fine. No problem.
So that's what, so we're going to have to get out a little bit early here.
Okay.
James has 71,000 unread emails.
Oh, James, that's not. See, I couldn't handle that.
Insane.
Like, I couldn't do that. I'm not one of those people. I don't like 3 unread email. I just would rather go and delete it.
Yeah.
Hey, respond to this to save your life. There's like 10 of these. Just delete. Get off. I don't
respond
care.
to this many? No. I'll die then.
Just okay. It's gotten out of control. There's 40 in there. I got to get rid of them. I can't deal with that.
I'm at 25
And I
right
can't
now,
deal
and
with the
it's
people
stressing me
who
out.
don't read their text messages either.
Well, I read those.
Like,
Dave Garcia said he's got like 280 unread texts.
I believe it.
That's nuts.
I believe it. Dave's a busy man,
Well,
but still,
yeah, but
that'd drive me crazy.
just click on it then.
Yeah. Or block the person. Like, do something.
Yeah.
Just living out there in space. Goodness gracious.
The Mavericks and Thunder play tonight. Coverage begins at 6:00 right here on ESPN 1320. Leading you into that, though, D'Lo and Casey, what do you guys got coming up?
Trysta Krick at 2:00. Jason Jones at 3:20. Always really fun conversations with both of them, NBA wise. Obviously, with Jason, we'll get his thoughts on Darvin Ham being fired and what's next for him. We'll talk all NBA. And then, of course, he's the culture writer at The Athletic, so I'm sure he has quite a bit to say about what happened this weekend, though he is a smidge bit of an impartial judge in all of this.
Little bit. Small bit.
Yeah, his son's name's Kendrick, so we're just going to we'll have to, keep that in mind.
Oh, that's coming up next on D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Appreciate y'all. See you guys.
think it's the one by the thermostat. I think that's the one that's off. Oh, shit. There it is. What's up, guys?
Yep. What up?
The boogeyman. Damn, Jesse ain't even say hi to us. Whatever, man.
It's game day.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Where y'all at? One more time for the good times. Y'all know what it is. Welcome in here to the Tuesday, May 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we're happy that you're here with us. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, shout out to those listening on the Odyssey app, on the TuneIn app, and shout out to the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, hanging out with us across our streaming platforms of YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Big ups to Jason A. Mattress. Big up to David Mattress King Jackson. Big ups to the Mattress Connection, and big ups to Drew Mattress Down.
Come on, man. I'm with it. Hey. Wait till y'all see what we got for you next. Oh, we cooking.
Oh, and I can't forget Johnny G by Matthews Mattress.
Yeah, boy. We love y'all for that, man. We love y'all for that. Yes, indeed. Matthews Mattress going to be with us here for a little while, as is Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Took two games from the Denver Nuggets. They lead the series. Man,
there's nothing fluky about it.
Man,
they're beating their ass.
Man, I'm sorry, Rudy Gobert was unavailable last night. You had the guy who might be named Defensive Player of the Year tonight.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's either him or Wemby, right?
Yeah, I could definitely see.
I feel like there might be some people pulling for that Wemby history.
Yeah,
but you know,
and look, if we're being real, I mean, it should be Wemby. Like that doesn't mean it's not a knock on Rudy Gobert or whatever, but Wemby. This is the first of like 6 straight.
Well,
like he's that.
If Wemby, if Wemby wins the award, just shut it down. If he doesn't, Rudy Gobert enjoy it because it's the last player not named Victor Wembanyama who's going to win it for a very long time.
This might be his worst defensive season he's going to have.
It's almost certainly the worst season a team with Victor Wembanyama on it is going to have.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, Victor Wembanyama, as we look at like defensive metrics and stuff like that, his rookie season is probably going to be the worst.
No doubt.
And if he wins it in his worst defensive season, which is a award-winning type year,
it's very possible.
Like you said, just forget about it. Like 6-7 years, like he can go his whole career if he wants to.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these.
Why doesn't he try that? Like, hey, set a goal for yourself. See if I can win it every year.
I wonder if they'll get to the point where we just can't give it to him anymore. This is ridiculous.
We know he's averaging 6 blocks a game, but we can't give it to him.
They're going to go back to giving it to the guards again.
No, he averaged 5.5 blocks a game, but he's won it 5 times in a row. We can't give it to him.
We can't give it to Wemby again. Give it to De'Aaron Fox. All right, that'll be fine with me.
Oh, this could get crazy, man.
That'll be fine with me.
This is crazy. I told the Brody, I think this is what you're talking about. This is Vic and Ant's league if they want it.
Yeah.
This is their league if they want it.
No doubt about it.
Anthony Edwards, I thought about this.
No doubt about it.
I have been thinking about this. I don't feel like it's hot takey. I want to talk to you guys.
Let's talk to it. Let's talk to it.
And we can talk. Is this the best player to enter the league since LeBron James? Potentially. You've got
Wemby?
Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards. You've got KD and Steph ended up being.
You mean as he progresses, as his growth, as he ascends?
I'm looking at him like.
Oh, sure.
I'm looking at him like, yo, this is.
Sure. Yeah,
this
yeah.
is his league. We said that about KD.
Yeah,
we said that about Steph. They were after LeBron. That's all.
But no, but none of that's true though. KD, it was, but that was like 16, 17, 18 years ago, 17 years ago. KD been in the league a long time. Steph, with all due respect, that's not what happened to Steph.
Right.
Steph came in. It was like, oh, Steph's good. Steph signed. In sports terms, he signed a very reasonable contract. And the very next year became the greatest shooter we've ever seen. And from there, he ascended to being what he is now. It's not what Anthony Edwards did. It's not what LeBron James did. It's not what Kevin Durant did. Steph is in his own like category of like acceleration in the league. Him and Giannis are kind of in similar.
Yeah, I see you.
Similar. Categories in terms of the way that they ascended. But Ant-Man and KD and Bron, sure, absolutely.
And you're right, because
2 number 1 picks and a number 2.
LeBron, obviously the first year, it was like, yo, LeBron's that dude. But then he makes the playoffs for the first time. You're like, no,
is that
this
third
is
year?
his career. I think so.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is his league.
Yeah.
Like it's over.
Yeah.
KD, I don't think we got that feeling this early.
No, I don't think so either. I think it was man, there were concerns.
Then they beat the Mavs or something, or like in a playoff series, maybe 5-6 years into his career, where it's the one where who did he dunk over? I can't remember. He dunked over somebody crazy. And that's when he's like, yo, KD's not that now he's good. It's just that this guy's unstoppable. But that was like probably, I'd have to look, but probably like 5-6 years into his career.
Yeah.
Ant-Man was his 4th year, 3rd year?
I don't know.
I think it's his 4th.
It's a time warp. Was it 2021?
Yeah. 2020 draft.
Oh, it was the 2020 draft.
So 2021.
Oh, that was because that was the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors draft.
So this is 4th year, I'm pretty sure.
What about Ja? Was Ja up there?
Ja not Ant.
No?
Yeah, Ja not Ant. Like Ja was exciting, but it wasn't like it's his league.
You know who you could probably compare Ja to is KD. Because KD reached a level of he might be the best player in the world, as the years really accumulated. Obviously, Ja hasn't hit that category. He's still very young. He still has time to hit that category. But he hit an ascension where it's like, man, Ja, when you talk about the top players in the league, yeah, man, Ja's up there. Ja's up there. But Anthony Edwards now this is the loudest discussion we've ever heard about the next face of the league. And part of that, I think, is because the inevitability of the LeBron/Steph era coming to a close it's inevitable. It's right there in front of us. Doesn't mean it's happening next year. It means it's happening in the coming years. You can start to visualize the league without those two.
Yeah.
Because how old they are. What'd you find?
No, I'm just chuckling. Oh man, I forgot. Or I just get my years mixed up. It was jumbled together in 08, 09, 10, all this other stuff because I was moving. I moved to LA. Maybe the years just getting jumbled together. Okay, Lake Show. That's not necessary. It had nothing to do with anything. Kevin Durant in his 3rd season, he averaged 30.1 points per game. He was number 2 in MVP.
That was his 3rd year? Was that the first year of the Thunder or the second? He played 1 year with Seattle, right?
Second
Just
year
one.
of the Thunder.
Wow.
In his second season, first year with the Thunder, he averaged 25 points.
What year is that? 10?
The one where he averaged 30
Yeah.
was 2009, 2010. I guess I just forgot. I'll tell you, I forgot. Prisoner of the moment.
What was
maybe,
10? That was
whatever.
the formation of the Heatles, right? The summer of 2010.
Yeah. Now, so 10, I think they lost to the Lakers in the first round. I remember that's when Paul Gasol hit the shot with like 0.3 seconds to go to eliminate him in OKC. The next year, I think they went to the finals.
Okay.
correct?
Played the Heat. Yeah, that would make
10,
sense because
11.
they played the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
The second year of the Heat, because of the first year it was Dallas. The second year it was Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
You're right.
And the third and fourth year it was San Antonio.
So at 22 years old, he was averaging 27.7 points per game, and his team was in the NBA Finals.
So that's what I forgot, is that he got to the finals that quickly. I thought that was year what? 4? I thought that was year like 6 or 7.
Me too. Me too.
Wow.
Okay, so maybe Anna's the second.
Wow.
since LeBron, but it's still the same.
You think Ant could lead the league in scoring
if he wants to? I think Anthony Edwards is unguardable. I don't
Well,
know
he showed
anybody that can guard. There's no matchup for him.
Ant-Man hit a Kyrie level of difficulty shot last night and didn't seem to be like moved by it. Like,
this is what he does.
That's what I do.
It's what he does. I remember we was talking to James yesterday about the series, and he was like, "This is where they miss Bruce Brown," talking about the Nuggets. And I'm not saying James is wrong at all. I'm just saying Bruce Brown will get cooked by Ant Edwards. Like Bruce Brown ain't got nothing for Anthony Edwards.
Well, it's funny how the dialogue is changing too about the Denver Nuggets. Like now, all of a sudden, they're really missing this or they're really missing that.
Well,
like, you know, we have an expectation of winning when we take the floor. We got championship confidence. Michael Malone, don't let any of this. Don't let Kendrick Lamar and Drake distract you from the fact that Nikola Jokic and Michael Malone were talking big tough just a week ago. Just a couple of days ago, they were using terms like championship confidence and expectations of winning. And again, I don't expect anyone to say anything other than that. Oh, but man, it looks different here a couple of days later, don't it? It looks different here a couple of days later, man.
I was a one-man wolf pack. Now the series ain't over for sure, but I was a one-man wolf pack. First of all, I was one-man wolf
regard?
pack. Well, in 2 regards.
Okay.
Number one, I was the only one. Maybe I think you did too. Maybe Jesse did too. But in like,
well, the wolf pack is grown.
February.
Yeah.
Well, now we're the wolf pack, literally. In February, I was like,
don't turn your back on the wolf pack.
I was like, y'all need to stop with talking about like Denver's unbeatable. Like,
oh yeah, no, that was this whole show.
That's not what's going on.
Yeah, that was this whole show.
And then you don't make predictions, but I said Wolves in 6 on Friday.
You did, yeah. You man, I don't think you said it Friday, to be honest with you. Well, you said Wolves in 6 on Friday, but into the, I think it was 2-0 Minnesota in the first round. You're like, I think Minnesota could get Denver.
This is a very pro Wolves show right here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I just
Wolves up.
I just think we watch games. # watch more games. But at the same time, I did, and it doesn't change that. Like Denver was playing with a certain level of confidence.
Absolutely.
That confidence has been kicked in the groin, and they got to find a way to respond here. They got to find a way to respond today. Nope. Tomorrow.
Come on, man.
No.
What are we doing?
Thursday. Nope. They got to find a way to respond on Friday when they play game 3.
That's kind of ridiculous.
We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Trysta Krick today, Jason Jones today. Chatty House phone lines are open now, 916-909-1320. It's ESPN 1320.
Manny, a.k.a. the Mattress Connection. No, it won't. I think the best thing that could happen, the way that I'll save this. I'll save it. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Kyle Madison, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Madison.
Thank you so much. I'm here all week.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we were doing on Wednesday. I don't know why this has to happen. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. Yeah, Aldrin, I see what you said this earlier. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how that started, to be honest with you. And I don't know which one, if there's more than one. If you're talking about the kid that Shador commented on, I mean, whatever. Like, would I advise Coach Prime to be talking about kids that transferred out? No, but I'm not really sure what happened there.
I tried to beat my ass. It was like 2 hours and some change in the car. Drive home was easy. To drive there was not very enjoyable.
I mean, it's whatever. Like, it's not. That's 2024, bros. Would I advise it? No. But like I said, I don't know how it got started. I don't know what that kid said. I don't know what he said. If he said something that was out of pocket on Twitter, I might go back at him on Twitter. I don't know what he said though. I'm not saying he deserved or not. I'm literally saying I don't know what he said. Oh, well, let's see. Sounds like a good idea. See what we're talking about here. I think it probably does sound like me.
Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan.
Oh no, that was spot on. Oh.
He looked over at us to say he can't believe.
Oh no, that was no, that was it. No, that was it.
What is happening?
Get your own soundboard? What's going on?
Isaiah, shout out Isaiah. That was you're right. You're right, Isaiah. That was me. That was Marv. That was Marv. Wow.
Oh no, what did he do?
I didn't even know what that was. That was hilarious.
I just saw Herb's tweet from yesterday. Herb said, I didn't articulate myself very well on the radio. I know how to talk. I think the lights got too bright because my mind went blank. Shout out our boy Herb.
I was is Marv Albert the one that was biting people back then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Marv 69 guy.
All right, Zay. I'm taking your internet privileges away. That is incredible. I'm taking Zay's internet privileges away. Zay is banned from the internet for at least 24 hours.
The more I hear that was Marv though. Was Marv.
You gotta
y'all gotta put a little more respect on my Marv right there. That was fantastic. That was fantastic.
Stop this.
Play side by side.
Play
side by side.
You can go to @D'Lo and KC and see what we're talking about.
This summer we'll play Marv Albert or KC.
No. It's terrible. We're taking Zay's internet privileges away immediately. Isaiah banned from the internet. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Titus in here. Titus, what's going on, baby?
Hey, man, what's going on now? Excuse me, I'm in traffic. Now, I got like 3 little things. Now, y'all read my mind. Now, I thought Ja was going to be the face of the NBA. You feel me? But then I guess he got hurt, and now we see Ant-Man. He a monster. So But at the end of the day, now, if I was to pick the MVP, though, I'm going to give it to Brunson just because of, you know, if you're looking at the injuries and all that with the Knicks.
MVP of the playoffs.
I want to get a response from y'all because y'all don't never respond to me.
Hold on, Titus. Hold on.
Y'all clown me.
Titus,
no, that's what?
Titus. Hold on. Two seconds. 2 seconds.
Titus.
Titus, 2 seconds. I want to make sure one thing you said is clear. So you mean MVP of the playoffs when you talk about Brunson, or the whole season?
No. I'm saying just overall, if I was going to pick an MVP on the season, then if you want to add the playoffs, they both, I mean, you getting 40 from Brunson. So I ain't never.
I hear him. I hear him. I want to talk about that. I don't want to lose that Brunson angle. I'll make note of it. But go ahead. Go ahead, Titus. I know you had something else.
Even including the playoffs. Now, I get the thing with Curry. Like, okay, I watched him at Davidson. I watched him in college. This is the thing. When they got rid of Monte Ellis, that's when Curry got to grow. Plus, he was injury prone. You remember his ankles and all that? He kept being injured all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So. And they thought he was too small at first and this, that, and the third. Before he was even shooting like this, way before that. Yeah. So that was on Curry. And, that's pretty much what I had to say. And then, I mean, I feel like Brunson playing like D. Rose was on that MVP.
Oh, talk about it. Okay, I like that. I'm not mad at Titus.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at Titus. I
not disagree with Titus though.
I'm not sure the Steph part. I'm not sure what he was trying to convey to us.
Yeah, we all agree there.
But
we all agree. I disagree with Brunson for MVP on the season.
So that's fine. That's fine. I think we can have a broader discussion there. And you know, you can get into pick. But Jalen's been phenomenal.
Absolutely.
And we talk about moments. Jalen's having a moment. I feel like Kenny Caraway. Jalen's having a moment at the Garden. He's having a moment for the New York Knicks. And when you have moments for the New York Knicks, whether fair or not, because of the location of places like ESPN, it's going to get more attention.
Different.
But
you get billboards in Times Square.
But the moment he's having right now, I wouldn't even say Ant-Man is eclipsing it. Like the moment Brunson is having right now is spectacular. What I don't see in Brunson that I see in Anthony Edwards, I see Brunson being a guy like Brunson and Ja now, I think are guys who we're going like when you talk about the upper echelon of the league, those guys are there. It's Ant's league.
No, it's his league.
It's Wemby's league.
That's the difference.
It's Steph's league. It's LeBron's league. It's Ant's league. It's Wemby's league. That's where I think we're going.
That's the difference. Brunson is having an unbelievable moment.
Incredible.
He's catapulting himself into a different category. For sure. Take absolutely nothing away from him. Like I said,
and true story, didn't know. Didn't know. Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. Because I think the Knicks are good. I think the Knicks team is good. But he's lifting them from good to
they get to the finals.
They might get to the Celtics.
They could get to the finals. If
Yeah.
Porzingis ain't right, the Knicks have a shot. I still favor the Celtics, but if Porzingis ain't right, like that brings them back down to earth a little bit. But that's what Brunson is doing. Unbelievable moment. Like I said, billboards in Times Square. You know what I mean? Like that's what happens when you do that in New York.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Mattress Down is asking, does Brunson playing in New York elevate his status? Fair or not? Absolutely,
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 no doubt about it. Even with all that, like you said, that ain't Ant. That ain't Ant. We're looking at a seismic shift with Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is more than a moment. This is a seismic shift in whose league it is with Anthony Edwards. I said earlier, I don't know who you would feel comfortable guarding Anthony Edwards. He's too big for most wings. He's too fast if you try to put a bigger guy on him. He can handle the rock. He can score at all three levels in a deadly way. I don't know what you do. I was thinking around, and I'm thinking in these playoffs, I'm like, all right, maybe Jalen Brown, maybe like a guy like that. But now we're talking about like one of the best athletes in the game that's tall, that's a superstar. Maybe Lou Dort because he's physical, but I don't know if Lou Dort has the footwork to keep up with an Ant-Man. I'm looking around like somebody's in the chat. Tell me, somebody call in. Tell me who's guarding this guy, because everybody thought, and not in a wrong way, but everybody will look at this series and be like, KCP maybe, but look, they got Aaron Gordon. He can guard. He's cooking Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon got the size and speed, and it don't matter. Tell me in the league who can guard this dude. I don't know if there's somebody that
I
can.
don't know. Yeah, I don't have an answer.
He's too much.
I don't have an answer. But it's fun to watch. Especially because he ain't playing the Kings. He ain't doing it to our team. So it is a blast. They won by 26 last night.
It was up by 30 at some point.
They beat the Nuggets the defending champions were getting booed.
And then here's the other thing about Ant, and it goes into Minnesota as well. He lock up. He locks up. He takes pride in what he does on the defensive end. He locks up. And you want to talk about being up by 30 or almost 30 against the defending champions? 37 points at the half. I know I was listening to TK earlier, and she's gonna talk about this when she comes on. But the blocks and steals combo with this Timberwolves team, they're better than even I thought they would be.
Yeah, significantly.
I thought they'd be good, but I didn't think.
Yeah, not like this.
They didn't even have Rudy last night, and they did all that.
Yeah, on the defensive end.
Yeah, that's
they
what
did all that on the defensive end without Rudy Gobert. Speaking of, we mentioned him like 4 times. Talked about it's Ant and Vic. It's Ant and Vic. Not to anyone's real surprise, though. I guess it's people's job to make it a conversation. I thought Chet was phenomenal this year. Victor Wembanyama unanimously won the Rookie of the Year yesterday. Yeah. He's the 6th person to do it.
Yeah.
And it was perfect on a day that he does that. Ant-Man goes up 2-0. Ant-Man and the Timberwolves go up 2-0 on the defending champion Denver Nuggets, and you're talking about the next generation of league stars. And I think it's really exciting, man. You got Vic, you got Ant-Man, you got Jalen Brunson doing what he's doing in New York. We'll get to that game. I know it was kind of soured by the ending a little bit, but that was a pretty spectacular game in its own right. And, you start throwing in guys like Ja. You start throwing in guys like De'Aaron Fox. You start looking around the league and look at these 25, 26, 27-year-olds and realize, man, this league is in phenomenal shape moving forward. And unlike those weird post-Jordan transition years where you thought Kobe was really ascending, but you weren't 100% sure. I'm talking post-Chicago years, not Wizards years. You know who's at the tippy top. Yeah. And it's Anthony Edwards and Victor Wembanyama.
Who was it at that time? It was a thought of Kobe. Kobe was
it was an ensemble that, like, Tracy McGrady. There were a lot of guys, and Allen Iverson. There were a lot of guys who were. It was like, who's gonna take the mantle? Who's gonna take the throne? Who's gonna be who's next? And it felt like for that stretch, it was, well, Kobe, AI, like you could pick like 5 or 6 guys. I don't know that that's the case right now.
There's two right now. And then you kind of go away from that, and like
Jokic, and all of them can lay claim to that, by the way. That wasn't a knock on AI or that version of Kobe. Obviously, Kobe ascended to his highest levels, but Kobe ascended to his highest levels once LeBron was in the league. He had won 3 titles. By the
time LeBron got here?
Yeah.
He won 3.
3. So he wins the 3 titles with Shaq, and then I think it's really in that 3rd title run. I think it's the 3rd title run where you start to see like Kobe might be it.
You think so? I think it happened in the 1st title run.
The first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kobe was like, this dude is a problem. I saw it, I think it was yesterday. I think they were talking about Brunson, and they were talking about like back-to-back 40-point games. Somebody had something like that.
Certainly, it was Brunson. I think Brunson's had like 4 or 5 in a row.
And then
had 4 or 5 in a row.
Kobe's name came up because he had 40 twice against the Kings in 2001, and in that sweep in 2001. Like, and he was 23 at the time, 22 or something like that. Like he was, Kobe was up there. It was kind of overshadowed a little bit because Shaq was there, so you didn't know,
right?
You know, you didn't know if it was like what he could do by
if
himself.
It wasn't overshadowed, it was shadowed.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? If it wasn't just completely lost, it was like, man, Kobe's incredible, but God, he's got the most physically dominating player, you know, since Wilt Chamberlain. And for me, he's the most, to this day, Shaquille O'Neal is the most physically dominating player I've ever seen.
I can't argue with that at all. And I'm not going to. I ain't never seen nothing like
I didn't
Shaq.
see Wilt take on George Mikan or whatever he played.
Oh, Wilt would destroy George Mikan.
Well, I don't know who the formidable centers were back in the day, outside of Bill Russell. But
beat Joe Lewis's ass.
Aha! Aha! Yes, they won. Yes, they won. But yeah, that was such an interesting era in basketball because you were waiting, and then it got to a point where like LeBron was lingering because he started to be in the like you started to know he existed at it was St. Vincent. You
St. Vincent, St. Mary.
What's 16-year-old? Okay, guys, stop it.
Wait,
who the hell is this Brian Windhurst guy?
Wait, they're gonna put this dude's game on TV? What?
I was like, I remember watching though. I remember watching all of those games. Like, no, this is phenomenal. Y'all are talking like he can do this in the league. Turns out he could.
Yeah.
Like the second he stepped on it at Arco Arena in Sacramento, California. I don't know how many people are aware that LeBron James's first game was here.
What? Just
I don't know if anybody know that. Jesse, are you too young to know that?
Say it ain't so.
No, it's true. Just stick around for the Lakers visit next year. Someone will ask him about it.
Hey, LeBron, what's it like coming back here, even though this
For the
isn't even the same
21st
arena?
time, for the 42nd time, LeBron, what's it like coming back?
Just wait for game 1 when he is a king.
Oh, that'll be
ask him about
special.
it then.
Well, how does it feel to have Bronny's first game be in Sacramento, just like yours?
Maybe LeBron's last year, we have him drive by Arco where we used to be and just kind of stand there and reminisce.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
Hey, look, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. I'm just thinking about this like right now. What would you guys give for LeBron to be here in Sacramento with Bronny?
Like trade?
Yeah. Like if they're like
Harrison Barnes.
well, if they said, I think Fox is off the table, right?
Yeah, Fox is off the table.
Sabonis is off the table.
Yeah, you can't because it wouldn't work. You would have to have all three of them.
Just ask, would you trade Keegan for LeBron?
Yeah, why are you tiptoeing around this?
No, because I'm thinking like the combination of like Keegan picks. Like, would you give up future assets? I mean, you get like 2 years of LeBron James.
Would you get two or would you get one? He didn't say he wanted to play his career with his son. He said he wanted to play with a year. And by the way, by all accounts, that's not the case anymore. He was like, no, that's just something LeBron said.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'd say if
Rich Paul came to Monty McNair and said, if you can orchestrate this, LeBron wants to finish it all where it started. Bron and Bronny here in Sacramento.
If you get 2 years, I everybody outside of Sabonis and Fox are available.
Well, could you get Bron?
You're such a coward. You just won't say you trade Keegan Murray for it because that's what you're tiptoeing around.
I'm saying anybody that they want. They may not want Keegan in the trade.
Oh, of course.
All right, hey,
why would they want
Lakers
him?
are here. They want Keegan. They want Barnes and some picks. Are you doing the deal, Kenny?
Yeah. To have LeBron James in the city for 2 years.
For 2 years.
You get other moves too that come with getting LeBron too.
So,
like other players are coming.
So yeah, you get 97 televised games.
That's what I'm saying. LeBron, you be the center of the basketball world for 2 years, and you probably guaranteed in the playoffs. You might be a finals team.
You hear what you just said? You're probably guaranteed in the playoffs.
Can't guarantee no
Oh,
more.
Come on, you're gonna talk this up. Talk it up. Come on.
It gets close. Well, all right, you guaranteed in the playoffs.
Mike Brown's going to be fired in 2 years. Going to be fired next year. Man's going to be the first coach in history to get fired after winning 60 games twice. Wow.
Aldrin talk about I'll pass. You guys sound crazy. If LeBron is guaranteeing you to be the center of the basketball universe and you're making the playoffs for the next 2 years and possibly beyond,
here's the fun part about here's the fun part about the discussion. When you like, oh, would you like? I don't know why KC hates Keegan Murray. We could probably revisit that.
Definitely don't hate Keegan.
No,
Murray.
we'll revisit that in a few minutes.
Keegan Murray, it's my boy.
Pandering,
it's my boy. Stop,
pandering
that's my
right
boy.
there.
I dumped that.
LeBron, well done. LeBron would never allow himself to be traded. It would be all sign in Sacramento as a free agent.
That's even better.
Find a way to clear some cap space.
Yeah,
trade.
Well,
something like that.
What James always talking about, they can get upwards of like 30
and before
million.
Ramsey sends the message, yes, I understand Miami and Cleveland was a sign and trade. It was a sign and trade after he decided he was going to Miami. I didn't mean to burst Ramsey's bubble because I know he's typing it right now. He's already been traded. Not the same.
Yeah, sign him then, and then we'll free up cap space. See, and that wouldn't even involve Keegan because you don't make that much money.
Keegan doesn't make that much money, no.
For the one saying no, why wouldn't you do that?
That's the say it had to be a trade. Like, come on, man. You
I don't.
LeBron for a couple years, man.
It would be fascinating to know because we discuss what we think Keegan's like ceiling is.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be fascinating, or not ceiling. That was I didn't mean like that. It'd be fascinating to know, like, we know, like, we talk about what we think Keegan, where he can peak, like how he can grow, what he could do next year and years to come and all of that different stuff. Can he be this player at his peak? Can he be this player at his peak? It'd be fascinating to know what the front office thought and the coaching staff thought. Not only what they think his peak could be, but what their expectations are for him, like, immediately.
Yeah, no, that would be fascinating.
And how does that play into the moves that you make every year,
or
the moves that you don't make every year? How does that opinion on that player weigh into that?
On the Matthew Mattress Chatty House line, I am not him, said, I would not trade for LeBron. Like drugs, just say no. You sound crazy.
There's a lot of LeBron hate in these answers too, I think.
You guys sound crazy, whoever said they wouldn't trade for LeBron. And you keep Sabonis and Fox? You guys sound crazy.
One of the 10 best players in the game right now? Nah, I'm good.
I do want to be clear, but you are talking about a 40-year-old. Like, everyone is waiting, shout out J. Cole, for the fall off. I thought it was, I don't know what is in the water. I don't know what's going on with these sports media people. Charles Barkley was on Club Shay Shay talking about, I want LeBron to retire because I don't want him to end up like I did. Like, okay, that's Charles. That's sweet. He's not you, sir. Like, this dude grooms himself every single day to be a professional basketball player. With all due respect to Charles, I don't think Charles was fat and lazy or anything, like played himself, lazied himself out of the league or anything like that. I just don't think he did that. I don't think many people did. Not Shaq, not Charles, none. Closest was probably Jordan, and Jordan played at a pretty high level when he was 39 years old. Not as high as LeBron James, but a very high level when he was with the Washington Wizards. I think Kendrick Perkins said, yeah, he should retire before it gets bad. Yo, he's not your average 39-year-old. Y'all were willing to treat him like he wasn't your average 16-year-old and 17-year-old and 18-year-old. You told us for 3 straight years he was going to run the league the second he entered it. And you were right. And now you're trying to force him out of the league because you don't want him to end up like the rest of these old guys. Charles Barkley was 36 when he's retired. His final stretch with Houston was not sexy. That means he was 32. LeBron's 39 years old. I don't know why. Y'all need to stop this. Y'all got to stop. Perk, stop it.
A lot of the chatty
Chuck, stop
it too. This is crazy.
And that's it.
Jay said this isn't Cavs LeBron. We're getting KC, so no.
Let's.
Yeah, it's only 25-7-7, guys.
What are
Yeah.
we talking about?
Yeah.
You talk about the fall off. The fall off for LeBron isn't averaging 9 points a game, right? Like the fall off is probably like 18 points a game, 7 rebounds, 6 assists.
The fall off is going from the first best player in the league to like the 7th.
Would LeBron be the leading scorer on the Kings right now today? What did De'Aaron
I
average?
think De'Aaron was 27.
Yeah.
He was 27?
I think De'Aaron was
26.
20.
De'Aaron was
He might have
not
been high
27
26.
points.
High 26.
Stand by. Stand by.
Yeah, he was
That
like high
seems
26.
too high. De'Aaron Fox averaged 26.6. LeBron James averaged 25.7. LeBron James would be the second leading rebounder on the team right now, I think. LeBron James would also lead the team in assists.
No thanks. Ew.
No, give me Kevin Huerter. What?
Come on, fellas and ladies. Come on, let's not do that.
Wait a
If
minute.
LeBron was available and wanted to come to the Kings, and they said you could keep Fox and Sabonis, like, yes, you
I'm
trade for
dying.
LeBron.
Well, I'll see you guys in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. And if y'all are gonna make me say something.
Say it.
No. Yeah, but 15-5-1.
Look who it is now.
I didn't even say. I just
Look
said
who it is now.
15-5-1.
I was just kidding.
Look who it is now.
What are you guys doing?
Look who it is now. Look, we won't say anything. Yo, how hyped would we be if he would have 18?
Oh, that's it. I'm giving up my season tickets. LeBron James is the king. I'm out of here.
No, look,
I'm selling all my seats.
look, we talked about like the fall off, and like worst, like it won't even get here. Like LeBron is never going to average under 20 points per game, but the fall off being like 18, what you just talked about, that was if it was 18 points a game, how would we act?
Random player X.
How would we act?
Very ecstatic. Very, very happy. And Dr. David brings up a great call. We might actually get some love from the officials.
Oh yeah,
if
he
LeBron
going to the
James is
line.
here.
LeBron going to the line.
De'Aaron still won't,
No,
but LeBron
Sabonis
might.
won't either. Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Just the hype. Just something I was thinking about as we were talking.
Yeah, you go ahead and take your LeBron, take a hike.
25-7-8. That's phenomenal. On 54-41, by the way.
They said it's not Cavs, LeBron, KC. So no. So no.
There hasn't been a Sacramento King with this type of stat line like ever.
They did the Hunter Hearst Hemsley, just kind of how he brushes away or whatever when he's sitting down. Yeah.
Oh man, I love it, man. I love it here.
But if it's a trade, they can have Kevin Huerter. You guys need shooting.
They do.
You can have Harrison Barnes
shooting
too.
around
You need
Anthony
veteran
Davis.
leadership.
Around AD.
And we'll consider a pick.
Maybe we get Bron to the Kings this next year and then Bronny to Sac State for a season.
Oh,
let's talk.
Coach David Patrick just had a new signee. I saw it this morning.
If anybody could instigate that, Coach David Patrick could.
Sure.
Coach David Patrick might be able to get LeBron. He'd find some way to do it.
He got the guy he signed. They say he's a good defensive player. I need Coach DP to get some bucket getters, man. That's the last thing he missed. He needs some bucket getters.
Speaking of bucket getters, there's one in Miami, and there's an interesting situation developing with them. So since KC is trying to trade Keegan Murray, let's talk more about it. We'll do that. When dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, continues.
Allegations.
ESPN 1320. My bad. Babyface turn, yes, indeed.
Say, Bo, don't
Well,
do that.
obviously, Casey already has a
Don't
Butler.
do that. I like both of those guys a whole lot.
His Butler has an accent too.
Don't have a Butler.
It's like Jeffrey. He doesn't call him a Butler.
I am the Butler
Well,
in my house.
well. She's having a very good week. It's her second home run of the week. Richard, on the other hand.
Well, let me see. What's Richard got going on today?
It's got on all black. I didn't see where the buttons were.
He just don't wear clothes well.
De'Aaron Fox, Coach JT. De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, well, let's not get too crazy. I might need a little bit more than that now. Come on now.
You know, sharpshooting Sam Hauser.
Oh yeah, I love the Met Gala. I mean, when I say I love the Met Gala, I probably went through like 200 pictures last night. Just once my night finally settled down, and I didn't have a basketball game to watch. Oh, look, they're up 29 now. Yeah, I love looking at the different outfits from the Met Gala for sure. I thought Venus Williams looked extraordinary. I thought Gabrielle Union looked good. Cardi B, that was spectacular. Cardi B's outfit was spectacular. Who else looked good?
I thought Kim looked good. It was
Kim looked like she couldn't breathe.
Man, that was a crazy outfit as far as the
How
race.
she had her she looked like that was tough.
Crazy.
What else?
Our guy Ben Simmons made it out there.
I didn't like the briefcase. I like the concept of the outfit a lot. I didn't like the briefcase. But I like the concept of the outfit. I think they was just killing him because it was Ben Simmons. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing wrong with what Ben Simmons had on.
I think the briefcase might be in. I saw Tyrese with one walking to the team bus today.
That's not my barometer for what works. She did look fantastic. By the way,
oh man,
what?
We were talking about the Met Gala last night.
Mm-hmm.
And he said Tyrese was protesting not being able to go.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
That's what that's what the streets was saying. Not me. I didn't say that.
Wow.
Said he was protesting because he didn't get a chance to go.
Well,
like the whole Indiana Pacers team was.
Well, it's gonna sound like hate, so I'm just gonna.
And we say, hey, look. I saw some of you guys, and you guys are my people. You're my people. But I saw some of you guys, some of my Kings people on Twitter, was kind of hating on Tyrese last night for that performance. It was coming off like hate.
Well, here's the thing, though. If Tyrese just a regular ball player now, he's got to get criticized when you can't have a game like that.
I agree.
You can't do that. And there's at some point there's got to be a form of separating hate and just talking about Tyrese as a different ball player.
No, you're right.
And
you're right.
If you're the guy, and Winhurst says you're the guy, and Bontemps says you're the guy, and Conman says you're the guy. You can't do that.
I was shocked. Kevin O'Connor let out a tweet yesterday saying Tyrese has to be better. Yeah, he sent out a tweet.
That's weak. Nobody want to hear that. He's got to be better.
What the man?
That's weak. You need to put up 6.
No, put up a 6,000 word column
bro,
like you did for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, bro. We ain't trying to hear that, O'Connell.
Oh,
we ain't trying to hear that. He's got to be better. Nah. Put more bass in your tweet. Put more bass in your tweet.
Speaking of got to be better, shout out to our man DJ Complex. Just to tie a couple of things from yesterday together.
Big up Complex.
We thought Complex might be trolling us so when we shut down, it's like 3:56, 3:57. We have about 7 to 8 minutes when we leave ESPN to the first time that we go to KSFM and talk. Mm-hmm. So it requires us to push a couple of buttons. We change the lighting a little bit. We change our headphones. All right, KC, we got about 4.5 minutes. So we're just we're getting settled. You know, we're going to talk Kendrick and Drake here and remind everyone we got multiple giveaways coming up this hour. All right, that's the plan. We've got 6 different things going off. We talk. Boom, we go to commercial. Got about 7 minutes of commercials, 6 minutes commercials, whatever it may be, and the music comes back. So we're moving around. We do our thing, go to commercial, come back. We have a screen in front of us that, like, imagine it's like a giant MP3 player, right? It's the playlist for the day. Neither one of us are looking at it, but the volume's up. Now back to D-Lo and KC. No. We're like, yo, what? We turn it up, look at the screen, and Not Like Us is playing. It's like, all right, he did that. Let's turn it up. It's very edited. I requested, and I texted Complex again this morning. I was like, hey, did we get Not Like That, Not Like Us edited? He was like, no, I didn't get a chance to get to it. Remind me again what we want to take out. And I told him exactly where it was because I was listening to it on my way in to make sure we got it. And I was like, I'm just not comfortable with that word just casually being in a song like this. And whether he takes, it's a suggestion. It's just a suggestion. And I think he wasn't comfortable when I told him that word was still in there too. Mm-hmm. Then the rejoiner music of the NBA playoffs is Kendrick. And then I realized, Kendrick's going to be getting dissed, or Drake's going to be getting dissed all summer long because that song's going to play everywhere.
It's going to be everywhere. And I got to be honest with you, the more I sit with it a little bit, I got a bigger problem with that song. Like that number one, that's not cool. That's not cool. I know it's a rap beef and all this other stuff, but that's not okay. And the other thing about that I will say, not saying that it's right for anything, but I mean,
what's your problem with the record? The subject matter?
Yeah, the subject matter. If like everything else cool, like you talk about Pac and coming to Oakland, like that's cool, but the whole basis of it, that's not cool. Like if you just gonna like kind of throw that out there and say that, and that's not okay. That's not okay. Like,
okay. All right. I feel like most of that stuff is edited out. Like we heard a lot of the instrumental yesterday. But if you know what it is, you know what it is.
Yeah.
And the OV ho is going to be a chant.
Yeah.
That's
that's yeah, I'm not crazy about that, but that's not even more of like the whole, looking for a chord, like that part, like that's not cool. And then the part we had to edit out, like it's just not cool. And like if you want to go deeper into the whole thing, like the one thing I keep on like tripping off a little bit is like they still trying to treat Drake like he's not a black man.
Yeah, that's not my
and this is King Kendrick. This is, all right, Kendrick, like Mr. Black Man.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of like doing it his dude for what? Because you don't like his music?
But do you think that's why? That's the part I kept getting hung up on, because there's a line that it's buried in the salaciousness of the other parts of the song.
Mm-hmm.
And he calls him, and I picked this up the first time around and tried to process it a little bit. And maybe it's just the theme of what Kendrick's doing, but he called him Malibu's Most Wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a movie. Like you can look into like what it is, but it centers around a fake artist, right? Like a white artist who, faking for the culture.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems the prevailing theme is that Drake is fake. And
but that's why I like that. And that's why
I got a call from someone yesterday who mentioned something. He actually called me. I won't say who, because I'm not. You'd be surprised who it was.
Huh.
But I don't want to, like, he thought he was asking me a dumb question, and I didn't think it was a dumb question at all.
Uh-huh.
He said that line about, and it's probably a minor.
Mm-hmm.
He said he went over to the piano and hit the key. He said, play an A minor, and it's a white key.
Mm.
And you know, when Kendrick, I was going to say, when Kendrick, says something, it normally has 17 different meanings. Mm-hmm. And we all got hung up on the A minor and thought, oh, he's talking about, when he also might have been talking about.
Yeah, that's a nice little double entendre right there. That's because it's Kendrick Lamar. But I mean,
if you're listening, you're a culture aficionado.
Like I said, what is being fake when it comes to Drake?
See, that I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that because I don't know the man.
Because number one, are you trying to say he's not black because he's a black man, or are you trying to say he's not a black American?
See,
and he's acting like a black American. Is that what you're trying to say?
I hope
he always talks about Toronto and being from Canada, like, so he's never misled anybody with that. So I just need to know, like, what it is. Like, so he didn't grow up in Atlanta and he goes down and hangs out with people from Atlanta. So he's being a culture vulture for people in Atlanta because he's working with these, like that. To me, that's not what a culture vulture is, so to speak. That's somebody that, and maybe he's just a fan of that. He's a fan of Thug and Future and all these other guys. Got an opportunity to do music with him. They got a genuine friendship, and he's hanging out in Atlanta and doing music with him. Because of that, he's a culture vulture.
Well, that's social media conversation, right? Those are group text conversations. Like we can listen to all of the Dissect podcasts. We can go lyric for lyric and we can write it down and we can look up Bible verses and we can do all of this different stuff. In the end, we don't know what he means. Mm-hmm. I think Kendrick is more strategic than Rick Ross is. I think Rick Ross is just talking crazy. Kendrick Lamar is an intricate promo. Rick Ross is cheap heat.
Cheap heat.
Rick Ross is the guy who comes out and to get heat says F Sacramento, or flies in and flies out and doesn't tell anyone. That's
the one picture on the story.
One picture, yeah. Did a whole show, but no one knows. The amount of I had no idea Rick Ross was here text I got that day was wild. But yeah, I don't have an answer. I told you the colorism or the Drake's not black thing bothered me from jump before this thing escalated to the point of this weekend. So I don't have an answer to that.
So, and like I said,
but I'm not going to change my tune on it either. Like I don't like it.
They got personal beef. They got personal beef. Like it's kind of whatever. It kind of feels like Kendrick is not like Drake, and Drake was like, I didn't know you didn't like me. Like, what's our issue?
I don't feel like that's the case.
Why do you ask him to come on the song?
I don't. Maybe to squash it. Maybe to squash. Did he?
I think
because he already took a shot at him.
Yeah, but he didn't think it was like beef. It was like, oh, okay, maybe competitive or whatever the case may be. I think
I disagree. Something had to have happened for them to get to this point.
Yeah,
and it can't just be the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake or we're the big three.
No, Kendrick
like,
is
don't
not
let
like
me in
him
there
for a long time.
It's
like.
right. It's more than that.
And I mean, I guess he's saying what it is, like on the.
But
track,
Drake
like
is
maybe.
A part of poetic justice, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Drake brought him on. We talked about.
We talked about this.
Brought him on tour with him. His first tour.
Mm.
So I don't know. I don't know.
No, neither.
So, but I don't. I'm just not comfortable.
But podcasts are dropping, and now podcast hosts are mad at other podcast hosts. It's extraordinary.
Well,
Rory and Mo, I haven't got a chance to hear it. I just saw it. I saw it buzzing on social media. Yeah, they were pissed. And I'm not subscribing to the Joe Budden podcast, or not. I'm not doing You're not going to get me with the Patreon gimmick again. So I'll wait till tomorrow. So I don't know what Joe said or what that crew said this weekend at all.
I don't think it's.
Well, I assume he's reacting to something Joe said. I assume there's a Patreon episode somewhere.
Well, no. What happened? Because I was listening to Maul and them this morning, and Maul had said because they were talking about Drake putting all these dudes on and making the money and stuff like that. And then Maul getting mad. He's like, bro, you can't talk crazy about somebody that put you on or made you a bunch of money. And Rory said, we did it. And then he's like, no, don't bring him up. Do not bring him up. He stole from us. That's a completely different situation. Don't even bring that up. But that's kind of what had been circulating a lot this morning. Is him saying that. So,
I see. Okay. Speaking of heel turns, I won't say who, but someone on this show is really eager to trade Keegan Murray. I'll explain.
Don't look at me.
I'll explain. The Jimmy Butler situation started to unfold over the course of the last couple of days, where Jimmy Butler said something about if I was playing, blah, 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 blah. Kind of just a troll remark, just a Jimmy Butler type remark. Didn't really think anything of it. But whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Riley did. Pat Riley at 79 years old is not here for Jimmy Butler's nonsense.
He was not playing.
He was not pleased with that remark, and he said, if you're not on the floor, essentially, I think I'm only slightly paraphrasing, if you're not on the floor, shut the hell up. You don't have no business talking. Like, you need to be available.
Yeah.
Players need to be available for us. We haven't talked a Jimmy Butler extension. The thing that's going to go into Jimmy Butler's extension is whether he's available for us or not. And he tried to cushion it a little bit afterwards by talking about the availability of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Players need to be available, as if Jimmy purposely got hurt. I didn't understand what Pat Riley was trying to convey there, other than don't rate remarks like we would have beat you if I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler's agent responded, but didn't really say anything past they'll just take the steps that they need to advance Jimmy's goal of winning a championship. That's essentially what he said. There's nothing salacious in what Jimmy Butler's agent said.
Right.
Someone on the D-Lo and KC program asked, would you trade Jimmy Butler for Keegan Murray? And I was like, well, no, probably. Well, let's talk about it. And the thing I just got focused on, I didn't realize he's going to turn 35 on September 14th. I thought he was about to turn like 33.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I'd probably do it. He's going to turn 35. It's like, all right, 35. You got this 2-year extension coming up. That's potentially 3 years. Jimmy Butler, Keegan Murray, 3 years. Would you do it? And that was the question that was posed to me by a member of this program.
I wonder who asked that question.
The Spider-Man meme is KC looking at JT.
Man, I can't lie. I think about it, man.
Would you do it?
I think. I mean, because the way I looked at it, because we were talking through it. Hold on, we were talking through it yesterday. Because like Jimmy's obviously old. He's 30. He's gonna be 35 in September. When you bring him in here, you'd have him for 3 seasons or whatever because of his extension. He'd be 37 by the time that's all done. But the way I was kind of looking at it is like, I don't know, like I'm not trying to waste any time really and all that. And I feel like with Jimmy, you get to the playoffs, and with Jimmy, like that's a lot. Like you do have a better chance of getting to the Western Conference Finals and the finals
if he's healthy.
I was looking like his season this year isn't any different than what he's been the last 4.
Which is what?
Around 60 games.
Played 60, 6-0.
6-0, I believe, or he might have been in the 50s this year, but he's been like from 55 to 60 the last few seasons. So it's not any different than what he was already.
Can the Kings sustain that? Because remember, the idea of this is Keegan's gone in this conversation. Keegan played, I think, like 77 games. And is 10 to 10 years younger.
And I do get I don't know if I think right now I would, but also like it is all in on 3 seasons, and after that you're kind of stuck. So
10 years younger. He'll be 11 years younger when Keegan turns 24 in the summer. 11 years. It's a lot of basketball. It's a lot of legs.
Yeah, and Jimmy been through some wars. Man, I'm not.
This is all fun, haha. By the way, where there's no traction for it's not. No, we heard. No, we just talking.
Pat Riley called out Jimmy Butler, and then after that, I
Pretty
asked
much.
Damien, hey, would you trade Keegan Murray for Jimmy Butler? That's how this came about.
Jimmy on his career is 18-5-4 on 47, 32, and 84%. Last year, he was 20-5-5 on 49, 41, and 85.
I probably wouldn't do it because I feel like Keegan Murray can give you a lot of what Jimmy Butler does.
What if I throw on a Caleb Martin? Because it's not just Jimmy for Keegan either. Like, you're going to have to, like, I don't know. Like I said, this all happened yesterday, so.
Jimmy from 31 to 34.
Now you got me thinking.
Jimmy from 31 to 34 has averaged 20-plus points per game. Jimmy in 2020, 2021 averaged 2 steals per game. This was his lowest steal output on the year, 1.3. The previous year was 1.8, 1.6. And then the 2.1 I had mentioned. He's averaged 2+ steals 3 times in his career.
I kind of feel like if you put Martin in
which
there,
is like 14 seasons.
If you put Martin in there, I'd make the deal.
You put Martin in it, you do it?
Yeah, you're a better team. If you get
them both.
Yeah, if you get them both for Keegan and Herter, I'm just throwing a name out there. But.
Jimmy is a 6-time All-Star.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Probably, yeah. He's a 6-time All-Star. Could Keegan be a 6-time All-Star? Jimmy was an All-Star 2 seasons ago. And his numbers aren't that different from his All-Star season. It's microscopically different.
Man.
The way he plays right now, no.
Keegan, no,
play.
But
well, I don't even know. That's the thing. I don't even know if he's going to.
But that's the Keegan Murray question. The Keegan Murray question isn't the way he plays right now.
Like, it's nice to think that Keegan eventually is going to take 20 shots a game or whatever, but it's like, why didn't you do that this year when they needed you to? And I feel like Mike Brown is giving you the green light. De'Aaron Fox and the guys are giving you the green light. And it's just like, what's not clicking?
Are we sure they needed him to this year?
I think you needed more from him.
Now,
so we can call it not 20 shots, but like, you needed more shots. Definitely. I'll say that.
Now, I will say this in Keegan's defense. When they really needed it, he did step up and give us that 18. Maybe the bar was low or whatever, but the 18 shot attempts again. He got more aggressive
Warriors.
statistically when Monk went down.
See, but you're going to do that when Monk's
Monk
back,
and
though?
Herter went down.
Yeah.
Well, they both went down. I mean, that's an important part of this, though.
Yeah, that's a good. What Jesse said. It was a good question. Like, are you going to do that when they are there? Because we don't need that necessarily just when they're gone, but when they're there.
So I feel like this really just opens up a lot more questions about Keegan Murray and the lineup next year, because everybody wants something from Keegan Murray, but we think, we don't know, and certainly no one has told us this, but we think if Malik is back with Sacramento next year, he's probably starting. Again, we don't know that. That might be a concession here and only here that he's willing to make. We think he's going to wind up the starter. So what's that mean for Keegan?
To me, what you mean, like,
because you want shot? No, not position wise, shot attempts wise. You guys want a certain number of shot attempts. You guys want a certain number of points per game for Keegan. But now you have another playmaker. You have another scorer. You have another, distributor. You have all of that stuff. But you have a guy who's similar to De'Aaron in that he can create and he can score. Then you got Domas kind of running everything, and Keegan.
I'm still looking at about 15 shots a game. And what I need to see from Keegan as well is I need to see the ability to get to the foul line a little bit more. And when you talk about, obviously we're having fun with LeBron, but I'll throw Jimmy Butler in there as well. He's got more of an ability to get to the foul line, which is something this team really needs. So if Keegan is staying,
Jimmy,
which I know he is,
Jimmy, 7.7 free throws, 7.7 free throw attempts
a night
per game this past season.
What did you know what Keegan did?
I do.
And I need that type of attacking that can get you, number one, easy buckets inside. Number two, get you to the foul line potentially.
1.6. That's Keegan.
Yeah, I feel like Malik Monk in the starting lineup doesn't change anything for Keegan, just because like it was never supposed to be like Monk, Fox, and Sabonis.
He
like,
was 12.
We're all just waiting for Keegan to get there.
He was 12.7 shot attempts this year. Keegan was.
Need those numbers up.
Yeah, he's got
Jimmy was 13.2. The difference, to Kenny's point, the difference was the foul line. He got to the foul line 7 times. Or he got to the foul line essentially 8 times a game.
Yeah. And that's attacking and things of that nature. There needs to be a little bit more variance in Keegan's game moving forward. And it's going to be his 3rd year in the league. So we might see that variance. You know, it might be part of his growth.
That's the thing, too. You mentioned 3rd year. Like, it's not even Keegan, like, not even saying the Kings are going to trade Keegan or whatever, but like more so I think we're having this conversation just because like the Kings can't go another year where they don't make the playoffs this year or whatever.
You're right.
Like even before Monk was hurt, they were still on their way to being playing team, and whether they make it out to playing with Monk is one thing, but like they need more going into the season, whether that's from Keegan or someone else. Like you just need it because you can't miss the playoffs again at all.
You're right. You're right. But we just got to the point where David Griffin finally acknowledged, all right, this isn't working. It wasn't one season. It was several. And we could argue Zion injuries and Brandon Ingram injuries. We could argue this stuff to death. They've essentially had the same guys for a handful of years. I mean, CJ's a big plus for them over the. But it took a few years, at least 2. At minimum, if we're being kind, it took 2 years for David Griffin to finally go, this isn't working. It's not inconceivable that it takes Monty McNair another year to go, this isn't working. No one, I know that's not fun to think about. I just don't think it's inconceivable.
And I know we disagree on this one, and it doesn't have to be any public proclamation when I say this or anything like that. But you can't, like just say, you can't miss the playoffs next year, or else we're thinking about people's jobs.
Yeah, because like you're going into
you can't miss the play. And if I'm Monty and Mike, when I'm thinking about moves to make, I got to have that. Whether Vivek or anybody told me that personally, that's got to be in the back of my head because that's just the way the game goes.
That's Mike doesn't have an extension right now. You miss the playoffs again, that noise is just going to be out there. Like you have to make the playoffs.
I don't disagree, and I also wonder if the fact that the team that beat your ass 6 times didn't even make a chirp in the playoffs.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Like it's not like if like last year's Lakers, win in the play-in and go to the Western Conference Finals. That hits a little different. Your team gets swept. The team that beat you in the play-in and 5 other times this year didn't even put up a fight in the postseason. That's a lot tougher to stomach than if they had advanced to the second round.
Well, it's not like it was
or at
close
least
either.
Gone to 6. They've done anything. What's that, Jesse?
I was gonna say, like, it's not like your games, like the Kings games with the Pelicans, were even close either. Like there was
they
a
weren't.
clear
They
tier
weren't
right there.
And here's the thing, like we got the Chris's in the chat and the I am not hams that are in the chat. Like it's crazy that this conversation's having it. KC be a bad GM or whatever. Here's the reality of the situation. If you want to keep Keegan Murray, that's fine. I'm with that. But like me and Jesse are talking about, you better make the playoffs because if you don't, you might get fired. So are you going to say, I'm going to pass on, I know if we're having fun with, I'm going to pass on LeBron or Jimmy Butler for Keegan for sure, no matter what, knowing that if this don't work out like it just didn't work out this past year, my job may be in jeopardy.
I have a thought on that. In the reaction to it, I get everybody loves Keegan and everyone wants to believe that this is going to work, but I have a question to ask everyone. If everyone's, as TC would say, is willing to be real with themselves, we'll discuss that. Trysta Krick, the top of the 2:00 hour. That's going to be an amazing conversation. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320.
I'm not ham. I'm not going back up to read your comments. But I mean, I don't know how you can tell me I'm wrong about anything. 'Cause I ain't telling you you're wrong. I disagree. You know what I mean? But ain't nobody. You got a crystal ball? I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if the Kings making the playoffs next year or nothing like that.
We all got our TVs on our couches from the same Costco.
What you talking about?
Kenny got his from Costco. That's adorable.
It's just the general rule for sports fans.
I definitely did get
He's
my
got
TVs
a
from Costco.
custom-made couch.
Not true.
How many of them?
2. I got 2.
God damn it! You just said something. I went to write it down and I forgot what you said. No, I got it. No, I don't. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. There's more from the chat, less from you. Sorry.
Kyle, for keeping it real, I think I got my TV at Best Buy too.
Man, I ain't been to Best Buy in years.
Picked up a charger the other day. Still Best Buy.
I installed thermostats and didn't blow up the house.
I heard they stopped selling like the physical copies of video games there, though. I think.
Do you just download video games now?
Yeah, pretty much.
If I wasn't in such a hurry yesterday morning because I went before the show, I might have looked at a PlayStation 5. Might have.
It's gonna happen. The same way I predicted the Oculus would go back. The PS5 will be at your house this year, I think.
The WWE games look so much fun. I'm just scared to death I'm actually going to spend time doing it. And you guys are going to wake up and look at the show and there's going to be nothing there.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. I was on the road to WrestleMania last night.
I'm not him. I did post that earlier and say you're wrong. Like, no, that's a stupid ass decision to not trade for LeBron. Like, not for Keegan Murray. No, I'll stand by that. You're alone on that island, or maybe not, but that is a stupid ass decision to not trade for LeBron James for Keegan Murray. Your ass would be fired for that if that got back to the owner. I can tell you that. That is a dumbass decision.
I like this. Will I get a PS5 or will Kenny get to season 3 of The Office first?
Oh, I'm getting to season 3 for sure.
I'm gonna have to get a third job at the way I'm dealing with this house.
And sir, I didn't say you were wrong. I said that was a stupid ass decision. That's what I just told you right now. That'd be stupid, and you get fired for that. You get fired. You come back. Hey, Vivek. Guess what? We had a LeBron trade worked out, but I said no. It's all good to go. We get LeBron and Bronny and all this other. I told him no. Pack your bags.
God damn it, pal, you're out of here.
I've seen Abbott Elementary before. That show's hella funny.
I feel like that show took the place of like Modern Family and stuff. Because you could just throw on any season of Abbott Elementary and it's good.
I haven't seen the second season, obviously.
You're right, JV. That's what happens to me with this stuff. That's why I don't do it.
This is what they need to do. We need Fight Night back. I don't get it either. I don't know what it is. It's probably the promoter's fault.
Probably so. It's never happening. It would kill UFC.
Yeah.
I wonder that too, Saul.
Don't do that, Saul.
I wonder that too, Saul.
Don't do that, Saul.
Just made it. Oh yeah, of course I'm gonna do it.
I would get to season 3 before I'm out. Don't do that. I would get to season 3. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I got the UFC game before, and I was learning how to play it or whatever, and then like in the game, I'm sure there's people who know how to play it better than I do, so they know exactly what to do. But in the game, you would like get a nice little combo, knock dude down, and then he just get up, and we're fighting. I'm like, what is this?
What game was this?
UFC.
No.
Like perfect counter and everything. Knock him down, and he just gets up.
It's because they're on steroids.
Well,
this is whack.
Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us in the final hour of the show. He'll have a lot to say about what's going on in Los Angeles, about what's going on in the NBA. And being the culture writer for The Athletic, I'm sure he'll have quite a bit to say about what went on this weekend. Really looking forward to our conversation with Jason Jones and Trysta Krick. Again, she's coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Let's talk to TC, though. Always look forward to those calls, 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, we'd love to hear from you. You can also jump in the chatty house here, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. That's on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. TC, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers, though?
What up, TC?
Oh, man, I'm vibing, just, listening to my bros. And I want to jump in. Hey, I was messing with Jesse when I first called. I said, Jesse, you must have seen my idea in the chat, bro, when he said Caleb Williams. I said Caleb Williams. Caleb Martin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lie to y'all, bro. I love Keegan, dog. And listen, first and foremost, we got to be real with ourselves, right, D-Lo?
Right, TC, always.
I don't want to trade Keegan. Listen, I don't want to trade Keegan away, right? But if Miami hit us and like, hey, bro, we giving you Jimmy and Caleb for Keegan, I might have to think about that, big dog, and I might pull a trigger because for one, I don't care about none of the older. You getting two dogs in here, bro, like real dogs. That's for sure. You for sure the second round. If nothing else, you second round or better with Jimmy and Caleb in the starting lineup, dog, and you getting the dogs that you need defensively. And I guarantee you, Jimmy and Caleb gonna have Fox, Sabonis, and whoever else is here on their A game, and we gonna be a daily team with them two dudes, bro. Next year and moving on, I love Keegan, bro, but are we gonna still keep telling Keegan, shoot the ball, Keegan, we want to see you shoot 17 shots. That's gonna get old, bro. The potential with him is good, I see it, but that's gonna get old real quick, dog. But Keegan, we need you to shoot 18 times, bro. Like, how many times do we got to keep telling you, bro, you are the third guy? It's Fox, Sabonis, and you, bro. Like, we should have to keep telling you every game that you're the dude. Shoot.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. Man.
All right. We appreciate you.
I hear you.
Okay. So there's we're just, I guess we're just going to have uncomfortable conversations today. So let's have one. If your boy Ocho was listening, it's uncomfortable conversations with black dudes.
That ain't my boy.
I think that's your guy.
He does a good breakdown of football plays, but that's about it.
So TC repeatedly said, we got to tell him, how many times we got to tell you, bro? How many times we got to tell you, bro? What we tell him doesn't matter. What's Mike telling him? That's what matters. What's the coaching staff telling him? That's what matters. If the coaching staff is telling him, hey, you got to be more aggressive. If they had a pep talk with him before that Golden State Warriors game and said to him, hey, man, straight up, we can't win this game unless you're really aggressive on the offensive end. And I'm not talking about find your flow. I'm not talking about let Domantas Sabonis dictate. I'm not talking about De'Aaron creating. I'm talking about you being really aggressive from the time the ball goes up. And he responded the way that he did. Okay, cool. If that's the blueprint, hey, Keegan, you have to be a version of that every night. That's the only way we're going to achieve our goals. You are the third best player on this team, and we expect you to conduct yourself like that on a night-to-night basis. That Golden State Warriors game, that playing game, that's the template for what we expect from Keegan Murray moving forward. That's what we want. What are they inside the walls of the Sacramento Kings offices telling him? I also feel the need to repeat this. I know I'm alone on this, or as my man would say, I'm a one-man wolf pack. Bro just finished his second year. I know he's not an 18-year-old, but he's still a second-year player in the NBA. He still has a lot of growing to do in the league, and that is the most frustrating part about all of these conversations. Is do you believe in Keegan Murray's potential or don't you? 1 million players enter the league every year with, figuratively, some degree of potential. Few realize it. It's not what you think Keegan Murray's potential is. I don't think that's the question. It's whether you believe he's going to realize it or not. That's one part. The other part is we're throwing out all these hypothetical trades. and you were talking about the chatty house and guys who don't want to make fictitious trades that aren't real for Jimmy Butler and Caleb Martin, or fictitious trades for LeBron and Bronny that aren't even real. But it's Casey, you're wrong. Casey, you're this. Jesse is this. You guys are that. God, this is the dumbest show I've ever heard. I just want to remind everybody, it wasn't that long ago from Sacramento and D'Lo and KC to the Kings beat and to Locked On Kings to ESPN and Fox Sports. They were trashing Minnesota for the moves that they made. They were trashing Minnesota for the Rudy Gobert deal. They laughed when they acquired Mike Conley like this is putting a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage. Anybody still feel that way? Have any of those people in the last few days, weeks maybe, who have talked about Anthony Edwards being the man, who have talked about Minnesota's ability to come out of the Western Conference, have any of them revisited what they said about the Minnesota Timberwolves when they acquired Rudy Gobert? Not one of them. I'm assuming, because Lord knows I ain't watching. But I'm assuming none of them have gone, hey, my bad. I trashed the whole organization for this deal, and look at what they're doing right now. Trades, this game brings an instant reaction, and you're going to feel very passionate about something. People were passionate. The Kings went the wrong direction last offseason by not being aggressive enough. Then they got to like 7 games over 500, 6 games over 500 relatively quickly. Okay. All right. Golden One Center wasn't any less full. Certainly wasn't any less loud. But it's the result, the disappointing result, that has got us feverishly. Keegan Murray ain't it. I don't know if Keegan Murray's got a year left to prove what he is. Okay, he's got a year left to prove what he is. Jimmy Butler might be available now. He's got a year left to prove what he is, fictitiously. LeBron James might be available now. Player A, B, C, or D, they're available now. So you're willing to wait one more year because a lot, and I'm getting this from the chat. He's got one more year to show us he's the guy. Hell, I think both of you said the same thing. Next year, you can't be wrong. You can't do this again next year.
Keegan might have one more year to show you the guy. You don't, as the GM.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. Keegan.
And what that and so the GM portion of this, as the GM, it comes down to, am I really gonna stop everything and say Keegan's got? I'm at the place where I'm saying Keegan's got one more year to show me something. Meanwhile, this player's available, this player's available, and this player's available. They're available now. They're not going to be available next year when I decide what Keegan Murray's fate is. If you're Monty McNair, you have to know today how you feel about Keegan Murray, and you have to be confident in how you feel about Keegan Murray. And if you're waffling on you got one more year. Okay. Because if you got one more year, you've got no more years. Because then it starts to, well, they traded Keegan Murray this year. They moved on from him. They decided he wasn't the guy. Man, do you think that Paul George rumor from last year was true? Paul George was available last year. And it creates this domino effect to where you wind up being a bad basketball team for a decade. You've got to be, you have to believe in Keegan Murray, the player, or what Keegan in behind closed doors. You have to believe in Keegan Murray, the player, or believe in what Keegan Murray can bring you as a player. But you got to be all in on both of those thoughts. Because there can't be any waffling on that, or you just said it. You're gone. Talking about Monty McNair. You're gone, and unfortunately, that means unfortunately, it means we're starting this whole stupid ass cycle all over again.
Right. And the whole thing about it, number one, we're all we're having a good time.
We podding.
We radio showing out here on D-Lo and KC for sure. But the whole thing about it, my thing is, we're not talking about trading Keegan Murray for Kelly Oubre. We're talking about all-stars,
game changers,
and Hall of Famers who aren't, like, regardless if you think somebody's aging or not, Jimmy Butler's not about to retire after next year. Like Jimmy Butler just less than 12 months ago took a team to the NBA Finals. You know what I mean? Like we're not talking about Dirk in year 20 that you're trading for. All right. So even if you don't want to do it, because number one, I'm sitting up here and I'm saying, man, I'd have to think about that. That's all I'm really saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like for the sake of radio, like I'm making a decision, but that's something that you have to think about. We talking about all-stars and Hall of Famers that are still getting it done today. You have to think about that. So to hear it in 30 seconds, be like, no way I would do. You guys are crazy for doing that. How could that's irresponsible to me to just if Monty did that, I'd be like, Monty, we got to reevaluate what you got going on.
And I don't think Monty would do
exactly.
that.
He's not.
Monty would do that.
You have to think. If Miami called him,
every conversation.
if Miami called him, they're having a conversation. He's like, let me talk to my guys about this. And then they coming up with a decision about what they want to do. Nobody's listening, hearing a Jimmy Butler trade offer in Sacramento that doesn't involve Fox and Sabonis and hanging up on Pat Riley in 10 seconds. That'd be ridiculous.
I also don't think I'm interested in trading Keegan Murray. Like it'd have to be a deal that like let me try that again because we're talking about specific players. I don't think I would do the silly little proposed silly because we created it. I don't think I'd do the Jimmy Butler Keegan Murray deal.
I don't think I would.
I don't think I would do it.
Caleb Martin made me think a little bit more because Caleb Martin a really good ball
I'd
player.
I'd try to find a different way to get Caleb Martin.
Yeah.
Now Miami might not be interested in that. Right. They might be trying to package those two together in our fictitious basketball world that we live in. But what I was trying to boil down rather than making it generic, because I'm like your version of Monty McNair. I'm taking every phone call and listening to every conversation that comes in from every general manager. And to be truthful, I believe that that's reality. Mm-hmm. I believe that that's what every general manager does. Rob Pelinka calls and asks about De'Aaron Fox. They talk. Now, if Rob Pelinka thinks that Monty McNair is entertaining trading De'Aaron Fox, that's Rob Pelinka's problem. Mm. But I'm having the conversation with Monty McNair because I'm having the conversation if I'm Monty McNair because I'm a good general manager. But in the end, me speaking as D'Lo, the radio show host, I'm not out on Keegan.
No,
and
I'm not either.
I very much believe in Keegan Murray's potential. And I'm still very much of the belief that we're trying to force him into this role instead of allowing him to grow into this role. I know we want to make the playoffs and go to the second round and the third round and the conference finals and compete for championships and all that. I understand that. If we're thrusting Keegan Murray into that position, I don't think it's going to work. I think if we allow him to grow into that position, it will work. If he's your biggest trade chip in terms of acquiring that player that gets you there, then you have to decide. You have to weigh the pros and the cons. Am I willing to give up where I believe will go for what I think will get us there? What I think will get us there right now if all stars align. Can Jimmy get you where you guys are talking about right now? Absolutely, if all the stars align. This year for the Sacramento Kings, the stars did not align for the Sacramento Kings.
See, what kind of scares me about what you said is like kind of like waiting for Keegan to like kind of get into that role rather than like thrusting him into that role. Like Kings need him in that role now, though. Like, because I've seen like in the chat, like younger teams are winning the playoffs, teams that have built. Like, your best player isn't going into year 4 like Anthony Edwards. Fox is going into year 8 and all that. Like, how much longer would we wait for Keegan Murray? Like, it kind of has to be now. Like, he has to step up now.
Here's a situation. I agree with you, and here's the situation, in my opinion, with the Kings. If Keegan's not ready for that, and we want to let him grow into that, that's fine. You still need the person who's going to do that.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the thing too.
So it's like whether you can keep him in this role where he can grow into it, and you find somebody else that can step in there and do that, or you put him in a trade. Like when I think about putting him in a trade, I'm thinking like not even necessarily Jimmy Butler, so to speak, because I already, contrary to popular belief, I already said I wouldn't do the deal. When he said Caleb Martin, that's what made me think about it. But initially I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. But I'm thinking Mikal Bridges, Brandon Ingram. Those guys are ready now. You need the guy who's ready now regardless if it's with
Cal
Keegan
ready
on,
now, 100%.
Yeah, he's ready. I think he's ready.
And what is Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, and 2 picks that getting you realistically?
No one, I don't think.
Like, what are the like? It seems like Kings have assets other
yeah,
than Keegan Murray. What is that getting you?
With all due respect, and I mean this, they don't care about Huerter or Barnes.
Well, I mean, that's why I threw in the 2 picks.
But that's contract stuff. It's when I say they, I mean other general managers. That's money matching. It's the picks.
And you only have
this league is built like everyone's looking. They're going to look at the Oklahoma City Thunder and go, "That's damn it, that's what we want to do." Like, all right, better have a Paul George, a Russell Westbrook, and a variety of different guys to trade from there to be able to pull that off. But that's this league. These general managers, they value the picks. The Huerter stuff, the Barnes stuff, that's money matching.
Well, that's kind of my point, though. Like, your picks are tied up. You only have 2 picks really to play around with or whatever. So what are you going to attach? Like what is fine? We'll talk about the 2 picks. What are those 2 picks going to get you? Like, is it going to get you a Jimmy Butler type or like the second score that you're talking about, the score that they need?
I'm not sure. It kind of depends, like the situation. Like maybe you could get something out of New Orleans because Brandon Ingram is on an expiring, and they don't have as much leverage when asking for, assets in return because it's a guy going into an expiring.
Does anybody remember the Pacers deal off the top of their head? It was multiple picks, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was multiple
first round picks.
Multiple first.
Because that's what we're looking at with Brandon Ingram, isn't it? It's the same exact scenario.
Yeah. Multiple first.
I'll get the exact specifics.
So,
if I can spell Pascal right.
And here's the other thing. My guy TJ talking about, it's so frustrating that people can't seem to be patient. Sack King 7600. We can't rush the process. Sabonis, Fox are not ready to lead us to a chip, in my opinion, with a trade or not. Let Keegan develop and see where we go.
3 players, 3 future picks. Sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
All of that is fine. All of that is fine. And TJ and Sack King 7600, maybe you guys are in the camp that I'm about to say. But for everybody who feels like that, don't say a word about anything Monty McNair does. Stays put, runs it back. If this team is 500 team, 10th seed, and don't make the playoffs, you can't say nothing. You can't say nothing because you want to be patient and you want to see where this thing gets us. And what that tells me is you want to see where it gets us. It may get us in the playoffs. It may not. But as long as we stay with it, that's acceptable.
Well, you want to be patient too while the rest of the West is on the up and up.
I think you two are doing a little extra. I mean, it's patience. It's
patience.
It's patience with. Is it? Am I misunderstanding? Maybe I heard you wrong. It's patience with Keegan.
Yeah.
Okay. You still have a roster to improve.
I understand. And by everything that we're trying to do, you want to get better with Keegan, not by moving him. Like I think we're all in agreement there. Like that's what we're trying to do. Keep Keegan on the roster and get better around him for sure. But I think franchise-wise, there needs to be more of a sense of urgency. It's not just, let's just go at a nice little pace. Nope. You got to make the play. They can't miss the playoffs.
There's a sense of urgency every year, in my opinion. For reasons we talk about, for reasons you just brought up. There's a sense of urgency because although not like in the literal Sports Center breaking news form of the term, there are people's jobs on the line. Monty has had enough chill off seasons. You had the Hassan Whiteside off season. You got to pass for that.
Yeah.
No one can, like, everyone understood.
Yeah.
Okay. You had a executive of the year off season. Terrific. Salute. Or that's more of an executive of the year season that led into another chill off season. All right. Now what? Sometimes we know the Siakam deal was real and it didn't work out for whatever reason. It didn't work out. We know that the conversations for OG Anunoby were real For whatever reason, it didn't work out. I think sometimes you got to be a little bit more critically thinking, though, when you look at this as a fan. Like the Knicks outbid the Kings for OG Anunoby. That's not what happened. And normally, and this will be the case in a month, 2 months, with Siakam. And I think it'll be the case with OG Anunoby, but someone threw some doubt in my mind. I thought it was a foregone conclusion he's back in New York. I still really believe he's back in New York. I just don't think it's as concrete as Siakam is to Indiana. Mm-hmm. Ask yourself, are you 1,000% comfortable with giving Siakam 100 and or whatever? I don't know what Siakam's contract is, but it's a max contract for the foreseeable future. Everybody good with that? To go with De'Aaron and Domas and everything you would have had to give up to acquire him. Y'all good with that? Because the flip side of that is, are you good with giving up what it would it cost to get him and then losing him for nothing? So there's intricacies. I don't know where things fell apart with Siakam, but I don't think it's as simple as the Pacers just outbid the Kings. The Knicks just outbid the Kings. That's not that. Players have a lot more say in trades, particularly their agents have a lot more a lot more say in trades than we want to believe.
I feel the latter. I feel that way about Brandon Ingram. Like, I'm willing to take that chance with Brandon Ingram because he's a guy that
are you willing to be what the Pacers are to Siakam? Hey, come through. We have a massive contract waiting for you when this season is over.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure. But we also think that the Siakam deal is like done. Like
we do, yeah.
I would be willing to take a chance with Brandon Ingram. Like Brandon Ingram, like, all right, like I'm playing here. I'm still kind of
Bruce Brown, Kiara Lewis, Jordan Nwora, 2 2024 first-round picks from the Pacers, and a conditional 2026 first-round pick. Just in this one article, I don't want to go searching for it. I don't know what the condition is, but it's essentially 3 first-round picks and 3 players for Pascal Siakam and a future second-round pick that doesn't even have a year on it.
I take a chance, and
you go with that?
I take a chance with Brandon Ingram. As long as all those players,
that's probably Herter, Barnes, Davion, and 3 picks.
3 picks, yeah.
Man,
I hear you. Brandon Ingram with an opportunity to sign. I'm not even saying like the wink joint. Like the wink. He didn't say no, but he was like,
and we believe the wink was when this was signed. Mm-hmm. We don't think the wink occurred later. Like it happened here. Mm-hmm. We don't think it. Our opinion is no team would make this deal for that volume of players and picks without knowing the players re-signing.
Which is going to the other thing that I'm talking about is like, if I'm doing all that, I need a little bit more than just, we'll see when we get there.
Yeah.
Or I got to take some off that plate.
I just looked at the clock. We got to step out. Trysta Krick's going to join us, so we can't mess with our time because, well, we might not take another commercial break for an hour. Trysta Krick, top of the hour. You don't want to miss that. D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, someone in the chat throwing it. Yeah, Kings is 4th best odds to get Jimmy. For whatever that's worth.
Behind the Sixers. That's spectacular. That is absolutely spectacular.
Jay Cliff, I saw that. I think, obviously, to me, that's assuming they work out a sign and trade or he opts in and they trade him for 1 year or something like that. That would be my thought. That's probably the only way they could get Paul. Like if he opts out and becomes a free agent, they don't even have enough cap space to make that happen. Aldrin, I did see that Deja Kelly going to Oregon. I didn't know. Well, I mean, I guess it was all over their Instagrams, but I didn't know her and RJ Davis were dating all year. I think he's going to the league, so she's probably like, I'm gonna leave too. Good for her though. I like Deja Kelly. She's a good ball player.
What's it gonna be? Oh.
You're asking the right questions, Zabo.
What we doing?
People just want to know why.
What are we doing here? Oh, well. It's not going to happen today for the A's.
Oh no.
They're down 11-2 in the top of the third.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, Stephon Diggs.
He looks good. I like that. Who?
Manny, I thought he said.
Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2:00 hour.
We can get into the phones real quick, but I just wanted to say real quick, did you see, everybody saw it, but I thought it was funny in that Timberwolves Nuggets game when everyone got mad at Mark Davis.
Oh, that was incredible.
Was that when Michael Malone ran out on him?
Yeah. Yeah, he got rushed. Did you happen to read the pool report afterwards?
I didn't.
It was very funny. They asked I keep saying Mark Davis. I said that on the handoff. Whoever the official that does those pool reports is, the lead official is.
Mm-hmm.
They asked how come Michael Malone wasn't assessed a technical foul.
Definitely.
They were asked it. That's not why. I don't think that's why they triggered the pool report. I think they triggered it because of the Jamal Murray stuff, which we haven't talked about yet. But the heating pad and the answer was we didn't know where it came from. If we had seen it, we would have reviewed it as I think a hostile act.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was asked if Jamal would have been ejected. And he goes, the response was it would be difficult to determine it would have been difficult to eject him because we would have had to have determined intent.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an interesting thing to follow that has a lot of people worked up today because it landed right by Karl Anthony Towns' feet.
Yeah.
And every basketball player on the planet who's talked about it today was talking about those heating pads and how they're moist, they're all these, and one step on those, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Like there's no situation where you step on that and you're good. Like, no, you're probably taking a spill. It's just to what degree, to how bad. But they asked why wasn't Michael Malone assessed the technical? I thought the response was incredible. He said, well, despite how animated Michael Malone was, he didn't say anything that we felt warranted a technical foul. Meanwhile, the camera is pointed directly at Michael Malone talking about, what the F was that? F you. And it's like every other word is F, 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 F. Yeah. And it's like, that didn't warrant a technical foul?
Well, the ref can't come out saying, well, I was actually scared for my life.
Well, look, Mark didn't look. Mark wasn't acting like he was scared. Well, Mark was acting like, what you want to do?
Well, the other thing was, I think Mark got distracted because he immediately started arguing with Aaron Gordon. Like, Michael Malone comes out and is essentially in his face, and people can feel however they want to about Mark Davis. He showed restraint in that moment and didn't react. But then Aaron Gordon got in his face, and then Mark Davis got significantly more animated when talking to Aaron Gordon.
He was, I thought he got.
He almost got jumped.
I thought he got by everybody, not just the Nuggets, the Timberwolves. But I thought, I got to look at it again. I thought he went at Mike Malone. Aaron Gordon came over there.
Well, he stood in Mike Malone's
He told Aaron,
face.
he told him, get his ass over there. All this other stuff.
He told who that?
He told Aaron Gordon to get, I don't know if he told Aaron Gordon to get over there or get your coach and tell him to get over there.
Oh, I think he would. I felt like, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Mark was getting at him.
I thought Mark Davis was describing what happened and was like using his hands and point, because he was pointing to the other side of the court and then pointing over here.
No, he did that. Oh. And then it looked like.
Then he told Mike Malone to get the hell out of his face.
Yeah, and I feel like he told Aaron, get him over there.
Maybe.
Get him away from me. But that was, they were.
Didn't warrant a technical foul, though.
Everybody was pissed off. The other thing about Jamal
Mark
Murray,
Davis
too.
wants hazard pay.
About Jamal Murray was, I mean, I don't believe he intended to throw that on the court. But that's what happens when you mess around. Like, weird stuff can happen. And yeah, I don't see a suspension happening, but the fine definitely got to come.
So he threw a towel too.
Before that or during that time?
It's at a different time.
I see. I missed that.
So the towel landed right behind the official, and salute to the ball boy who saw it, jumped up and grabbed it. I don't think the official even saw it.
Shout out
but
to
Jamal threw it.
Shout out to the ball boys at the Golden One Center, man. Those are my guys, man. They always show love, man. Big ups to them.
Yeah. Michael definitely cussed. And I'm
Mark.
Yeah, Mark. So he is saying something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing, get your ass out of here. Thank you very much. Give me the ball. Yeah, no, it's something along those lines. And he's saying, stop talking to me. Something along, stop talking to me. Go to your huddle. And Aaron Gordon, to his credit, doesn't listen. He just stays there and continues to talk to him. And Michael Malone is the best part. Sorry to the radio audience. Michael Malone does that thing where you want to fight, but you're walking away, like he's looking at him the whole time. Like, what you want to do? Huh? Never stop looking at him the entire time.
The funny thing about it was, like watching Inside the NBA, and Charles was like, "That's not an offensive foul." Then
the knee,
or
the one before,
the one Karl Anthony Towns on Jamal Murray.
Yeah,
that's clearly an offensive foul.
Yeah, kind of.
Nah, Malone should have got a tee though. He definitely should have got a tee. Like, he was out of pocket. They were mad. They were mad.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't cuss at him.
No, you gotta get out of my face.
Oh no, he did not. Yeah, you don't.
You gotta get out of my face.
Yeah,
man.
that was. Yeah, he definitely did. I think Mark Davis just stuck his chest out. Like, what you want to do?
Mark was ready. Oh, you were like Mark like that, but Mark was ready. Mark was like, "Nah, we ain't doing this."
He hit Aaron Gordon with, "Get your punk ass friend out of here. Get your little boy out of here.
Give me the ball and get back over there."
Mark went right back at him. He went right back at him.
Mark said, "This is the case. Thank you. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
Get your ass
That's
back over
what he
there."
did. Poor DeAndre Jordan. This is his life now. Just pulling Mike Malone back. DeAndre. Oh yeah, there's like 3 more F-bombs right there while he's there's 4.
Yeah, Mike Malone definitely.
Then there's 5 when he turns his head.
Mike Malone borderline should have been kicked out.
Come on, legends, where you at?
I wouldn't kick him out for that because it is the playoffs, but he did a lot.
He did
a lot in that situation.
This is too funny not to. You got to see how this looks like a fight night standoff. That's what this looks like.
Mike Malone was doing a lot in that situation. It's like, man,
what account am I on here?
Well,
I don't remember where we were going, but I know.
Phones, I think, too.
I know. Oh, Manny's on the line. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
Hey, first, let's be fair to the refs. We don't know what Jokic's brothers were doing in the stands looking at him. He might have been fearing for his life on that one.
Very, very well could have been.
But talking about Keegan, look, I don't know if I'd sleep right in my Matthews mattress locations all over Sacramento and outside of the Sacramento area.
Well, you will sleep right if you are in a Matthews mattress.
That's for sure.
But I don't know how well I'd sleep if we traded him away with he's only scratched the surface of everything he can and put it together. It would definitely take, and see, like some of these guys that were mentioned, like Butler, who's had injury issues, even George at times, like it's one of those things like we're with Tyrese, where, yeah, some of it wasn't meshing well between Tyrese and Fox, but you knew the potential of what could be there, but you got blown away with what the offer was and what was coming back that you had to pull the trigger. For me, it's similar, where it has to be something where like it's hands down, you have no choice but to pull the trigger on something. It just can't be just because.
Yeah, I got you. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I understand that. Like I said, I don't know if I'd make a trade for. We've only talked about 2 people. I don't know if I'd make a trade for Jimmy Butler. Yes, LeBron James, I would make a trade. Okay, like that one is perplexing me. I don't understand how that one's really even a question. It's LeBron James. He averaged 25, 9 and 9.
Get your boy out of here and give me the ball. I think I love Mark Davis for that. That was funny. They had that on the screen. That was funny.
Yeah, Mark Davis got the heating pad thrown at him though. That was crazy.
I think he got the towel thrown at him too.
That was crazy. I didn't see.
So you wouldn't suspend him for that?
Nah, because like you said.
So what do you think his intent was?
It could have been just like something happened. He's like, no, that was whack. And like gesturing that way, but not throwing it. Like it could have been.
It flew out of his hand?
Yeah. That's,
twice?
Well, I don't know what happened with the towel. You know what I mean? I got to look at that one.
I'll see if I can.
But
I think he meant to throw it. Dude was just having a tantrum.
Jamal had a bad day.
Yeah.
He did.
Jamal had a bad day.
So it could have been more.
That championship confidence is.
He could have really meant to throw it.
I mean, it seems silly. Like, I mean, think about what we're talking about. Like, he was trying to throw a towel at an official.
Yeah, and that's what I think about with the heating pad too, right? Like Jamal Murray in the second quarter really just gonna throw a heating pad on the floor and think it's cool. Like think like, yeah, I was so mad. That's what I did, and it was great. Like I don't think he threw intentionally through the heating pad. So anything could happen, but I don't think so.
Shout out to State Farm. They're getting some run here with these videos. Here, this I think is the towel. There's the towel. Jamal just threw it.
He did throw the towel.
Jamal just threw the towel.
That's for sure.
And I don't know if this video has both of them on it.
He absolutely threw the towel.
And man, it sure looks like he threw the heating pad.
He stood up and threw it.
Man,
that towel for sure.
That towel he threw
that like Bret Hart's dad.
Shout out to the ball boy. Man, it sure looks like he threw that heating pad. And Mark Davis is like, what the hell is going on over here?
Jamal would be crazy for that. That would be wild to just throw a heating pad on the floor. Wow.
He did that on purpose, bro.
It kind of feels like he did.
Towel for sure. Towel alone might get him ejected.
Do you have to?
Can't be doing that.
If you're Adam Silver, boy, Mark Davis had a day yesterday. If you're Adam Silver, do you have to punish the intent or the act? Because you
might have to,
because Jamal could say, "Oh, it slipped. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh, I mean, That's a tough sell twice. It's in 4K,
Yeah.
but do you do that?
You might have to punish the act because you can't even think that that's the case now. But you're also, if you're Adam Silver, in my opinion, now you're going to ask yourself, okay, do I want to affect this series with suspensions?
Yeah, you can't have players throwing stuff at the refs.
I
Jamal
think-
needs to not be a baby in that situation, if we're being honest here.
I think the heating pad alone, like get the heating pad out of here. The towel's enough to get him suspended. The heating pad, because you like
the towel looks like he's trying to hit Mark Davis with it.
The heating pad, you kind of lose his arm and his hand and all that, so you're not 100% sure. It's clear as day that towel was.
You're 100% right. He looked just like Martha Hart right here, throwing the towel in.
That was just the mom. That's right. It was.
Yeah, she snatched it away from Stu and threw it in the ring, and then it hit the rope, so it didn't go all the way in, and they had to like fling it in. And Owen ran around celebrating.
Speaking of, I don't know if this is a news story or whatever.
Bro, this is crazy. He chucks the heating pad at Mark Davis. Look at him. This is him right here. I don't know. Can you see the
Yeah, we can see the mouse.
Watch him. He's chucking it at Mark Davis.
Dude, hit him with a Randy Johnson fastball,
interpretation
bro.
with this.
That was Randy Johnson hitting the bird right there.
You're gonna have to get
He chucks the heating pad at Mark Davis.
Yeah, he out for game 3. Game 3.
Oh, that's tough. Like, you can't even deny that.
Yeah, you gotta suspend him, bro. You gotta suspend him. Like I said,
and it's made worse by it. He's throwing it at the same. It appears he's throwing it at the official twice. Hey, look.
That's the thing.
Hey. Oh man, I'm sorry to do this. This might not. I'm sorry to do this. That's not a 1-game suspension. You can't throw stuff at officials. I don't care if it's the playoffs or not.
I think
you can't do that.
I feel like it's one. I think you got to give him one.
You can I disagree. TK, have you? I know you're seeing this. I know you've seen this 1,000 times. This dude throws a towel at Mark Davis, and then this is the one that's got everybody talking because it went on the floor. Bro gets up and chucks a heating pad at Mark Davis. What's the discipline that should be laid out by Adam Silver for this? Also high.
Should a game?
Man.
I guess you just couldn't really feel the impact of it while you were watching the game. It just didn't become anything until the officials didn't. Usually they're razzle dazzle. They're ready to go. They're ready to tee people up. They're ready to kick you out. And it kind of just seemed like they didn't even notice. So I didn't.
Well, shout out to the towel boy who caught shout out to the ball boy who caught the towel and got it away, from the floor. But the heating pad landed right by, I think it was Reggie Jackson and Karl Anthony Towns.
Pope, I think.
Oh, Pope, sorry.
KCP. Yeah, KCP got it out here. Yeah, I think a game too. Like I said, I understand everything Damien's saying. I probably just still, do a game because there's still room for not knowing intent.
Bro,
there's still room. I'm with you. I think he did it on purpose. And I think he tried to throw it at the ref, but there's still room for that.
How many birds are outside of your preseason sports right now?
Guys, I didn't know if you could hear it. It's sanctuary.
It's strong sanctuary vibes. Yeah, it's Trysta and the birds.
It feel like it's disrupting our vibe here? Do I need to go inside?
It's giving vibes, though.
It's a lot. Yeah,
it's giving vibes like, oh, we outside.
It's in the audio version of 4K.
I can go inside.
No, it looks immaculate though.
No,
the backdrop, it's sunny, it's gorgeous.
Spring is there.
Look at you've got acreage back. That is Kenny Caraway style acreage.
Where's Baby Fox? Where's Baby Fox?
Oh, he was in the compost today. We found him, and all of a sudden the compost is just right there. There's this big sort of wooden raised bed where you just throw food scraps in and then you fill it with dirt. It's good with food waste, and he's munching in on it he is grubbing. Okay. So he's tiny. He's like Emma size.
Little fox.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a full tail yet.
Oh, how adorable.
Baby
we talk about the one thing I was thinking about was Jamal Murray throwing the towel and should he be suspended and all this other stuff. And there's arguments to be had on the other side, but there's still room for intent. Whether he intended to or not. It's not like he was Robert Horry throwing the towel at Danny Ainge. Now that if we can pull that one up, that was crazy. That was his coach too.
No, that was an all-timer. That was an all-timer.
Yeah, you can't really tell. It could have just been out of frustration. Let's be honest. Jamal Murray isn't healthy. He doesn't look like himself at all. And they're getting their asses whooped. If you can't beat the Timberwolves without Rudy Gobert, I don't know if you're going to beat them.
I feel like this one's a wrap, man. There's the only thing I'm holding out for is maybe you get one of two and you can do the whole, win game 5 if you're Denver, make it 3-2. And then you just do the whole, hey, all we got to do is get game 6 because we ain't losing game 7. That's the only thing I'm holding out for Denver, but it looks like it's over.
Yeah, I mean, and it's less to do with Denver than it is. And listen, like it's actually both. Denver doesn't have a bench. They really didn't figure out what they were wanting to do in terms of like replacing Bruce Brown, replacing Jeff Green, right? And they told us, they pitched us, hey, and I believed in them. Hey, we've got guys that are just as good right now. Peyton Watson is better than Bruce Brown right now. He's not. I'm sorry to say. He is not. Christian Brown, he's not a replacement for Jeff Green. And Jeff Green is kind of an unsung hero on a lot of teams. You don't really realize how impactful he can be, Uncle Jeff. And he gave us some really big minutes along the way when they won the title. So they didn't do anything to really replace their role players besides the whole like youth movement thing. So that's one thing. And then you look at the Timberwolves and just what they've done, not just from a roster standpoint, but from a scheme standpoint. And they give Jamal Murray fits. They're blitzing him. They're making his life uncomfortable. Every single shot is difficult. They're in his body. They're making Jokic, forcing him into 15 threes in a game, right? Like that's just uncharacteristic. They're clogging the paint up. Having 2 7-footers, it appears, if you can sort your own spacing out, really disrupts everybody else and what they want to do on that side of the ball too. So give it up for what the Timberwolves have done. Timberwolves had 23 blocks and steals last night. 23.
That's crazy.
That is almost unfathomable. 23 steals and blocks.
Without Rudy.
Yeah.
Without Rudy Gobert.
Did you see what your boy said about Rudy Gobert?
Who's my boy?
Gilbert Arenas.
Oh my God. Yes, I did see that. Say it. Tell him.
Gilbert Arenas said it's a baby. It'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, well,
Gilbert Arenas is in the Shannon
that's
Sharp
Gil.
camp for me. He's in the Ocho Cinco camp, like just toxic men with toxic traits and perspectives. What? Did you not see what he recently said, that he was getting into it with his shorty over, that he wanted her to wake up at 4 a.m. every day to cook him some food, and they were beefing over that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
But I don't think Ocho's Gil, though. Gil is like the most
unsalvageable. Yeah,
he's
unsalvageable.
Toxic.
Yeah.
Gil is
but that whole little like new crew of media, ridiculous. The things that they say, ridiculous.
That's not media. Those are former athletes with podcasts.
That's okay. Fine. That's true.
Yeah,
whatever. We need to have like a new word for it, I guess, because that's a lot of words to say what I want to say.
Former athletes with podcasts.
Yeah.
That's the acronym.
Former athletes with
FAWP. That's FOP.
Whoa. Oh, it got crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, FAW. And I thought a K might be there. I was like, yo.
Well,
we can't call him that.
We could leave the W out and call him Faps.
Faps.
Shout out to Baps.
Well,
I used to love that movie.
Yeah.
I see.
That's
this
basically it.
For me, man. Play the video, man. I see you got the video queued up, man. This is Robert Horry and Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge's head coach of the Suns.
Oh my God. Trader Danny.
Terrible.
Right
Oh,
to
look
the
at Ernie.
face.
Look at Ernie Johnson and Reggie Theus right there. Look at that group.
No,
look at where the era of NBA on TNT was at one point.
They're
Ernie and
sitting,
Reggie
next to each other, like shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, amazing.
Bro, that was hilarious.
Well,
Why did Eddie's next step back? No, come on.
This is terrible. This is Robert Horry. Come on, man.
Why did he hit
That's
him in the
terrible.
face like that?
That's terrible. Look at Reggie. Reggie thinking about a white woman right now. Look at
Oh
him.
man.
Oh, look at Reggie.
Yeah, he can get it.
Shout out Reggie Theus. What, ma'am?
Well, look,
Perfect
the ladies
skin.
love Reggie, man.
Well,
Come on now.
Perfect
No.
skin.
I feel like he still looks like that.
He does.
I feel like that's exactly what Reggie Theus still looks
He's
like.
aged perfectly. The ladies love Reggie.
No, my bad. Oh, my bad.
gosh.
My bad.
Jeez.
He exfoliates, as
Disrespect.
TK would say.
Mhm.
He exfoliates.
Rush Street Reggie is what they would call him.
Yeah,
Chicago.
man. Yeah, man. Who you got since we're in the Western Conference? Dallas and OKC.
I was just digging in on this. I think I lean OKC just because of Luka's injury. Luka's going to have a really hard time with Lou Dort. They've got multiple guys that they can throw his way, right? You can put Jalen Williams on him. You can put Lou Dort on him. And then you look at Kyrie. I think Kyrie's probably got a better matchup in terms of him getting busy. But Luka just doesn't look right with that knee tweak. And that is saying a lot considering that I think he averaged 30 points per game in that last series against the Clippers. So, he can still get his. But you look at, even just from a betting perspective, at the player props for OKC versus the Mavericks. And there's like 5 guys for the Thunder whose player point prop is in double figures. And it's just Luka and Kyrie for the Mavs. So they don't know who they're really going to get any production from, right? Like you might get a 3 or 2 from Derek Jones Jr., excuse me. You might get you're not getting a lot. Like Tim Hardaway Jr. hasn't really been great. Hopefully, if you're the Mavs, that you've got Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford out there, and maybe they can push Chet Holmgren around a little because they're used to getting bodied by Zubac, and this is a whole new challenge because they really want to run. OKC really wants to run like 5 out. But Mavs are going to need to shoot threes. And I don't know who that's going to be. Is that going to be Dante Exum? Is that going to be, and Maxi Kleber is out for this entire season. I mean, entire series, excuse me, with the separated shoulder. So when they play small ball 5 with him, that was a really good look against the Clippers. And that now is no longer an option. So I like the Thunder more slightly. I like them tonight to win game 1. I don't think that Jason Kidd has ever won a game 1 with the Mavericks as head coach. So that's telling. And they're not a great home team either. Not a great road team either. So, yeah, I think it's a slight advantage for OKC. But as you guys can tell, I'm kind of like vacillating about it because the Mavs, despite me thinking that they were going to be terrible all year, are where we are now. And they're staring right at the Western Conference Finals if they can get past a much smaller Thunder team. Thunder want to turn you over. They're the top team in terms of deflections in the NBA. And at one point, the Mavs were like 4th in turnovers. So that could be an interesting look. But, yeah, I'm very torn in this series. I think this thing could go the distance.
That fall Maxi took was nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
That
was all bad. I agree with you though, TK. I think I'm gonna go OKC in 7. And maybe even sooner after the things that you just laid out, because you're 100% correct. I don't know if Dallas has enough on a nightly basis against OKC. OKC the real deal. They're the real deal, man. And they've got pretty much everything you need except for maybe shooting, but I don't know if Dallas has the defense to
But think
exploit
about this. They were the number 1 3-point shooting team in the NBA percentage-wise and in the postseason.
True.
So
They only take good threes.
Yep.
It comes down. I like my boy
Exactly.
Isaiah Joe. He can stretch the floor. He's a dead eye shooter. Yeah, man. I think OKC gonna get this one.
I like Shea in this matchup as well. It's going to be fascinating to see how Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively split time and whether they're really able to protect the paint, because what we know is that, Shea is a mid-range master, right? And same thing with Jalen Williams. Both those guys live and die with the mid-range. So, where are we seeing, how much is Daniel Gafford coming up? And on top of that, while Chet Holmgren's not exactly a thick boy by any means, we were making fun of the Wizards all year before Daniel Gafford got traded because centers were able to score like crazy against him. He's just not one of those guys that you can trust to truly rim protect. He can get a lot of rebounds, and I think he will against Chet. But is he going to be able to stop Chet from scoring? I don't know.
We'll get to the Western or Eastern Conference, in just a heartbeat, but I'll bring you in on a conversation we were having earlier. It's just fictitious, just fun, just off-season stuff. If Jimmy Butler were available for trade, because apparently Pat Riley hates him at this particular moment in time, would you trade Keegan Murray to acquire him in Sacramento?
No, I would not. Absolutely not.
Number one reason why not would be what?
Health and age. I think the West is way too tough to make that decision. I think you only make that decision if you're a piece away. And if you give up Keegan and you get Jimmy's a very below average 3-point shooter and a guy who's probably giving you 55 games a year in the regular season, and also has had significant lower extremity issues in the playoffs and in the regular season the last 3 seasons, right? So to me, the only way I do it, if it's like I don't really care what he gives me in the regular season, all I need for him to be, it's like the Kawhi Leonard sort of philosophy. All I need him really is for these games in the playoffs. And I think the West is way too tough for the Kings to make that move, because that doesn't put you above Minnesota. It doesn't put you above Denver. It doesn't put you above OKC. It doesn't put you above a myriad of other teams. So if you got to keep Keegan and Jimmy, then yeah, you absolutely figure out a way to do it. But I don't even think he's going to command that much in terms of to get him, because he's going to want max money. And it's really all about whether you can pay Jimmy Butler what he wants and whether you find that to be something that makes sense for you as a business. But Jimmy Butler to me makes the most sense in New York, because they need another creator. He's a perfect Tibbs guy. He's already played for Tibbs. He is a two-way player.
The original Tibbs guy.
Yeah, he's the OG. Like, the reason that Jimmy Butler can only play 55 games a regular season is because Tibbs ran him down into the ground.
Twice.
Why not 3 times a charm? And like, take the pressure off of Jalen Brunson a little bit. Let him get busy. He can create as well. They like to do some of the same things in terms of the spots on the floor that they want to get to in order to get their shots. So I actually really like that, because right now what we saw with New York is, if it's not Jalen, what do we really have? You're getting corner threes from Dante. You're getting some Josh Hart in
But
transition.
Dante's hit some big shots. I feel like
some
you were
big
kind of
shots.
dismissive with that. Dante's hit some big shots.
He's just not a creator, right? And
Sure.
so if you're able to load up on Brunson and rotate effectively, and Dante doesn't have it going, it can get really ugly really fast. I think they just need one more creator. That's really it. And what if you were to, like, if you're New York, you say, like, maybe I give them Julius Randle and 1 first-round pick, and maybe that's enough to get it going, especially if Pat really doesn't want to pay him.
Well, if Pat don't want to pay him, but there's no chance in hell Pat Riley's helping out the Knicks.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
None.
But do you think there's any reason for him to help out the Sixers, who also are thinking about Jimmy?
Sure. Well,
they're not the Knicks.
Yeah, they're not the
They're
Knicks.
not the Knicks.
Like, they are in your conference and all that, but they ain't the New York Knicks.
Yeah, exactly.
New York Knicks, we're taking this beat to the grave.
I don't even think Philadelphia has a player under contract they can trade.
They don't. No, they don't. Might have to wait for Jimmy to go into free agency like Philly did with a sign-in trade and see if you could do something like that. But no, I wouldn't. I just think what's happening is another evolution of the game and roster building, and someone either needs to break that system, or teams need to continue to try to be in vogue with that, which is, I was looking at the Timberwolves and the Nuggets last night when I was watching that game. The Timberwolves have 14 guys that are over 6'4", 6'4" or above. They have like 11 guys 6'5" or above. If you look up and down that roster outside of like Monty Morris and Mike Conley, everybody's a monster. Everybody. Long, athletic, able to defend. A lot of them can knock down threes. So they're able to do a little bit of everything. It's kind of what the original Toronto Raptors wanted to do, and we're just not very effective in doing so. And that's what you have for the Nuggets as well. 13, 14 guys, 6'4", 6'5", or above. And so, and then two legitimate 7-footers, which Denver does not have. So if you're in the Western Conference, now you need to figure out that problem. Everything else is kind of secondary until you're like, okay, well, how do we score with Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert protecting the paint? Do we just try to hunt Karl Anthony Towns to get him into foul trouble? Like, that's a nice thought, but it's hasn't seemed to work for Denver so far.
You know, I might be a one-man wolf pack here with this one.
Oh,
but I think the Cavs are going to make a series out of this Boston situation. I think Boston's going to win. But I'm going to say Boston in 6, though.
The radio cannot see.
how does that? Can you just? You're a very smart basketball mind, so explain to me how that happens.
I think Donovan Mitchell is going to have a hell of a series because he always does. Like, he just always, that's what he does more times than not. So I think he's going to bring the scoring punch needed to match up with Tatum and Jalen and everything else like that. And I'm also banking on Jared Allen coming back, which is maybe not fair because he didn't play in the last game. But I think he'll come back before Porzingis. And if you got Jared Allen and Evan Mobley inside, I think you can give Boston a little bit of problems. A little bit. So I because Porzingis isn't there, that's why I have it at 6. If Porzingis was there, I might have it as a sweep for Boston.
I get that. Don't think Jared Allen's coming back, though. If he doesn't come back, I think it's a wrap. His cracked rib, that's a real issue. That's a real issue. You don't want any problems with that. I also think that Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell have very tough matchups. I mean, you just have guys on the perimeter that are going to be able to lock down, right? You've just got Jalen Brown probably on Donovan Mitchell, loves guarding his buddy, Drew Holiday on Darius Garland. Darius Garland's going through like a current crisis of his game. He's been just unseeable, unknowable on a milk carton. I think his confidence is at an all-time low right now. He's just not taking shots. And the audacity and the gall that he had to desire and demand the ball when it was a foul situation in Game 7 against the Magic, just disgusting stuff. Just disgusting. The stat padding was unethical. We know those aren't your real points. Those are points they had to give you. Okay, you're 90% free throw shooter, but you did not earn those whatsoever. Those should have gone to Donovan Mitchell, who I needed one more point from in order to cash a 90 to.
I knew there was some extra saltiness behind that
proclamation
proclamation
why that is
right
disgusting.
there.
I'm with you.
That's just disgusting. And Donovan's like calling for the ball. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. And they throw it over the top. There needs to be an investigation, truthfully, about that.
There's a lot of investigations going on in the NBA right now.
Darius Garland, I think, is going to have a tough series. Donovan, he's always good for breakout performances, but let's not sleep. He had 2 huge stinkers, games 3 and 4, I believe, in Orlando when he had like 18 and 19 points or something like that. So we're going to need to see him play like he did the last 2 games of the series. And he's dealing with, I think, either a knee issue or a thigh issue. He went back to the locker room a couple of times. So it's just a tough matchup for Cleveland. I actually don't think they're going to score 100 points tonight.
Okay.
Sweep?
Maybe 5. Boston likes to play with their food.
Yeah, Boston might lose tonight. And I don't think they will. Boston's locked in. Before you want to weigh in on the weekend?
Man, wasn't it electric? Oof. I've been watching so many TikToks. The concept of crowdsourcing a diss record is just so brilliant. And I got people who aren't even hip hop fans that I sent the Metro beat to, and they're just walking around, baby actress, baby. It just sticks in your head.
Genius.
That's a jam.
Even though Metro probably should fall back.
Probably, needs to just
everything that
log
came out this
offline
morning,
for a while.
just
Stay offline.
all the way back.
They call them Metro grooming.
Bruh.
They call them Metro grooming. These people are so clever, you know? They're just brilliant.
If they would only use their powers for good, we'd be in a
Exactly.
better place.
Drake's been taken. I was texting Damien when these were dropping, like, oh my God, did you see this? Because it was just, they would just casually just put it on Twitter too, like me. Like, it was just like, hey, here's my song, you know, here it is right on Twitter. It took hours to get on like Spotify and Apple Music. Yeah, I'm just going to release it right now. Just here you go. Drake's been taking some L's, man. I saw something yesterday where it was like his response track was essentially like, if I'm a liar, why aren't my pants on fire? You know, like if I'm a pedo, why am I not in jail? It's like, dude, get out of here. What are you talking about? Like, there's no winning when you get accused of certain things and everyone's asking you to respond. Like, there's no way to prove a negative, bro. Everybody's don't, and everybody's searching through your old photos and your old Instagram comments. Like when Billie Eilish turned 18, you're like, I've been waiting. Like, that was out of pocket anyway. I don't care what that has to do with. Like, so now everybody's crowdsourcing the private investigation as well. It's no win. And this is what I said from the beginning that people got on me on Twitter about in the very, very beginning when J. Cole came out and was like, listen, that was not what I wanted to do. That wasn't on my heart. Didn't sit right with me. I apologize. I don't want any of this. I'm taking the song down from all the streaming platforms. And everybody's like, oh, J. Cole's a bitch. J. Cole, this is not in the spirit of hip hop. Hip hop is dead. And I'm like, no, I think that's just like savvy decision making. First of all, if you didn't want to do it, you shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have been pressured into doing it. But two, like, you already know what's coming down the pike. If you're in that circle and you know how deep the beef is and how much these dudes really don't like each other, and you know that low-key kind of everybody in the industry just does not F with Drake, and they're just allowing his presence because he makes hit after hit after hit, and they're really waiting for his downfall, you should probably step away. And that is exactly, he looks like the smartest person.
That's right.
Right now.
He's winning hip hop. Ain't nobody digging up old J. Cole tweets.
No, everybody's like, oh yeah. I saw that people were like, you know, Kendrick and Drake going crazy. It's like a war scene. And then it's that one TikTok that went viral of that dude on the skateboard drinking the ocean spray.
Yeah.
And like, that was J. Cole. Yes. He's living his best life right now. He doesn't have to worry about getting into the lab for some nonsense because Kendrick put out a certified club banger. It was like 1995 West Coast hip hop. And now everybody's like, oh, V-Ho. Nobody wants that with Dreamville. Like Creamville, we don't want any of that, right? We don't want any of that.
Ma'am, I can't let that.
We don't want any of that. Or how about Teenville? We don't want any of that either.
No. All right, just because ma'am, we do not need any of this right now. But we do need your takes on these NBA games. So make sure you're subscribing to the Heat Check podcast and checking out BetQL tonight. TK, we appreciate you as always. Really interesting WNBA story from over the weekend. Yeah, I want to touch on that with D'Lo and Casey returning on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, you wild for that.
TK.
That was off the top of the dome.
See?
Don't let me jump on BBL Drizzy. Don't let me jump on it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
That's the new Drake bars. The BBL Drizzy drop.
Exactly.
When I first heard that beat, like when it started, I was like, this is trash. And then the beat really hit, and I said, oh, Metro went crazy.
Yeah, he did.
I said, oh, snap.
It sounded like young MJ, too.
Man, he went crazy.
On.
And then they dug up his tweets.
He's had weird tweets out there for a while.
Yeah,
like
it was old tweets. He went on a tweeting rampage and deleted on Sunday. He was just talking erratic.
He needs to settle it, cool it down. He needs to cool it down now. All right, guys.
Make some drums.
All right, TK.
See you guys.
We'll see you, homie.
Bye.
Bye. Complex might have just been playing. I don't see they not like us in here today.
Look at that boy. You got gray hair and everything. That's crazy. I remember when he was Stat Boy.
Yeah.
That had to be what? Probably like 20 years ago? Like when he kind of debuted as Stat Boy on PTI?
Easily.
That's crazy.
Let's see, what year are we in? 2024? 2004? Yeah.
That's a trip, man.
Is that our boy Abe? Who is that?
Yeah, Abe. Trysta's from Portland, Oregon.
Trysta, one of the best in the game. It is not time to end the beam. Y'all need to chill with that.
Is there a team that has like their former players cheer for like their old team more than the Knicks? Because I saw like Stephon Marbury, John Starks out there. Melo's been out there.
Stephon thought he was at Rucker.
Yeah. He was having the time of his life.
I loved it.
They always got their legends out there.
Sir, you almost got blocked. Settle down. No way in hell.
Great stuff from Trysta Krick, as always. Our man Jason Jones going to join us coming up in about 40 minutes. Lots to talk to him about. Shout out to our man Dr. David. His beautiful daughter Alyssa made all league in volleyball.
Nice.
And basketball.
Nice.
Oh, my bad. I would have hit the air horns, but I got the KSFM stuff up because I was looking at some stuff over there. Alyssa. Actually, you made all league twice. Come on, man. Congrats to Alyssa, Dr. David, and that whole family right there. This ties in beautifully to something I was curious to talk to you about here for just a heartbeat. The WNBA just announced they will begin providing full-time chartered flights to all teams this season. The flights will cost the WNBA around $25 million per year for the next 2 seasons, and that will be up and running as soon as possible. That actually wasn't the story I wanted to bring to your attention, but it's a really good footnote to something Cheryl Reeves said. There was an incident over the weekend. It was a really interesting story I stumbled across about the Lynx and the Sky, the Minnesota Lynx and the Chicago Sky. Their preseason game was supposed to be available on League Pass.
Mhm.
It wasn't. No one knows why. It was like an oversight by the WNBA. Just something was miscommunicated or whatever the case may be. A fan saw that trending on Twitter as people were trying to find it. That was Angel Reese's first game, who looked spectacular at the Met Gala last night. She looked incredible. That was her first game. And, Camila Cardoza, that combo, the whole thing. Like, there was a lot of buzz around that game. So the young lady sees that it's trending and is like, oh, I got you. And basically does what we're doing. She broadcast it on Twitter.
Mhm.
Like 2 million people watched it. It's Twitter. 2 million people could have watched a minute. But like Brittany Griner was watching that game through that link because it wasn't available. And Cheryl Reeves made a remark. Cheryl Reeves, for those who don't know, she's the head coach of the Minnesota Lynx. She's going to be the head coach of the USA national team this year as well in Paris. She made a remark that I thought was absolutely incredible. She was concerned that the league is growing so fast that they can't handle it. Like, the league itself can't handle the massive amount of growth that it's experiencing. One of my biggest frustrations with the WNBA has always been, for years, they operated like a mom and pop store and not like a big chain. And hearing Cheryl say that, and a lot of that's not an original thought on my part. That was something that was discussed, where you have to bring in commissioners or presidents that are forward thinking. You have to bring in entire strategy teams that are more forward thinking. Again, a frustration I've had with that league is that it too often catered to the fans that they had, while inadvertently steering away from attracting a larger group. And it's obviously a fine line of catering to the group that supports you every day while trying to attract new viewers, new listeners, new attendees, and so on and so forth. But I thought that was such an amazing line from an amazing coach, such a prominent figure in that league, to say, we're growing at such a rapid rate. I legit have a concern as to whether this league is built to withstand this type of growth at this rate. That alert that we just got about the chartered flights, that is massive, massive growth. That's not even growth. That's like a leap. That is gigantic. You have people seeking games out. I guarantee you, at some point this month or in September, we're going to hear the WNBA experienced the largest subscriber rate to their league pass that they've ever had. You're going to hear that sentence uttered this year. But I don't know that anyone prior to Cheryl Reeves making it public last night has asked the question, can the league actually handle this? Is the league structured to be able to handle this type of growth and this amount of eyes on it?
So I'm with you. That's fascinating. That is like what's up for debate and like what they're worried about. And it's
Cheryl wasn't saying it to be malicious,
right?
Like
just real, just being real. One thing I've always wondered is, how do I put this? One thing I've always wondered is, why doesn't the NBA have more control with the WNBA? And not saying, I don't know what the WNBA and the powers that be that run it can or can't do. I'm not saying they're incapable of it, but you have this behemoth, one of the biggest sports leagues in the world, right there as like your sibling, basically. Why not just basically have the WNBA as a branch of the NBA.
So I think,
does that make sense?
Yeah. So they share the same league office. Like they are still very. They are. It is right.
Right. Because if so, in that case, like.
But the owners
League
aren't the
Pass
same.
right.
So originally it was like they were all linked together.
Mm-hmm.
NBA owners as WNBA owners became more problematic than helpful. And when something went, Houston is the best example ever. Houston, that owner dumped the Rockets because he was pissed at David Stern. That's the sole reason the Houston Comets do not exist, is because he got pissed at David Stern over the international split of Yao Ming merchandise. And he was like, okay, this your little baby over here? Cool. I'm out. Mm-hmm. And suddenly, that's why there was no murmurs the Comets weren't going to exist anymore. They were just gone. Mm-hmm. And it was because it was a David Stern vendetta. Then you have teams who sign a bad contract. You sign someone to a 6-year, at the time, 6-year, $150 million contract, and your team stinks and you're losing money. How can we slow this down? Well, cut the WNBA team. That happened. What did Joe and Gavin say? We've got to focus our attention on making Sacramento great again. Nah, ho, you're broke. Mm-hmm. You're broke, and you dump the Monarchs because you're broke. All right, that happened a lot. So they had to bring in a separate. They eventually got owners that I think maybe Joe Tsai. He might be the only one.
Joe Lacob now too.
Starting next year, Joe Lacob are the only ones that I think are tied to the NBA. I don't think anyone else is.
But and maybe they do it like this. I don't know. But like, even aside from that, the operation of I don't know how you go about it, but this whole league pass or whatever situation, no, it's on the same database as NBA league pass. Like do they have a separate, like, because they got separate TV deals and all this other stuff. Mm-hmm. Like I would combine all that.
Well, you want to,
and maybe have some select one-offs here and there.
But I think that's tough. You want the NBA, you want the WNBA to stand on its own, I think, to a certain degree, and prove you want the WNBA to, maybe it operates as a branch of the WNBA, similar to what the G League does.
Right.
But the G League doesn't, their TV deals aren't attached to.
I know you want them to, but like my thought is you would never have to stand on your own.
But why wouldn't you do that with the G League then? Because you have multiple, if you're the NBA, because you have multiple entities though. You have NBA Africa, you have so many different entities. How do you draw the line?
Well, because WNBA, to me, WNBA would be number 2, right? Like you got the NBA. My second priority is the WNBA, and third priority is the G League, mm-hmm. NBA Africa, and all this other stuff. Hell, maybe we even,
and that's
20 years from now, start a WNBA G League or something like that. But like NBA,
it's called college. It's called your senior year in college.
Hey, you don't need that for them. But like I just like. You say, you want the WNBA to stand on your own. Like you never have to. You never have to. We'd all be together, and they are to a certain degree now. But correct me if I'm wrong. There's certain things where NBA's like, well, we got you this far. Now you're kind of on your own. Whether it's charters or something like that.
Yeah, but I'll answer that. This was a bad move by me to bring this up here in this short segment. Obviously, we got to get things right. We got Jason Jones joining us in about 30 minutes. We'll open the phone lines back up for you as well, though. 916-909-1320. Lots more ahead. It's Steeler with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's a good call, Ramsey. Matt Ishbia does own the Mercury. That's 100% accurate. Yep. And what's his name? Was it Sarver? He owned the Mercury. Good call, Ramsey. Should look that up. Josai. He spent money. Ishbia spent money on the Mercury side. Man, Cleveland, let's see, the Rockers didn't exist 6 years after the league started. Charlotte didn't exist 9 years after the league started. 8 years after the league started. Houston didn't exist 9 years after the league started. Sacramento didn't exist 12 years after the league started. The Miami Soul existed for 2 years. The Portland Fire existed for 2 years. Goodness gracious, man. The Stars existed for 5 years, then turned into the Silver Stars for 13 years, 10 years, then the Stars, now the Aces. Detroit Shock became the Tulsa Shock, became the Dallas Wings. That's so wild. Let's see, New York, Los Angeles, and Phoenix are the only 3 teams who were here when the league started in 1997. I forgot Connecticut was Orlando. I completely forgot about that. Orlando was around for a split second. Washington been around a while. They started in 1998, but that was the second year. Seattle didn't start till 2000, Ramsey. They weren't here in 97. Seattle and Indiana both started in 2000. So those 3 teams I mentioned started in 97. Washington started in 98. Minnesota started in 99. The Fever and the Storm started in 2000. And then Chicago and Atlanta came along later. Nah, Seattle's not day one. I have Seattle as 2000. Unless that's wrong, I have Seattle as 2000. Yeah, 2000 season. Yeah, Sparks, Liberty, and Mercury are the only 3 day one franchises. Those are the only 3. That ain't even news, Eldrin. We told you, baby. We told you at this year's WrestleMania press conference, there was no way that Las Vegas was just a cute little backdrop for Roman and Rock. We told y'all I was going to be in Vegas.
This is the weekend. That's
that's it. Yeah, that's the news is it's the latest WrestleMania in history. That's the news. Now we actually got to buy tickets.
And now we got to buy the Damien tickets.
Oh.
I'll be like, hey, upper deck, that's cool.
Yeah, I guarantee you.
Like, nah.
So you say
Triple
that
G.
You say that you get your jokes off. No, you get your jokes off. You get your jokes off. You sit in one of those stadiums at a wrestling event in level 407, talking about, oh no, I'm fine just being in the building. You ain't gonna see nothing. Nothing. There has to be a reasonable way to purchase tickets to WrestleMania 41. That's the plan. We're there.
Man,
we're there.
And then it's basically them resetting the clock, huh? Like WrestleMania probably always gonna be at this.
Yeah. So what I think Triple H said at the end of WrestleMania 40 was that he didn't want to be on the same weekend as the Final Four, as the national championships. He wanted to be away from that. Yeah, I don't know.
They don't seem like
they don't overlap. This is not overlap.
One of the things might be the location.
That's it. It could be the venues, because those weekends are always in stadiums.
Yeah.
So for sure. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. We were looking over some things during the commercial break. Even to my amazement, the only 3 WNBA teams that were in existence from day one that are still around today are the New York Liberty, Los Angeles Sparks, and Phoenix Mercury. Washington came around in 1998. The Minnesota Lynx came around in 1999. The Fever and the Storm came around shortly after that. I think they're both in the year 2000. And then about 2006, 2006 and 2008, it looks like Chicago and Atlanta were born. Then you have, franchises that flipped. I guess technically the Aces have been around from jump because they were once San Antonio and they were once Utah. Detroit came around in 1998. They turned into Tulsa, which is now Dallas. So the league has gone through a variety of different owners, a variety of different locations. Like we were talking, the Miami Soul and the Portland Fire are two expansion teams that started in 2000. They added 4 expansion teams in the year 2000. In the year 2002, 2 of them were gone. Miami and Portland were gone 2 years later.
Do you think we're past that?
I do.
Where like they bring in expansion teams and they'll stay?
Yeah.
Where do you think they ultimately end up, number wise? 12 right now, right? I think they could get to 24 at some point.
Whoa, 24.
Yeah, at some point. It may take
I was gonna
20
say,
years, but I think they can get to 24.
Okay.
I think women's basketball is booming and it's here to stay. Because the players are just getting better. They're just getting better. Like there's not going to be a decline in the talent, which means I don't think there's going to be a decline in the demand.
Yeah, they kind of went really quiet on the expansion stuff after Golden State or what Joe Lacob's team, whatever it's going to wind up being called. It went really quiet after that was announced, and we thought for sure 2 were going to be announced. Now there's rumors there could be a couple of more announced. Houston wants back in, allegedly. Toronto, who was in the game, like tough in the game, then gone, all of a sudden's back in. Nashville has long been a rumor. I know you found something about Florida, so I'm not really sure, but
maybe
I think
is ambitious. Maybe the 20.
Immediate expansion is relatively close. 8 more over the next couple of decades. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps you need strong ownership for sure, though. You need strong ownership.
Yeah, and just the way basketball is, like basketball as a sport, it is a year-round thing. Like I think it is becoming something where people are like, all right, the guys are done. Now it's time for the women. Like the only killer, once again, always is number 1, a little bit of basketball fatigue. Number 2, you got to finish it up before football, which they can't. That's a problem for everybody.
It's close. Like they finish up close to where the start of football is. This year will be problematic because you have to take what is basically a month-long break for the Olympics. And that's just non-negotiable because on the women's side, I know the Olympics are different than the World Championships. So, but based on what we've learned, this is true for the men too. It just doesn't interfere with their season. The best players in the WNBA go represent they're on the Olympic team.
Yeah.
It's not a conversation. You have players who probably shouldn't even be on it, begging to be on it. But that's what it is.
But that's not even necessarily and exclusively a WNBA problem. Like baseball has a problem with they can't finish before football now, and they get drowned out. So it's just the way the sports landscape right now. But before we left, you were talking about, I was asking just kind of why the NBA doesn't completely, I want to say take over, because the NBA can have all of their commissioners, presidents, all this other stuff. It doesn't have to be Adam Silver and his crew. But why don't they just say the WNBA is part of the NBA brand completely? And look, you got owners or teams, everybody got a charter, everybody got a TV deal. We won't have no deal where, a team is left off a league pass for whatever reason, or doesn't have this game broadcasted. Like they are going to go into our operating system and we just going to work as a family.
Yeah, I don't think I have a good answer to some of those questions. Like they obviously they have their own league structure that you just talked about right there, but I never have truly understood why they didn't oversee the broadcasting side of it more, because here they did. The same people who worked on the Kings broadcast worked on this one. Now that doesn't mean Grant and Jerry were on the call, but it means the guys behind. It means the production of a Sacramento Monarchs game, the presentation of a Sacramento Monarchs game, looked like the presentation of a Sacramento Kings game. The directors, for the most part, were the same, and if they weren't doing it, they were overseeing it. Right? Kozimor was the play-by-play guy. There were a million different tie-ins. There was the famous games where Ron Artest was the color analyst. That's the shoot. Ron Artest was the color. One of my favorite memories of all time. My very at the time, my very, very young godson, who's 6'5" now, looking up at Ron Artest as Ron is talking to him and he's smiling at him, and Ron is just the greatest guy in the world. And Jack's looking up at him and he's like smiling and he's just got these big eyes, and Ron daps up and walks away, and Jackson looks at his dad and goes, I don't know what he said. It's all right, Jackson. None of us did, but we loved him. But they had a lot of the production team oversaw. You'll see, for those that are new to League Pass on, you'll see that's not always the case. And I love this league, and I've loved it for a long time. And I'm warning some of you now, League Pass can be a struggle. Especially, like, they just don't take it as, it's like, hey, we'll pay you minimum wage to come be the play-by-play analyst. That's what it sounds like sometimes. That's probably a bit unfair to some of them, but it can be a rough listen at sometimes. It can be a rough presentation at sometimes. And some of these cities, Seattle, don't have NBA franchises there. So this is their production team. But I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why they don't oversee it the way that you're asking them to.
Especially since, like, I don't want to say they do a little bit more than dip their toe in it. Like, the NBA they work with them, right? Like, games are on NBA TV, and they promote the league on NBA broadcasts and stuff like that. Like, they're already kind of working together. The
WNBA is part of the NBA. Like, it is, but
there's moments
operated.
When they just say, all right, you're on your own. And it's like, well,
yeah, and then there's moments where they step in. Like, I think I want to speak too out of turn. I think they stepped in when the Sparks had an ownership issue, and it was like, we're not losing LA. So they stepped in and dealt with that. I think they helped facilitate the deal with Joe Tsai, because the Liberty, it's not the Brooklyn Liberty. The Liberty were Dolan's.
Yeah.
And I remember Dolan's sorry ass sitting front row at Arco Arena when John Wisnett was the coach of the Liberty. He was the championship coach here in Sacramento. He had left. He had taken the job with New York. It wasn't going well. There were rumblings he was going to be fired. And that jackoff sat in the front row for 2 hours in his little courtside seat with his leg crossed and his iPad. And he's doing like this the whole time. His stupid ass never looked up once at the game. And I was like, bro, you're such trash. Like, get this dude out of here. Get this dude out of here. And I think the NBA facilitated a deal because Joe Tsai wanted a WNBA team, and Dolan was being Dolan. They said, hey, why don't you sell the Liberty to Joe, and we'll just keep it moving. And that's what they did.
Well, it's going to be a great season.
That's why I say owners in the NBA were more problematic than helpful in most cases.
If I was, I don't know, not an owner or anything like that, but I was smart. I'd try to get in the WNBA right now. I think WNBA gonna be booming.
Might be too late. Yeah, I think yesterday's price is not today's price.
I'd get in for today's price.
I think price went up like up.
I'd get in for
like all the way up like that.
I'd get in because it's
well, you got the money. Like look.
I don't.
Jesse can contribute a couple $100. I'll contribute a couple $100. We'll be the minority owners, and you just cover the rest.
I don't know why you're telling people this. Are my floors marble?
No,
your floors marble.
My floors aren't marble.
Jesse,
League Pass is only
mine are fake hardwood. I think in my apartment.
What are his?
His are like marble.
You guys are.
Why don't we just take a piece out of your floor and buy it with that?
That's a great point. The great point. That'll get it done. We'll have time. Hey, we'll have money left over.
Every time we want to buy something, we'll just take a piece out of Damien's floor.
Yeah.
League Pass is only $34.99 for the entire year.
Oh yeah, they can. I don't care who's announcing the game.
$34.99 for the entire year.
Do that.
Yeah, ain't no might here.
Yeah.
Subscribe. I don't know. The one thing, I don't think my subscription rolls over from year to year. I think you got to set it each year. Like the NBA. See, that's the other thing they got to. The NBA, you ain't got to do that. You forget. Oh, what is this $180 charge on my card? Oh, League Pass.
Do they have a because I've never gotten WNBA League Pass. I'm gonna get it this year. Do they have it's a separate app or the games on the NBA app?
The WNBA app.
WNBA app.
Yeah, WNBA app.
Yeah, I'll be getting that. See my aces every night. That's
All
my
right.
team. You heard it here, man. Aces. With your boy, my girl Asia Wilson, going with the Storm look. I like that.
Yeah, she looked good.
Yeah,
she looked really good. To kind of tie up a conversation we were having earlier, and this isn't about trading Keegan Murray or anything like that.
Keegan Murray's just been traded.
Jimmy Butler and Brandon Ingram, the two biggest names realistically available this offseason. I think there's one more you could throw in there, but I can't tell if this is a work or a shoot.
Well,
are you asking or you're saying they are?
No,
I think there's one more. I'm asking if those two. I think there might be one more.
Man, I think Paul George has to go in there.
That's the one that I can't tell if it's a work or a shoot.
Yeah, I think it's a shoot.
Paul George is on his way out of there, Phil, but I feel like it's already like he's on his way to Philly, I think so.
Well, and I think so too.
Yeah.
But Jay Cliff brought up a good point in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's right. I think he said the Kings are the betting favorite.
Is Jay Cliff your point guard? Is Jay Cliff on your team?
Big man. Yeah.
Jay Cliff's on your team? Okay.
Yeah, that's my guy. That's the guy that recruited me.
Oh.
Yeah, Jay Cliff recruited me. He's a big man.
All right.
Big
all
man.
right.
So, I just
I don't know why I went with point guard right away. We should have just asked if he was on your team.
I just try to get him the ball where he wants it, and then be ready to shoot whenever.
Well, it's probably off the rim after you get your shots up.
You mentioned that they're the betting favorites. The Kings.
Jay Cliff got 20 rebounds last game.
How would the Kings work that out, though?
I think my thought is it has to be.
So Jay Cliff said they're betting favorites. I mean, that's not Jay Cliff. He's telling us what the books say. They're betting favorites for Paul George.
Yeah, I remember when this first started, they were second. I remember that it was Philly first, and then the Kings. And I haven't looked since then. I'm taking Jay Cliff for his word, but because Jay Cliff's usually tied into this stuff. But he said they're the favorites now. I think, but to answer your question, Jesse, it'd have to be him opting in and then doing a trade or signing a new deal and a sign and trade. I can't imagine how they would do that on a.
Okay, so if it's a sign and trade, what do you give up for him?
I don't think they would even that. And this was the original thing. I don't even think it would require like a Keegan conversation because the Clippers are about to lose him for nothing. So if you're giving them,
there's the picks,
all the picks you want, Davion, Herter, and Harrison. That's more than they would get if he just walked away. And to that point too, like another reason why they might be the favorite is if the Clippers are like looking to possibly do something like that or open to doing something like that, the Sixers don't even have players to trade.
Yeah, they literally don't have anyone on the roster.
That's what I'm saying. So I'd still think that's a little far-fetched, like all of it, but that's the path, I think. And
He's the one, I think, too. If you put him up with Brandon Ingram and Jimmy Butler, that's the one I think the Kings would be better off with. Like all things considered.
I would love to have Paul George here. I would love to. That would be phenomenal. Now, Paul George has his own issues, right? Like, he's not the youngest guy in the world. He does deal with injuries often as well. But yeah, he's a guy I take a chance on.
Whoever the Kings bring into is not going to be perfect.
Nope.
Like, you're not getting Mikal Bridges, I'll say, right? He's not coming. Like, that's the one guy I think was like, he has everything, no warts, none of that. Like, he's not coming here.
Nah, I agree.
We haven't talked about the moving screen last night, the Miles Turner play.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody? I mean,
It's a horrible call.
I didn't like that call.
I thought it was horrible. Why? Because he wasn't moving, or it was horrible because of the point in the game?
The point in the
no, go ahead.
I'll say the point in the game, and honestly, he barely moved. If he was, that's a nitpicky call. Like,
So-
that's not really like.
So Tim
I guess.
Legler said something really interesting this morning that got my attention. And he said the official was staring at Miles Turner like he was expecting that play to happen, which makes me wonder, did someone go to him and say, hey, we feel like we know what they're going to do. Watch Miles Turner on the moving screen. Please just keep an eye on it. You don't have to present it. Watch this. Watch this. Hey, keep an eye on Miles Turner in this moving screen. We think they know what they're going to run.
Don't let him
He
move.
said Legs was like it was like they were watching it and waiting for it. And when they got it, they called it.
That could absolutely have happened. Absolutely.
I thought that was an incredible observation from Tim Legler.
No, that's that absolutely. I mean, that's something that, maybe I would do if I was the player out there, and I'm Brunson or DiVincenzo or whatever. I'm like, hey, don't let him move. Don't let him move on the screen. I'm working to get over. Don't let him move. And just putting it in their thought process. Yeah, that could have absolutely happened.
So it's either a moving screen or it isn't. Like, I know people are bringing the Connecticut Final Four game into this, and I guess James mentioned this earlier. It was an illegal screen. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's in the league. What I don't understand is why we get so upset when an illegal screen, or when something is called at the end of a game. Like, oh no, it's okay to call it in the first quarter. Just don't call it in the fourth.
To be fair,
Where it's legal or it's not.
The refs, the way they call legal screens in this league too, is not consistent at all.
And that's and I think that's probably the bigger issue.
If we want to single out this one foul or whatever, like not the one yesterday, but legal screens and all that, the refs,
like, you called that one.
It's not consistent at all the way they call it.
You called that one, but you didn't call this one.
Exactly. And I don't even think it was like Miles Turner, like literally like Golden State Warriors style type of moving screen or whatever. Like, he barely he moved a bit, but it wasn't much.
Those guys, man, they I ain't gonna say they made a whole dynasty on moving screen.
You can get away with it. I respect it.
Yeah,
they just got to get used to how we play. That's just how we move.
I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I'm caught up in some, warped basketball culture, but I don't have a biggest problem with not necessarily making the same call in the first quarter that you make towards the end of the game. Because I'm more of like, I want the players to decide it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And if it's egregious, obviously you got to call it. But that one right there wasn't egregious by the letter of the law. Yeah, it probably was. But yeah, I want you to play through that. I want the players to decide that.
Nobody likes the hall monitor, man.
Man, hall monitor ain't bother nobody. Wow.
Were you ever a hall monitor? Did they have
no
like not all the hall monitors were students, but like you'd help out if you were with like I forgot what it called, like the student union or something like that. Yeah, I don't think I was ever a hall monitor. If I was a bad one, because I'd just be like, Keep it going.
I was busy at KYDS. That's where I was my years.
I forgot you guys had a radio station. We did not.
KYDS, baby.
Two goats.
Been in radio.
Two goats, man. Ebro and D-Lo.
Ebro didn't do that.
Oh, he didn't do it?
Oh. Nah, Mix did. Mixula.
Oh, man.
Mix did it.
Well, two goats still. But yeah, 3 people at
Mix
the school.
did it. Yeah.
3 goats at the school.
Ebro. I think Ebro did like the Ebro was here at KSFM in high school.
Ebro needs to quit playing and just like come back for
Ebro,
like not forever, but just like come on our show.
Oh, he don't
like,
even
come
like.
back
I
to
don't even know that
Sacramento.
he likes Sacramento no more.
I've heard-
His write up on Apple says he's from the Bay Area. First of all, second of all, every time I listen to Ebro, and look, he's that dude. There's no doubt. But I listened on Monday.
Yeah.
And I think this every time I listen to Ebro. It's like, why are you talking like that?
Yeah, no, he's turned into a New Yorker.
Like you're from
you're
from here.
He's absolutely.
We went to the same high school.
Is Ebro a culture vulture?
Don't do that. He's a New York culture vulture. He might be.
No, he talks like a New Yorker. He's been there for a long time though.
He went to New York. Let's see. I was at KSFM, so yeah, he's been in New York less than 20 years, but probably 15, 16, probably 17 or 18 years.
He's been there for a long time.
I went to his going away party.
I hear it too. I'm like,
yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, so you just
crazy
now, huh? You Fat Joe out here now, huh? That's what it is. But the one I think I've heard him a couple of times reference Sacramento. He was one of the people that remember when. What was the post where they were like Sacramento got all the baddies or something like that?
Yeah.
And Ebro was like, yeah we've been having them or something like that.
Yeah.
So that might have been the one time he acknowledged.
I gotta find. Was it on the Ebro radio show? Ebro, where is it? I know. I just read it recently. I might not be able to find it. What's his time between Apple Music, Rap Life, Apple Music? That's the other thing. Like, dude. Oh, here it is. Shot in Apple Music's studio near Manhattan's Union Square. The Ebro Show has a New York City lens, but because New York City is an international city, we embrace a lot of different cultures. Ebro, who grew up in the Bay Area, but has called New York home for decades. What? I love you. All right. I love you, bro. Bro, you didn't grow up in the Bay Area. Why y'all do that?
Oh man,
Just
know if I ever leave and go to some.
Oh, you're leaving us. We know.
I ain't never leaving. I'm not leaving without you. So we both out there, but we never do that. We never do that.
Let's see what
Sacramento, California. Stop playing with us.
Ibrahim Jamil. He's big time. He's got a Wikipedia page.
Kenny's Wikipedia says, yeah, Kenny get away from Carson City.
Jordan was born to a black father, and a Jewish mother. He attended a Pentecostal church.
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that. While growing up in Oakland and Sacramento. Jordan began his career in radio in 1990 at KSFM in Sacramento while he was still a teenager.
So he basically trying to do like Sweetie does, huh? Sweetie, I'm from the Bay Area. You went to Monterey Trail, Sweetie. Stop.
Maybe he was in Oakland for a minute.
What constitutes being from somewhere? Like, do you have to go to
how
high
long
school
do you
there?
have to spend there?
Like, did you have to be born there and live there for some years?
So my son, tell anybody that listens, I'm from LA. Sir, we moved here when you were like 4. Maybe you were 5.
Once the years, so I don't know. I'm from Sacramento. There's no debate on that.
That's me. That's just how I go about things. No.
See, I was born in San Jose, but like we moved to Modesto when I was 5. So I'd be like, kind of like, if I was raised, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm from San Jose. But yeah, no.
My cousin does that too. My cousin was born in San Jose, lived there till he was about 8 or 9. He'll say he's from San Jose. Moved to Vallejo, and then it was like, yeah, I'm from San Jose. So I don't know.
I don't know why Ebro won't come on this show with us.
I'm from Sacramento. I was you might not be feeling him no more. But I wish Joe Budden would come on the show, but just to talk sports. Like,
bro, that'd be funny.
That was a tough game from Tyler Halliburton.
Hey, what I tell y'all? He just coming here yelling names and like, all right, Joe, we'll come back.
He played like Tyler Halliburton.
Oh, man, let that sink in.
That's who that was
Jason.
last night. That was not Tyrese. That was Tyler.
Tyler Halliburton, Jim Harden.
Hey, Ty need to fix his hair. We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us next here on ESPN 1320. That hair looked like Tyler Halliburton.
Man, come on, man. Don't do that, Jason. I'm from Sacramento, baby. Not from New York. I love New York City, though. I love New York City.
Alfonso, I think this constitutes you being from Sacramento now.
I moved from my hometown in 2007 when I was 18. I lived in Sacramento since then. You can say it if you want to. I wouldn't be against you saying where your hometown at. You would probably be able to say that's where I'm from. But if you want to say it, we knight you to be able to say you're from Sacramento.
That'd be pretty cool. Would you go next season?
If they what?
If the Knicks went to the finals next season, would you go?
Yeah, if I had.
Because I know Jason's not talking about this year. You better stop that.
Hell yeah. If I had tickets, absolutely.
The Garden looks like such a fun place to be at for a playoff game for the Knicks, though.
Man, that is. Who has places like that? Like G1, New York, although New York isn't even like a gathering place. It's like 7th Street. They just outside. I guess Chase does. We've seen Chase do that. But
No.
Chase ain't got no.
No, it doesn't. Chase doesn't. Oracle did. Chase does not. I won't give him that.
Chase, but they're all out there. They got an area. That's all I'm talking about. They got an area.
Dude, they play blow the whistle and like that's it. Dude, it's not. Stop.
I'm right for G1C, man. Ain't no place like G1C and the Garden. That's it. Okay, jackass. No.
Maybe with you we do like some Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim type action. Kenny Carey of Los Angeles by way of Sacramento.
There's no LA anything for me. I like LA. I like it, but it's not my home. It's not my home. Not even the Bay Area. Bay Area, I spent 3 years in the Bay Area. I had a cool time. Like it was cool. It was a nice place, but yeah, it was cool.
Roy, if you know, you know.
What?
But that's just got a funny street.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. Is that what Rory's talking about?
Yeah.
Is this I was just about to say Stockton Boulevard like.
Michigan, I saw your message too. I don't got no preference, man. Whatever's cool.
Oh, snap. Ben's little bro's from Sac. He said Ben claims West Sac. bro, what you talking about? Can't come sack to MSG. What? Those might be the two most popping arenas in the league. Whatchamacallit be lit too, though. Nah, and I will say this. I don't know. I've actually been outside this arena, but Target Center about to go crazy on Friday. Oh, yeah. Target Center about to go crazy. I gotta salute them. They always get it popping at the Target Center.
Boston used to be good, but I feel like those guys got complacent now, those fans.
Yeah, Boston still be popping too, though. Boston be popping.
I wonder if that Clippers wall thing will do anything for them.
You know, I thought about it. And as much as obviously the Clippers aren't the Lakers, Clippers are the Clippers.
Jason Jones going to join us here in just a heartbeat. Do you want to finish that thought?
Yeah, real quick. I want to finish that thought, but real quick, WNBA front. Did you see Cheryl Swoops interview Caitlin Clark the other day?
I did.
And nothing happened. Like, it was just a regular post-game interview, but it was just interesting to see that they were nice to each other. They were professional, respectful to each other.
I'd expect nothing less.
Regular questions, nothing crazy. Pleasantries.
Caitlin didn't say, "Why you hating, bro?"
But I was like, oh, snap. Like, oh, okay. So it was just something that stuck out. But we were talking about like arenas and atmospheres and stuff like that. And Jesse asked if the Clippers wall, how's that going to work out? You know, for the Clippers. And I was just going to say, they're not the Lakers, obviously, and they've got, you know, they're not this like traditional fan base or whatever. But I was watching one of their playoff games, and everybody said, "Oh man, ain't nobody gonna be there." They did have like 19,000 people there to watch the Clippers. Like, they got some type of fan base. So I think that Into a Dome and that Clippers wall is gonna pop.
Can you imagine though that day on Twitter when Clippers are getting blown out and the wall gets taken over by the opposing fans? Light the beam, light the beam from the wall.
They won't even be able to get on the wall. I don't know how they're gonna get there. The wall's just gonna be like empty. That's gonna be even worse.
Oh, that'll be wild.
Wall gonna be empty. But look, hey, and this is probably some of their strategy. Some people might just turn Clippers fans for some of those prices. 40. What was the price? Was like $1,200 to sit in row 3 potentially.
Yeah,
it's LA.
Yeah. I'll read this because we got an entrance coming our way. Kendrick Lamar and Drake's diss tracks are projected to earn a combined 250 million streams in the U.S. this week across all streaming platforms. That's around 20% of all streams on Billboard's Hot 100 this week. Let's welcome in the culture writer of The Athletic, our man, Jason Jones, the undisputed champion.
For the West Coast.
Swag champ, they got the belt.
Jay, how was you feeling this weekend?
Oh, I had a ball. It was hilarious. I loved it. It was quite enjoyable.
I'm sorry, I did this bad radio shows. For those on the radio, Jason Jones has his universal title over his shoulder here.
Don't forget, I got the OG blue golf hat on too for LA.
Yeah, well, we don't want no problems, man. We don't need to bring that into the show. Not like we don't need all that. We don't want no problems.
This ain't no beef. You know, just don't be like your boy Maul was on his podcast crying for an hour today.
I was listening to that. Maul was unhinged. He was upset.
I was like, this is really getting sad. Never,
I missed this. He was upset at Joe, or he was upset at Drake?
He was talking about the beef, and he's OVO now, basically, right?
Oh,
like,
okay.
They were
they down bad.
like they were just like they were talking like some points I've made, some points I was like, nah, you kind of on your own there, like,
I mean,
like
he was just going so left. And they were like, did you talk to Drake this weekend? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, come on, man. He's doing okay. You know, he's not. I'm like, dude, this is
a wellness check on Drake. That's amazing.
I mean, I've got no problem with people saying, well, I think this guy lied, that guy made that up. But to be like one person 100% manipulated this whole thing and then got so many things wrong in his last song, it's like, come on, man.
That was all bad. I'll ask you this. I'll ask the same thing I asked Damian yesterday. I don't believe Drake has an 11-year-old daughter. So to me, because I don't believe that, there's two things that happen. Either Kendrick got duped or he just said, I'm going to lie about this. Which one do you believe?
I'm more inclined to believe he just made it up. Just because it doesn't make sense that Drake was feeding him all this information and wasn't ready to come right back when that came out. I mean, if he was just master, and the thing is too, is, you know, the internet got to researching. People started saying, hey, I found this story from like 8-9 years ago about this alleged kid who was out here. So, I mean,
he ain't got no 11-year-old kid.
We don't, my thing is we don't know. And when you're rich like him, NDAs will make a lot of kids go away.
That's true too.
So, I mean, to me, we don't know. And to me, that's not even, you know, germane to it. The fact that he dropped, you know, Family Matters, I'm like, oh, okay. And for him to step on you 10 minutes later, and then the next day, like, by the way, you said I can't make a song for the people to dance to. And then Drake's next song is basically a white flag.
Well, and this is what I told Damian yesterday. Number one, the subject matter, half of that, like the allegations, I wouldn't have said nothing about that. Wouldn't have said nothing.
He had to fire ghostwriters for that because his defense of himself sounded very Robert-like.
Nah, no ghostwriters.
I mean, I'm too famous to do that.
Don't do that. No, you ain't got no ghostwriters. Don't do that.
Oh, well, yes, he does. Come on now.
It's OVO Kenny. You didn't.
No, I'm saying like we can't just go with it.
Now.
Yeah, we can't.
You can't say he ain't got go. Well, he should fire himself for some of those lines. Then if he don't,
he should be upset with himself.
I was like, what, yo? Oh, it's like like, you know, you come back to the slave thing. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I ripped from saying freeing slaves to you're mad because you got molested. It's like, this ain't it, Drake.
That part, not knowing the mother eye song, that's a L. Like, that can't happen.
To me, that's the biggest L of the whole bit back and forth.
That's a lie. Don't do that.
That's the biggest L because that was the one thing that was I mean, there's literally a song. He could go to Rap Genius and read the lyrics, and he just completely got that wrong.
This is
he
where
got a lot wrong.
This is where I do agree with Maul and everything else like that. If Kendrick got duped into thinking he had information on Drake, I'm not gonna say that loses the beat, but I'm just saying that's a major black eye.
So 11-year-old daughter aside, you don't think he had information on what was going on in Drake's camp? Like real because think about this is the part. I don't think we talked about this yesterday. We talked about the songs and how closely they dropped together, and Jay just said it, stepping all over. We didn't acknowledge one was called Family Matters and the other one was called Meet the Grams. Is that a lucky guess?
No, you don't. The song's already made. You can.
No, I understand this.
You can do, if you come out with a song right now at 3:28, and I've got the song already made, already ready to go, I can take the 10 minutes to figure out what I want to title it and then hit upload.
But I mean, the chorus was he kept saying "Meet the Grams" throughout the song. And
true.
The fact that his Euphoria, he pretty much says, "I know your every angle, like I know what you're going to say."
So if we're assuming that, though, once again, Drake referenced all this stuff in Family Matters. He referenced, "I'm feeding you information. You're too busy digging for dirt instead of digging for proof." He talked about this is my whole thing.
Why are you so hung up on that part? Because Kendrick alluded to that in Euphoria.
He alluded to what?
Having that Drake has a leak.
Yeah, and he alluded to it in even more in 616.
Okay.
So the whole point, like, you think you got something, then this 11-year-old kid thing comes out. which was what he thought was going to be the red button. Like, I'm pressing the red button. I didn't unveil another kid that you have. And he talked about it in Family Matters. Anthony's calling the plays. Kojo charging double for nothing.
Yeah, and this is the part. I guess we're talking in circles, Jay. This is just you're believing Drake.
No, I'm believing Drake.
The spin that they put on this.
Look, I'm believing Drake, but I'm very open to the fact that there might have been a real leak in OVO.
I mean,
my thing is you can't believe one and not the other, which is what you guys are doing.
No,
you're saying Kendrick definitely had a mole in OVO, but there's no way he was fed bad information.
What I'm saying is I don't believe that there was this master manipulation where I'm going to feed. I don't buy the whole master manipulation that Drake was behind this the whole time, and I knew you were going to. I don't buy that. I mean, and Kendrick is not the first person to reference a leak at OVO. So I just don't buy that Drake was the puppet master going, I'm going to make everyone do this. And then your response is what he dropped on Sunday.
Like Drake puppet mastered an ass whooping then.
Yeah.
How come we're not talking about that? Like,
what do you mean he puppet mastered ass?
He looks ridiculous in all of this. We talked about this earlier. There's a club hit. They're gonna be chanting OVO all year because he was leaking because he manipulated a situation with Kendrick Lamar.
He didn't have anything to do with the hit, the Not Like Us. Like, that was Kendrick just making another phenomenal strategic play. That's not nothing that was planned. Kendrick,
but if he orchestrated this whole thing, it looks bad on him.
What? No,
like more people are asking.
What did he orchestrate with Not Like Us?
No, I'm not talking about the individual records. I'm talking about this whole thing with Kendrick Lamar. If he was a puppet master and he was manipulating this thing the whole way, he's the one's coming out looking bad because no one's asking questions about Kendrick Lamar's home life because there's nothing to dig up and find on the internet to support the claims that Drake made. Meanwhile, you look up Drake and
no, that's not why it's because nobody cares.
No,
that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
What does it take for anybody to say, man, I wonder what's going on with that, or is there any truth to that, or anything else like that? They just say Drake is a liar.
Yeah, you got to find something.
This is what I'm saying. Find anything.
I mean,
something.
we've got.
It looks like he pulled it out of thin air.
Yeah, we've got several receipts of Drake interacting with young people.
And that's what I mean. No matter what you feel about Drake, if you want to draw the conclusion that Kendrick Lamar laid out in those records, you can go to the internet and do it. Whether it's fair or not, you could do it. You can't do. I said it. I told you last week. There's stuff that's not. There's stuff that's not okay.
I understand, but is it fair though to go to that conclusion?
For me,
all the way there, yeah.
For me, it's not fair for me to do it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a judge or a jury, but I feel like I have a responsibility with how I present something. It's not fair for me. Is it fair for Kendrick? Sure.
Yeah,
this is a rap battle. I mean, this is a rap battle. I mean, and
I was the one who wanted those words taken out of the record. Like, let's not forget that. Like, they have an edited version of Not Like Us that I asked to be edited further because I was not comfortable with some of those words that were going on over the radio. And it's not because I think it's fair to Drake. It's because I don't think that's fair to people listening to it.
In conclusion, though, Jay, how many times have I said this? I don't think Drake won. I never thought Drake was going to win. You can't beat Kendrick Lamar in a rap battle, like I continue to say. But I also think that he got. Like, I think he got. Whether it's from OVO, whether it's from people who are outside of OVO, or whatever. I don't think, like, if he just made that up, he thinks all of y'all are stupid. He's like, I can say anything and people will believe it because I'm Kendrick Lamar. Like, that's what I take from that. Like, I'll just say anything. They'll believe it.
My thing is, I'll say this. My thing is, I don't know what's real or fake in it. I was in there for the entertainment. We don't know what was real and not real or whatever. But if people are playing the investigation game, there's way more, Plus, a lot of people just don't like Drake. Let's be real. A lot of people just don't like him. And they have not liked him for a while. And Drake has, and a lot of times, and he's has been a bully. This is the same dude who takes shots at Meg Thee Stallion. Goes to Houston and make jokes about her getting shot at. So there's people who want to see someone step up and get him. So if I'm with Damien, if he was orchestrating this, he orchestrated a terrible summer for himself because he's got to hear "Not Like Us" during the NBA playoffs.
Not like us isn't anything that he orchestrated. That was just brilliance by Kendrick.
Whatever he was puppet mastering, it didn't end the way he thought it would. If that's the narrative we're going with, but
because nobody cares, nobody cares,
and that's the Drake fan angle. No one cares. I don't think that's true. I think people would. I think if you had something on him, people would be all over it too because there's so many Drake fans. If it was out there, they would have been all over it.
Jason, let me ask you a question. If the roles were reversed and Kendrick tricked Drake, you think people would be like, nobody cares? What would they be saying about Drake? That he's a dumbass. That he was thirsty and he was that. I just need you to be real. They would not be like, I don't care. They'd be laughing at Drake like they're laughing at him now. Even more.
Probably. But also people
But nobody cares because
I think the whole nobody cares is because when he dropped that, he got smacked in the head with a song 10 minutes later. So no one got any time. That was the chess move.
He got tricked off of.
That was the chess move. No one cares about anything Drake said because that came out right after and Family Matters is a good song. Just listen, it's a good, but he didn't even let it breathe. Like I was literally listening to Family Matters and I got a text, "Hey, you got to hear this."
That was a phenomenal move.
I mean, that was
it was the biggest play of the whole.
Yeah. That's why I say I can't believe that he was orchestrating all this, knew that was coming, and didn't have something to come right after it.
What was supposed to come right after it is, I tricked you, dummy. You made a whole song about information that I fed you. Little did he know, nobody would care about that.
No, what came
had
back
that song ready.
You don't have to be a song. It came
he should have said it.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't think anybody would have cared either way because they just wanted to walk after that. They don't care about nothing.
Maybe.
It's all good. It's all good. We got a little West Coast anthem for the summer. We good.
That's everywhere.
Rudy Gobert has won his 4th Defensive Player of the Year award.
Congratulations to Rudy.
Hall of Famer Rudy Gobert.
You have a tone to your voice. Is that a genuine sentiment about that?
No, I think it's genuine. I just like the tone is that there's people who, for whatever reason, just think he's a horrible player. I always joke about it, but I think part of it is that he's from France. Like, people were making fun of him for being at the birth of his child yesterday, for God's sake.
Well, Gilbert Arenas was.
I heard other people, but he
was made fun of for crying for missing the All-Star game.
Yeah,
that's what
people were like, people were like, he couldn't get back there for the game. I'm like, you guys are really?
Yeah.
You're gonna take shots at him because it's like, look at that loser being there for the birth of his child. It's like, this is what we're doing to poor Rudy.
And Jason, you would know, like I know, like it doesn't really matter, but that was his first child too. Like,
yeah.
Not like if it was his third, he might still do the same thing. But first child, come on, man.
Ryan was born. Me and Casey was right here. He's like, "Oh, it's the second one. Whatever. Just send me a text and I'll come by."
Like when the show's over, I'll be there. We've been through this before.
I'll just shoot over across the street. We good, babe. We got it.
Yeah, we're good, you know. But he's I mean, what they did that first game and watching the game last night, there were times where it looked like Minnesota had 7 guys on the court.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamal Murray is in hell right now. He is.
That's why he's throwing stuff at Mark Davis.
He's throwing stuff. I mean,
what happens with that? What do you think happens with that?
I think they probably do. I think if it had hit someone, like he gets a retroactive check and a fine. I think they give him that $25,000, like you kick the ball in the stands type fine. I don't know if that's sufficient. I mean, because to me, that should be a suspension. You can't do that.
Yeah, I agree.
That should be a
Especially when we
suspension.
watch the videos and you see him like stand up and
Yeah.
like throw it. Like, oh,
That should be a
come on,
suspension.
Jamal.
I would suspend him for a game for that.
It also appears, and this is the difficulty. This is I asked KC about covering, punishing the act and punishing the intent. I don't know what Jamal was doing in either instance with the heating pad or the towel, man, but it sure as hell looked like he was throwing something at Mark Davis,
who was not a very popular official with a lot of people. But
well,
yeah.
that's fine, but Adam has to protect
that's
him.
why I say there's got to be a suspension, because guys have been suspended for other things where intent didn't matter.
Yeah.
It wasn't, there's been guys, I just, I can't see how you can allow him to do that. I don't think intent. I'm like, that's dangerous and it's dumb. Yeah. And just because you're getting your head beat in right now, and Anthony Edwards is taking you to the learning tree, you don't get to do that.
And on top of that, I mean, there's you guys just kind of mentioned, but that's two instances. Like one, maybe I could be like, you never know the intent, but you did it minutes earlier with the towel.
And that's probably why I think he gets a suspension.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're like, okay, well, maybe it's just like, what are you doing? I mean, and I know before this series, I was talking to some of my friends before the series. I said, this is not a good matchup for Denver. I said, Denver is vulnerable. I don't think Denver this year is nearly as good as they were last year. I said, I think this is a bad matchup for them. I said, in the first round, they benefited by playing against one of the worst defensive backcourts in the playoffs. This is not that same backcourt defensively. Yeah. And they, and then when you can go Gobert, and then, have a guy that's like Towns as a help defender, and McDaniels, and then you're bringing Naz Reid off the bench, and then it's like the only player on their court that's ever like a little guy is Mike Conley.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put him on KCP, you're not running offense through KCP.
And we didn't even talk about the guy that they have no answer for. Like they got no answer for it. Once he just mixed up Aaron Gordon the way he did in game one, who's going to guard this guy?
Yeah,
who's going to guard Ant Edwards? Like, that's not happening. And Ant is part of that defense that you're talking about.
Yeah,
like,
Ant came out game one. That was very Kobe-esque. Come on, no, I want him.
Mm-hmm.
Say, what, we're not going to play around with this. You're not putting 40-year-old Mike Conley on him. I got him. And I think that set a tone. And one thing Denver has usually had over teams lately is that they're just so much bigger across the board outside of Murray. They're just bigger than people, but they don't have that. Just, you don't have, a guy getting lost defensively, letting Michael Porter Jr. do whatever he wants. And, it's I think their health is catching up to him now too. There's a combination of things, but I mean, this is this might be over in 5. This, it's just a bad matchup for them.
Championship confidence only gets you so far, Coach Mike Malone. 72 first place votes for Rudy Gobert, 19 for Victor Wembanyama, none for De'Aaron Fox, and a third place vote for Domantas Sabonis.
What now?
Somebody's being a jackass.
What?
Somebody's being a real smart ass here.
Somebody got jokes. Somebody got jokes. They're like, I'm gonna show you guys why. Yeah. Somebody was being funny.
Because when that voter, that same voter, leaves him off all the All NBAs, he's gonna be like, don't talk to me. I voted him third for Defensive Player of the Year. I need to know
I can't wait till they release the names on that and see who did that.
Yeah,
I just want to see who thought that would be a good idea to do that. I mean, I don't think Domantas Sabonis would vote for himself for Defensive Player of the Year.
No, neither would his family.
Damn.
Wow.
They wouldn't.
Wow.
They wouldn't.
Arvida's catching strays.
They'd be like,
Meet the Sabonuses by Kenny Caraway.
They'd be like, Thomas, that's not your strong suit, sir.
Yeah, his daddy's like, no, that's
hey,
bad,
he got
bro.
the same amount of votes Alex Caruso got, that Jared Allen got, that Jalen Suggs got.
That is wild. Yeah, that is wild. Poor.
And the only reason I'm really, really upset about it, because I much like Drake, much like Kendrick, I see the play. Somebody's trying to leave him off the All-NBA, and they trying to be a little smart ass. I see the play.
You see
and
the
not
big,
slick.
You see the big picture. You see what they're doing here. He's like, I see the play. They're gonna, yeah. I mean, that is. But there's always every year. There's always been some type of random. You know, you look at the votes and you go, I have no idea. Remember the year Nick Stouses got like an all rookie team vote? And it was like some radio guy like in like Philly or something. It was like, what are you watching this year? Like, really? Dude's not even in the rotation. There's always just some guy, I think, who just goes on NBA.com, searches stats, and goes, vote, 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 vote. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, this is going to be, you know, imagine if Rudy Gobert wins the championship this year.
Oh, my God. Draymond Green's head will explode.
Draymond is gonna fight somebody over that if he has more.
He's a change man.
It's like it's only one. Chill down. Wow, OVO. By the way, OVO Mall is trending on Twitter.
Oh no,
Yo, Maul was wild. Maul was really, really upset today. He was.
I can't wait to get caught up on that.
Yeah, but this is going to be. I don't always understand the Gobert hate. To me, it just seems like it's so out of just wild. The hate he gets is, I'm just trying. Yeah, it's
the one thing I say, Jason, that I don't like and probably would not vote for him for a Defensive Player of the Year award. And I know it has nothing to do with the regular season, but it's still stuck in my head that he gets played off the court defensively in some of these playoff matchups.
And my colleague Tony Jones would tell you that when that happened, it's not his fault. Like the famous one against the Clippers, a lot of people would tell you that was a Quinn Snyder situation, and that basically that was Quinn's fault. Quinn and Donovan's fault because Donovan didn't want to play defense.
Well, I mean, they're doing a pick and roll, and
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying what Gobert, if would Team Gobert would say. And it doesn't help the case for some people that what they did to them last night without him there.
Well,
some people are going to say, you know what? Why did he get the award when they did that without him? But I just think Gobert is one of those guys where no matter what he does, people are going to be like, oh, he's not that good. And it doesn't help. Like I said, my guy Tony defends him by calling him the best screener in basketball. I'm like, Tony, no one cares. Like Tony, literally, no one fan is going. He sets great screens. That's why he's an offensive.
They'd appreciate that in Sacramento, though. Remember who was that set screens and everybody got hyped up? Who was the G Leaguer?
Quincy AC was one.
Quincy, they obviously for Cooley, but there was another one like 2 years ago. I can't remember, but he set screens, and it was in the midst of Marvin Bagley like never setting a screen.
Was it Mika?
It was me. Mika came in for like a G League call up and set like 4 screens, and people was like, "Yo,
that's
this is what we needed."
And Marvin's like, "So, give me the rock." This is that time of year where things are going to get weird with people talk about their votes and all that. And like the crazy part is somebody's going to not get as much money because they're not going to be on one of these teams, or they don't get the award, or shout out to Rudy Gobert and the new addition to the family, and the people who are and Draymond being mad that Rudy Gobert is getting praise right now.
I wasn't sure if Jason was joining us with the Universal Championship belt on his shoulder to celebrate Kendrick Lamar's victory over the weekend, or to celebrate the demise of Darvin Ham.
Oh, I would never celebrate a man losing his job in this fashion. I mean,
sure?
I mean, it had to happen, but he wasn't the only problem. What surprised me with all
You did perpetuate the no pork hashtag.
I just repeated what I had heard. What surprised me was all these national folks who came to his defense. I'm like, did y'all like not watch anything this year? It is just like they were like, oh, I'm like, we all know the Lakers have issues. We all know that whenever you have LeBron James on your team, the coach is on the clock, no matter what. But that two things can be true. It's like I talked to enough basketball people who told me, yeah, this is not good stuff. Like Darvin would have been better off with his first job being probably with a developing team where he could make mistakes. And I chalked up a lot of it to him being a first-time coach, but he also didn't have like that veteran former head coach on staff with him. But as one coach told me, especially if they said for black coaches, that's a scary proposition because a lot of times you're just putting your replacement on the bench with you. Or if you're Adrian Griffin, your advisor mentor takes your job mid-season. You know, but yeah, it's they got a lot of there's a lot of teams that have a lot of issues. I mean, it's crazy to me is the Lakers aren't even the worst one of the bunch. I mean, would you want to be the Phoenix Suns with 150 committed to 3 guys? And what if any Book is I would say Book is in his prime, but would you say that Beal and Durant are like their best years are ahead of them? You know, would you want to, who knows what the Clippers are going to look like in their new building?
I don't like the way you said that.
What? I mean, they got
That's a fair question.
I mean,
that's a fair question.
I want to go. I'm going to go to I'm going to check out the new building, but
you going to sit in the wall?
No.
You think you're going to infiltrate the wall?
Man, that wall going to get taken over so many times. Anybody tripping off their wall.
That's what I heard the time.
I'm like tripping off their wall. Only Clipper fans can sit here. Shut up. Some things are going to be on StubHub. Freaking Knicks fans are going to be on the wall going crazy.
You got to have a wristband. What you talking about?
It's not like a good place for a fight to happen. Is what it sounds like.
Oh my goodness.
Some liquored up Clipper fans like, why are you on the wall with us?
This weekend got Jason Jones turned up.
It doesn't sound like the best idea. This is my opinion. I mean, what are you gonna do? What if somebody walks in, they have a Clipper jersey and they take it off like on some reveal type stuff? Aha! I'm really a Wemby fan. What you gonna do? Make a move?
It was me, Austin. It was me
all along. Like he has a hat on, and he takes it off, and there's like a new team underneath. Come on, man. They trying, but come on, man. What you gonna do? How you gonna keep Laker fans off the wall when even when you play at the other building, your home games against the Lakers were mainly Laker home games? How you gonna keep people off the wall?
The wall may be full of Clippers fan, but the rest of it is going to be Lakers.
Well, what do you do if like a Kings fan infiltrates the wall? Do they get removed and replaced by another
light the beam?
Somebody comes in with a light the beam shirt. He's removed by security, replaced by a real Clipper fan. Like, what do you do? How you police that?
They'll find a way. I don't think you'll see the wall infiltrated too much. But the rest of the arena,
yeah. It's gonna be. Yeah, I also just love too the Lakers throwing out names of coaches who have jobs as candidates. Like, we like all these guys who are currently coaching right now with their teams. It's like you could have hired Lou if you weren't being stupid years ago. Shut up.
That's as good as Jason Kidd wanting jobs that are currently occupied a few years ago. Oh, I'd love that job. Yeah, you mean the one that someone has? Like, sir, get off of my TV.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they said before Doc took the Milwaukee job, every time he called a Laker game, it sounded like a job audition. Like, I would do this. This is what you got to do. It was like,
all right, Doc.
Poor Adrian Griffin. Somebody
Adrian at home, like, I could have done this.
He's like, this is what we did here. You got rid of me for this.
this what you got to do.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing Minnesota win their first NBA championship at this rate.
Man, might happen.
You think
about
about
on the screen gonna have something to say about it.
I mean, Minnesota. I think Minnesota. I mean, right now, I mean, I have no faith in Boston winning it just because I could see them going to a finals game and like shooting 53s and making 8 of them and being fine with that. So,
we need to.
They're a bad matchup for everybody right now, I think.
We might need to say our goodbyes to Jason right now before he just gets clipped off the air here by Jesse with everything that. Oh no.
I'm as an objective viewer, I'm just saying I'm I don't know who's going to, if they play like this the rest of the play, I don't know who's going to beat them.
Nah, they look good and they ain't lost yet. Jay, we appreciate you. I particularly love Happy Jason Jones. It's always my favorite.
I'll be mad if someone announces that JJ Redick is coaching at Crypto in the fall. That'll I'm like,
I need to get ready.
I might enjoy that one.
Man. Imagine turning your podcast into a head coaching gig.
That's a flex. That's a flex.
So.
Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you as always, my man.
Right, man.
The universal champion, our man Jason Jones, culture writer over at The Athletic. Yeah, he was particularly joyful today.
Oh yeah, man. It was a great weekend. It's a great weekend. I think there's also a thing called the LA Timberwolves that are going on. A lot of LA Laker fans rooting for Minnesota to beat Denver because they don't like Denver.
Okay.
Be the first time the Lakers acknowledge Minnesota, huh?
Well, that's the truth. We appreciate you for being with us. Hit the thumbs up before you go. I think we got basketball coming your way. Yeah, we got
6:00.
Dallas and the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight, game 1. Until then, we'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
They're saying the Sharks won the lottery. It's a good day, guys.
They won the lottery.
It's about time.
The year after the next LeBron was.
Yeah, they won all kinds of games to end that season, so they got out of the Connor Bedard sweepstakes, but we won it this year.
I have to go to a Sharks game one day.
I was there a couple weeks ago. They got their ass kicked.
All right, y'all. We're headed over to 1025. Appreciate you as always for being with us. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Shout out Twitter, man. I don't know what to say. Shout out Twitter.
Big ups.
We love y'all. We will see you back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m.